Foreword and Preface of the Banana, its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Banana, its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Foreword. 50 years ago, all the fruit exported from Jamaica was of the value of 728 pounds. The captain of a small schooner trading between Jamaica and Boston made a few trial shipments of bananas, and thus with the aid of Governor Sir Anthony Musgrave and others who followed him was laid the foundation of an enormous industry. Jamaica now exports fruit, but chiefly bananas, of the value of more than $1.5 million sterling. Large areas are also planted with bananas in Central and South America, so the Caribbean region is fast becoming the center for the production of a delicious fruit that is coming into large demand in all North Temperate countries. A fleet of splendid white steamers conveys bananas to the teeming millions in the United States, and another equally fine fleet brings cargoes of 50,000 bunches at a time across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom and neighboring countries. What Captain Barker, modest and genial man as he was, did for Jamaica, Sir Alfred Jones did for the Canary Islands, and eventually for Jamaica and the Caribbean. Sir Alfred Jones was enabled, with the assistance given by Mr. Chamberlain, to solve the hitherto difficult problem of successfully carrying a perishable cargo of fruit all the way across the Atlantic, first through the heart of the tropics, and then on occasions through the cold of northern winters, and deliver it in splendid condition for the consumption of the working millions of this country. As aptly stated in a recent speech in Parliament by Mr. Harcourt, it was no small service to the poor of this country to have made the banana the common object of the coster's barrow. As banana planting, after all, is only in its infancy, and even in Jamaica, where the present enormous crops are produced, there are still extensive areas available for extending the industry, and new areas are continually being developed in other countries. It is a fortunate circumstance that my friend Mr. Fawcett has been able to see his way to bring together such a large mass of information relating to bananas and present it in so attractive and clear a manner. Mr. Fawcett has been in intimate touch with banana planting for nearly 30 years, and therefore he may be regarded as an authority of high standing in all that relates to the details of cultivation and the general management and control of banana plantations. It is with much pleasure that I found myself in a position to recommend his handbook to all interested in the subject. Daniel Morris, September 8, 1913. Author's Preface. It is not necessary for me to add much to the kind foreword of my good friend Sir Daniel Morris. I have to acknowledge my indebtedness to the study of the cultivation of the banana to my friends the banana planters of Jamaica, by whose skill and perseverance under difficulties and misfortunes the plantations of the island have increased to such a marvelous extent. It may be somewhat invidious to give the names of any, but I cannot refrain from mentioning the names of two, to whom I am especially grateful, Mr. Robert Craig and the Honorable Henry Cork. My thanks are due for many courtesies, and are hereby tendered to the librarians of the Royal Colonial Institute, the Imperial Institute, the Pharmaceutical Society, and the Botanical Department of the British Museum, Natural History. Also to the West India Committee and its Secretary, Mr. Algernon Aspinall, for valuable aid in the preparation of this volume. To Mr. H. Hamill Smith, Editor of Tropical Life. To Mr. A. Roger Ackerley, of Messrs. Elders and Fifes. To Dr. A. B. Rendell, Keeper of the Botanical Department, British Museum, Natural History, and to Mr. Ramsbottom of the same department. References are given by footnotes in most cases to sources of information, but sometimes, especially in the case of diplomatic and consular reports and colonial office reports, extracts are given without specific reference, as the source is sufficiently obvious. I have consulted the periodical publications of agricultural societies and departments in all parts of the world, and desire to express my obligations to the information contained in them, and I wish specially to mention in this connection those most interesting and useful periodicals the Agricultural News of the Imperial Department of the West Indies, and the Journal of the Agricultural Society, Jamaica. After the following pages had been printed, an important paper by A. d'Agermont was brought to my notice entitled Parthenocarpie und Samenbildung bei Bananen, which appeared in Berichte der Deutschen Botanischen Gesellschaft, Volume 30, Number 10, page 686, January 1913. The experiments made by him in Suriname confirmed the results obtained by myself in Jamaica, that the Gros Michel or Jamaican banana can be made to produce seed, in this case by dusting the female flowers of the Gros Michel and also the apple banana with pollen from the Musa bajou and M. ornata chittagong. Papers have also appeared in the Bulletin of the Department of Agriculture, Jamaica, NF2 6, January 1913, on banana diseases in Jamaica, by S. F. Ashby, and a translation by Mr. Ashby of The Suriname-Panama Disease of the Gros Michel Banana by A. W. Dorst, Assistant Department of Agriculture, Suriname. These papers deserve careful attention, and I regret that I had not an earlier opportunity of reading them. William Fawcett, October 1913. End of author's preface.
Chapter 1 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daria, Chrobok. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Section 1. The Plant. The banana is a well-known edible fruit, the product of cultivated varieties of either Musa sapientum, Musa cavendishi, or Musa acuminata. The first named is cultivated extensively for the export of the fruit in Jamaica and Central America. M. cavendishi is grown largely in the Canary Isles and is generally known as the Canary or Chinese banana. M. acuminata is grown in the Malay region as well as M. sapientum. In the earliest account of the Western Indies, the banana, as it was spelled, was clearly distinguished from the plantain, Musa paradisiaca. But in the Old World, the fruits of these two plants are often both called plantains. The plants are very much alike, but in the fruiting stage, they can readily be distinguished by the novice, the fruiting stalk of banana plants being naked between the fruit and the large purple knob of sterile flowers at its apex, while the fruiting stalk of the plantain does not lengthen much, and the sterile flowers do not all drop off, so that the stalk is fairly covered. The Chinese or Canary banana is like the plantain in this respect, but there is never a difficulty in distinguishing between the two, as the Chinese banana is a dwarf plant and its fruit is much smaller. The plantain requires much better soil than the banana plant, and a bunch is worth in money 3 or 4 times the value of a bunch of bananas. The plantain fruit is much larger than the banana and is used before it is ripe, cooked, roasted or boiled instead of bread or potatoes. Plantains are not exported to Great Britain and only in small quantities to the United States from Honduras. They are not much wanted in countries where potatoes are plentiful and much cheaper, and they are more valuable than bananas in the countries where they grow. In a paper on Bananas from a Commercial Point of View, published in the Journal of the Royal Horticultural Society, Mr. Frank Pink makes the following remarks on the kinds of bananas that are sent to Great Britain. That grown in the Canary Islands is the Musa cavendishi, which bears large compact bunches of moderately large fingers and attains a height of about 10 or 12 feet. The plants are fairly hardy, but the fruit is very delicate and, in spite of its thick skin, this kind is also grown in Barbados, but there it attains greater perfection and is of finer flavor and more luscious, probably owing to the soil being richer than that of the Canary Islands. The variety grown in Costa Rica and Jamaica is the Gros Michel, the plants of which attain a height of 18 or 20 feet and bear long straggling bunches of large fingers, which are much coarser in flavor than those of M. cavendishi. The plants are less robust than those of the smaller variety, but the fruit is much more hardy and will stand a lot of knocking about and a moderate amount of cold, for which reason the bunches are always shipped without packing. This is fortunate, for the long bunches require very cumbersome crates to pack them in. Another kind sometimes seen here is the claret, which derives its name from the dusky claret color of its skin, and which, in my opinion, is the best of all, having a very delicious flavor. The bunches are usually very small, with very few fingers on them, but these, being very large, are well worth the price charged for them, around 2d each. It is possible that this kind may become better known before long. Of kinds which are useless for export there are several, and I have often been asked why one, the lady's finger, is not sent over. The reason is that the bunches and the fingers of this variety are very small, and the skin of the fruit is so delicate that it is almost impossible to market this banana in good condition. It is frequently stated that the large fruit seen on the hawkers' barrows and in the shops is not the true banana, but the plantain. This is incorrect, for the plantain is quite a distinct variety and is generally used as a vegetable. I have never heard of any being sold here. Propagation and bulb. The banana plant has no seed, but is propagated by young plants with bud from the underground tuberous stem, or bulb, as it is called, of an older plant. This bud at first gets all its food material from the parent bulb, but very soon forms leaves and roots of its own. Its first leaves, sword leaves, are very long and narrow as compared with those developed later. When the young plant is 6 or 8 months old, it is about 9 or 10 feet high, and its own bulb is 8 or 10 inches across. This is cut clean away from the parent and the roots trimmed off. It may be planted as it is, but for convenience of carrying and to prevent its being blown over before its roots anchor it, it is cut down to within 6 inches of its bulb. This bulb soon shoots, both from the center and from eyes all around. If a bulb is cut vertically, the eyes or young buds can be traced, clearly showing that the bulb is a stem structure. It is of large size to provide room for food material which is necessary at first for the formation and growth of leaves and roots. The cut surface looks white and starchy, and in fact, the minute cells of the bulb contain grains of starch, just as those of a potato do, and, if required, it could be eaten like a yam or potato, or the starch could be extracted as in cassava or potato. The stored stationary food, starch, changes into the mobile food, sugar, when the bulb absorbs warmth and moisture from the soil. Then growth commences and the eyes begin to shoot. One shoot takes the lead, monopolizing most of the food supplied from the bulb, and this leading shoot is known henceforth as the plant. The others are its suckers. The roots. There are two sets of roots, the horizontal and the vertical. The horizontal push out in all directions, while others from the base of the bulb grow vertically downwards. Figure 1. The main roots are fleshy, not forming wood, and are of the same thickness throughout, like stout cords, whereas the roots of rubber, orange, etc. become thicker and more woody the older they are. The growing cells occupy only a small portion in length of the root behind the tip, and the tissue of this part is tender and very intimately attached to the minute particles of soil. The cord-like roots do not branch naturally, but short thread-like roots grow out, and on these, and on the main roots behind the growing portion, are the root hairs which do the work of absorbing liquid from the soil. Throughout the whole length of these roots there are bundles of fibers running into the bulb which can be discerned on cutting a root across. These bundles connect the absorbing root hairs with the leaves. If a heavy wind shakes the stem, the thread-like roots with the root hairs are torn off and perhaps even the cord-like roots are broken. The apparatus for absorbing soil moisture in which the mineral elements of the food are dissolved is destroyed, and the effects are noticed at a later period in the bunches or the fruit coming small. The roots generally do not seem to have the power of adapting themselves like the roots of many other plants to overcoming difficulties. They are not sensitive to anything like the same extent. On meeting a large stone, they do not feel their way under or over it. They do not respond to the stimulus of obstruction by curving. The cells grow on and consequently get crushed and injured. The root dies back a little and then branches and grows again. If the soil becomes either too wet or too dry, the roots at length decay and the plant falls over. There is no disease though. If the soil is wet, the plant may rot. If the thick cord-like roots are cut through at the tips, it appears to encourage the growth of the thread-like roots. If they are cut through at some distance from the tip, they burst out at the severed ends into numerous branches of equal thickness, which continue to grow in much the same direction. The thread-like roots are multiplied by this means also, and in consequence, the capacity for absorbing food material from the soil in both cases is increased. The roots do not approach the surface nearer than about 2 inches, but if mulching is applied to the soil, the roots may run into the mulch or very near the surface, and care must be taken to keep the mulch renewed, otherwise the roots will get burnt off. The depth to which they descend depends on the nature of the soil, modified by deep cultivation and drainage. Under favorable conditions, the horizontal roots will be found at the depth of 2 feet 6 inches from the surface, and the vertical roots from the base at a depth of 4 feet 6 inches. They grow rapidly when the soil is rich and in good tilth, at a rate of 2 feet in a month for vigorous roots starting from the bulb. I have traced them to a distance of 70 feet from the stem, but their length depends on the conditions favorable to extension. The evidence afforded by their structure points to the soil best suited to them, a deep loam, well drained but retentive of moisture from containing a large proportion of humus. The stem. The underground bulb is the true stem of the plant. The trunk, or apparent stem, is not a true stem, but consists of a cylinder composed of concentric layers, figure 2, each of which may be traced up to a leaf, the outermost to the oldest leaf, and which are in fact the lower portions of the leaves adapted for the special protection of the younger leaves and the flowering stalk. The true stem, or bulb, properly a tuberous rhizome, is the storehouse of food, which may be used in the formation and growth of roots and leaves, but is chiefly of use to the plant in the production of suckers and in the development of the flowering shoot and the fruit. If a sufficient supply of food is not stored up in the bulb when the flowering shoot is in process of formation, the bunch will only bear a few hands. Insufficiency of stored material may be due to various causes. The roots may not have been able to do their work properly, the leaves may have been damaged, or new suckers may have been allowed to drain the parent. In the wild state, when the fruit of a particular plant has ripened and dropped, or in cultivation, when the bunch is cut, the life of that individual is practically over. It does not bear fruit again, but it gives help to the suckers which may be attached to it. Any food left in the leaves passes down into the bulb and they gradually dry up. The old bulb lasts for some time. It is connected by a large surface with the bulbs of its suckers, and bundles of fibers pass from one to the other. By means of this connection, the younger bulbs draw upon the resources of the parent bulb, slowly and gradually exhausting it of its remaining store. The leaves. The most striking features about the banana plant are its rapid growing, its early maturity, and the enormous amount of food produced in proportion to the area occupied. These are accounted for by almost the whole plant being composed of leaf structure. Compare the leaves with those of the coconut, which are divided into ribbons, offering no resistance to wind and seeming to enjoy the stormy gales of the seashore. The undivided leaf of the banana shows very clearly that it was developed under conditions where only gentle breezes lazily move it, and as the structure of the root points to a forest soil as the cradle of the family, so the leaf indicates an open glade sheltered from the rough winds by surrounding woodland. Naturally, a windy situation is not the best if large bunches and good fruit are desired, and the crop becomes more precarious in proportion as the plants get heavier and more top-heavy with ripening bunches. The young leaf, before it expands, is so rolled round on itself that not a drop of rain can penetrate to the center of the cylindrical trunk, where another young leaf or the bunch is forming. When it at length expands, another convolute leaf is there on guard. The last leaf to appear before the flowering stalk is much smaller than the rest, and it hangs over and protects the flowers from the direct sunlight. As has been already indicated, the sheathing bases of the leaves act the part of a woody stem in supporting the huge leaf blades and carrying them upwards towards the sunlight. They also enclose in their center and protect the flowering stalk for the few weeks while it is pushing its way up from the bulb to the top of the trunk. The sheaths, when cut across, show very large air spaces, and these are connected with minute pores on the lower surfaces of the leaves which admit air, a large quantity of which is necessary for the rapid growth. It is interesting to note how the leaves adapt themselves to sunshine and shade. When the rays of the sun are perpendicular and too intense, the sides of the leaf collapse and hang together, the undersurfaces on which the vast majority of the minute pores are situated, coming together and preventing too great evaporation. In wet weather, on the other hand, the upper surface of the leaves becomes concave. In an allied plant, the traveler's tree, Ravenala, it is well known that it is possible to get a drink of water by piercing the hollow leaf stalk, and in a similar way the banana leaf collects the raindrops of a shower and conducts them along the fluted leaf stalk into the interior of each concentric sheath. Each leaf provides for its own sheath, but the central space where the young growing leaves or the flowers are pushing their way upwards is protected. Water supplied in this way, and quite independent of the amount at the roots, is important for the proper shooting of the flower stalk. It causes expansion of the trunk and relieves the pressure on the central space. An observant planter noticed that in dry weather, a shower of rain seemed to start his plants shooting, and when he found this process hanging fire, used to spray his bananas with a hose in imitation of the beneficent shower. The function of the leaves is to provide food for the requirements of growth in the plant. The energy or motive power necessary for the work of manufacturing the food is obtained from the sun's rays by means of the green coloring matter. The water absorbed by the roots containing nitrogenous and mineral material is carried up to the leaves, and a union of these elements with the carbonic acid of the air takes place. The manufactured food is transferred to any part of the plant where growth is taking place, or, if not required for growth, it is stored up in the bulb in the form of starch grains for use later. The green color of the trunk shows that it is also taking part in the manufacture of food. The flowers. If the flowering stalk inflorescence is examined in the embryonic condition in the trunk, it will be found that the flowers are arranged in clusters disposed spirally around the axis. The clusters at the base of the stalk become the hands of the fruiting bunch. It will be found that the flowers in different regions of the stalk vary in the proportion of the length of the ovary, the future banana, to that of the rest of the flower. In those clusters, which eventually become hands, the ovary is 2/3 the length of the whole flower. Higher up on the stalk are clusters in which the ovary is about 1/2 the length of the flower. And still higher, there is another series in which the ovary is about 1/3 of the flower. These three sets of flowers, clearly distinguishable by the different proportionate length of the ovary, are physiologically very different. Those with the long ovary are female flowers and become the fruit. Those with the short ovary are male flowers, and those with the ovary about half the length of the flower are hermaphrodite, male and female flowers, or neuter flowers, neither male nor female, and form short, useless fingers in the bunch, figure 4AB. The problem of increasing the number of hands in the bunch must be attacked at a stage earlier than its appearance in the embryonic condition described. Each cluster has its own covering or bract, which fits closely over it and over the rest of the flowering stalk, until the flowers of the cluster to which it belongs are mature, when the bract falls. In some allied species, the flower stalk inflorescence remains upright, but in the banana and plantain, the bunch hangs down on emergence from the trunk. The floral envelope and stamens drop from the female flower, and the ovaries, the future fruits, gradually turn upward. The effect of the pendulous habit with reversed upright fruit is to increase the flow of sap into the fruit. When the embryonic flowers are first recognizable as such, the flower stalk is a short projection at the apex of the bulb in the hollow base of the trunk in its interior. The formation of flowers only takes place when growth in height and also of the leaves of the plant has practically come to an end, and when there is sufficient stored food in the bulb to provide for the active growth of the flowering system. The actual length of time which is necessary from the first planting of the bulb until the period arrives when the plant commences flower formation will vary according as the conditions for growth have been favorable or otherwise. but probably the time may be safely put down as somewhere between 7 and 9 months. The period of flower formation may be considered, from the planter's point of view, as the critical point in the life history of the plant, for it is at this period that the number of hands in the future bunch is irrevocably determined. If the store of food in the bulb is ample, the bunch will be a large one. If meager, the bunch will be small. No amount of manuring or irrigation applied after this period can possibly affect the number of bunches, although such assistance may be necessary for the welfare of the plant and its bunch, and for the size of the fruit. It is difficult to determine the length of the time that elapses between the first defined formation of flowers at the base of the trunk and its appearance on emerging the shooting from the top. Doubtless, the time varies considerably under different conditions and may possibly be as short as 1 month or as long as 2 months. Probably an ample provision of water both at the roots and into the trunk from above will considerably hasten the shooting. The usual time for the banana to shoot may be put down as 10 months from the planting of the 6 to 8 months old sucker. The extreme end of a bunch of bananas, as it hangs from the plant, figure 4M, consists of a large number of flowers tightly enclosed by large, claret-colored bracts. There are several flowers together in a small cluster under each bract. All the bracts except the uppermost are very firmly closed over the flowers, overlapping one another. The uppermost bract, figure 4B, like the upper shell of an oyster, rises on its hinges. The cluster of mature flowers within this bract can then be visited by insects for the honey and pollen. The bract has now done its work of protecting the flowers and soon falls. The flowers also drop, the next bract rises, and this process continues indefinitely until the bunch is cut. There is therefore a long piece of stalk hanging below the bunch without bananas or flowers, from which bracts and flowers have already fallen. There are 5 stamens, figure 5C, ST, bearing pollen in each of these male flowers of the banana. In the Abyssinian banana, Musa ancete, there are 6 stamens. In the allied white plantain, Helioconia BIII, the 6th stamen is more like a petal than a stamen. In most species of Musa, however, the 6th stamen is wanting. The parts of the flower of the banana which correspond to the sepals and petals in more regular flowers are so combined that the larger piece of the flower envelope, the perianth, consists of 3 sepals and 2 petals, all united together, an indication of which is given in the 5 lobes at the apex, figure 5CP. The 3rd petal, which in orchids is the lip, is not attached to the rest, free petal, and is shorter than the combination of sepals and petals, figure 5CC. The ovary, figure 5C OV, is 1/3 or 1/4 the whole length of the flower. If the flowers which later on become the banana fruits are examined as soon as they shoot, figure 5AB, it will be seen that they have the same general structure as those already considered, but are larger. The ovary, figure 5B, later the banana, is much more developed, being 2/3 of the length of the whole flower. The stamens, figure 5B, are defective. These are the female flowers which in the wild species of Musa produce seeds. In plants related to the banana, Musa, the flowers are hermaphrodite, having both stamens and pistils perfect in each flower, and from this fact and from the structure of the flowers in the specimen of Musa, there is no doubt that the original plants from which they are all derived had all the flowers hermaphrodite, and that the pristine character has developed into the modern condition where some flowers are only female and others only male, while a remnant intermediate in position are apparently hermaphrodite or more probably neuter. The significance of the evolution in structure is that cross-fertilization is of use to the plant. Moreover, the female flowers being mature before the male on the same plant shows that this is a case of necessary cross-fertilization from another plant, that the pollination of the female flowers under natural conditions in the wild state is carried on by insects carrying pollen from one plant to another. As part of the ovary, namely the pulp, is of value for food, it is advantageous to those who want the food that there should be no fertilization and consequent formation of seeds to which all the valuable constituents of the sap would go instead of to the pulp. It is therefore fortunate from the point of view of a food supply that there appears to be some difficulty in the way of insects pollinating the female flowers of the banana plant. The neuter flowers may be compared to the vestigial structures occurring sometimes in nature, which have lost their utility under modern conditions and have become more or less atrophied. The fruit. It takes from 2.5 to 4 months after shooting before the fruit becomes full, i.e. attains full size before ripening, figure 4. For local use, it is considered that fruit has a better flavor if cut when full and allowed to ripen hung up, rather than if it is left to fully ripen while still attached to the plant. For export, consideration has to be given to the time that will be taken on the voyage, and naturally fruit must be cut much earlier for a voyage of 12 or 13 days than for one of only 4 or 5 days. The earlier it is cut before becoming full, the greater the want of flavor and ripe consistence. The aim of inventors of methods of storage of fruit should be directed towards arresting all chemical change in the fruit. If such a method could be perfected, the fruit need not be cut until it is full, and the true flavor would be developed on ripening. Origin of seedless varieties. The fruit does not produce seed in the cultivated varieties, and on this point several questions may be raised for consideration. What was the origin of seedless varieties? Do the cultivated varieties ever produce seed without the intervention of man? Is it possible for cultivators to make their plants seed? Could varieties be raised from seed with fruit of improved flavor or better keeping quality, or varieties immune from disease? As to the origin of seedless varieties of fruit, there are several species of Musa of which the fruit has no pulp, but consists merely of the outer shell and large seeds filling up the shell like a pea pod and its seeds, the peas. Other varieties have a small amount of pulp. The pulp is of greater value in the case as food than the seeds. Primitive man, whose food was precarious, was always keen in the matter of selecting food plants and preserving varieties that were promising, and no doubt took care of the suckers of a banana which yielded pulpy fruit, just as the Arabs grow suckers from the date palms that are known to bear good fruit. The selection would be continuous, and whenever a variation occurred with a larger amount of pulp and a corresponding fewness of seeds, it would be carefully treasured and the suckers planted instead of those with little pulp and many seeds. There is no difficulty whatever in understanding how the seedless banana has arrived, nor in understanding how varieties of the seedless type have occurred and been propagated from time to time. An improvement on the ordinary fruit occurred in Martinique, and 80 years ago M. Jean-François Pouillard, although he may not have been the first to notice it or the first to propagate it, was yet sufficiently alive to its importance to introduce it to Jamaica. This variety, called at first the Pouillard banana or the Martinique banana, has become the only one that is cultivated in Jamaica, Costa Rica, and elsewhere for export, and is known now as the Jamaican or Gros Michel banana. Quite lately, specimens of a sport of the Canary banana, Musa cavendishi, have been received by the writer from Dr. G. V. Perez of Tenerife. The sport is about double or treble the height of the ordinary dwarf kind. The flowers have been examined by the writer and are identical with those of the typical plant, but Dr. Perez considers the fruits somewhat larger and better. This sport appears here and there in the plantations without apparent cause, and is called by the natives the male banana. Suckers grow up like the parent sport. It is possible that many or all of these tall bananas are from suckers of the original sport, which have been planted inadvertently with the ordinary kind, but there is no explanation of the first appearance. At the suggestion of Dr. Perez, the sport may be known as Musa cavendishi forma sagotiana, after Dr. Sagot, his friend and his father's, who wrote so learnedly on the banana many years ago. Another sport of a different kind was reported from Grenada by Mr. W. Malin Smith in the Agricultural News, Volume 6. A few days ago I picked a bunch of claret bananas which contained 2 hands of green-colored fingers and 1 hand of both claret and green fingers. There was 1 finger which was half green and half claret. The green fingers ripened yellow. The bunch, when ripe, presented a very curious appearance. Many botanists have supposed that plants that have been propagated for immense periods of time without having recourse to seed have thereby lost the power of producing seed, and it was important to ascertain if it was so with the banana. It would be of considerable interest and possibly of very great commercial importance if the cultivated banana could be induced to produce seed like the wild species. Instead of having to wait for the uncertain chance of sports, one of which might possibly occur in a cycle of 1,000 years, numerous varieties could be continuously raised and a selection made of such as seemed promising. Numerous experiments were carried out at Hope Gardens, Jamaica, with this end in view. Cross-pollination is easy enough to carry out, and the experiments were made under varying conditions in soil, in water supply, etc. No success was obtained in a great number of experiments by using the pollen of the Jamaican banana, and at last the pollen of the red banana, variety rubra, dusted on the stigmas of the ordinary cultivated banana, led to the production of seed. Unfortunately, the hurricane of 1908 leveled the banana plantation before the seeds were ripe, and the experiments were for the time abandoned. It was thus definitely proved at Hope Gardens that the female flowers which produce the commercial banana have not become sterile after ages of vegetative reproduction of the plant, but are capable of producing seeds. If experiments are made again, it is suggested that pollen to be used not only of the cultivated varieties, but also of distinct species with edible fruit. As far as could be ascertained, the pollen of the common Jamaican banana was quite inert on female flowers of that variety, but it was not proved that this was due to sterility in the pollen itself. Experiments might be made to determine whether this pollen is fertile by using it to pollinate the female flowers of some of the seed-bearing species. It is well known that pollen is inert in many species on flowers of the same plant, although fertile on flowers of another plant of the same species. This may be the case with species of Musa. Now, as seedless cultivated bananas are propagated by offshoots, suckers, they are practically all derived from one individual, and many varieties are only spores from the same individual stock. If the pollen is inert on the same individual, it would naturally be also inert on all plants derived, however remotely, from that individual, even although they may have sported. On the other hand, the plantain Musa paradisiaca is no doubt descended from a different individual. Hence, the pollen of the plantain might be effective in producing seed in the banana. Pollen from species producing an edible fruit might also be tried. A description is given in Chapter 34 of the species of Musa, indicating those which bear edible fruit. Pollen might be used from any of these to pollinate the female flower of the banana. It is not much more than a quarter of a century ago that Messrs. Harrison and Bovell discovered in Barbados that sugarcane produced seed. That discovery came most opportunely about the time that the Bourbon cane became so subject to disease, and the selected new varieties raised from seed were to a great extent immune, and also in some instances gave larger yields of sugar. This shows the importance of experimenting similarly with the banana. O.W. Barrett states that the following directions for causing a banana to produce seeds were given by a Puerto Rican native. Get a stool of bananas growing rapidly in shallow soil by the addition of artificial fertilizers. Let one bunch of fruits set, but before that ripens, cut down all but one of the stems in the clump. The remaining shoot, thinking it has but one more chance to perpetuate its kind before being killed, on account of the tremendous shock on the more or less connected stem bases in the clump, at once produces a small bunch of somewhat abnormal fruits, some of which will contain genuine seed. As a matter of fact, it is a usual thing to find seeds in the commonest of the Philippine bananas, the Saba. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Cultivation, General Operations, Preparation of Land, Clearing, Distance, Digging Holes. The chapters on cultivation that immediately follow concern the banana grown so largely for export in Jamaica. The experience summarized here extends only to its cultivation in that island, but the soil and climate differ so remarkably in different districts that much of what there is to say on the subject in connection with that colony will probably apply to its cultivation elsewhere. When the banana industry in other lands is under consideration, notes on the cultivation as practiced locally, are included. It will be observed that there are no hard and fast lines, no definite directions that can be formulated for the cultivation, but that the cultivator himself must thoroughly study the plant as well as the soil and the climate, and that he must be forever experimenting in order to increase his knowledge of the behavior and capabilities of the plant in each field of his cultivation. These chapters must be taken only as a suggestion for experiments towards acquiring an exact acquaintance with the plant under strictly local conditions. The more completely these are carried out, the greater will be the ultimate success attained. General operations. The following is a condensed general statement of operations on the north side of Jamaica, where the soil is a heavy loam, 9 to 15 inches deep, with a stiff clayey subsoil and a rainfall of 90 inches. For plants, start in January. Plow 9 inches deep, throwing a furrow 14 inches wide. This plow will require a team of 8 cattle to pull it. 2 plows will do 3 acres a day. Harrow and allow it to lie fallow till first week in March. Then plow and cross-plow 6 inches deep, and harrow. Line 14 foot square. Dig holes 2 feet 6 inches every way, and fill in with surface soil. Dig suckers, beginning first week in February, 1 month before they are wanted, and only digging each week what can be planted each week, a month later. Plant the second week of March to the end of April. Keep stirred with the plow 3 to 4 inches deep in fine weather, say every 8 weeks. But in wet weather, simply cut down weeds with cutlass. Select the strongest shoot for the plant, which will fruit in the following February or March. Prune off all suckers until June, then leave 1 sucker just coming out of the ground, which will fruit in the following April. In October, leave another on the opposite side of the stem, which will fruit the following spring, 12 months. In February, leave another, which will fruit in 15 or 16 months. On such an estate, 66 to 70% of plants and 88 to 90% of first ratoons should give bunches. Taking a 7-year period, the yield should be 330 payable bunches per acre per annum. On the south side, after lining at 15 feet by 15 feet, the irrigation canals would be laid out and water supplied to young plants every 5 or 6 days, at the rate of 2 to 2.5 cubic yards to each acre. No plow is used for the first 3 years on this light soil, but instead the hoe and the assom fork. Preparation of land. Clearing. In ground covered with forest or woodland, some are content to cut down and burn, leaving the stumps to decay. But it is better, if it can be done, so to cut the trees that they will tear up their roots in the fall. The trees should be carefully selected, marked, and cut up for their special uses. Timber, posts, piles, tramway sleepers, firewood, etc. The underwood and brush can be used to burn up the roots and the trunks of useless trees, such as guango, bastard cedar, etc. The ground should finally be carefully stumped. Machines, example, Truella's monkey winch, can be obtained which facilitate the work of stumping. Even if the land is virgin soil and does not require plowing, it is better to stump at first. The plants can then be put in at regular distances at once, an important matter in many ways, and if plowing is necessary at a later period, there is no delay caused by digging out stumps. Stumping also facilitates cutting and carrying the fruit. If the land is not the virgin soil of a forest, and especially if it be old cane land or pasture, it should be first thoroughly plowed at least 9 inches deep and harrowed. If the situation is on hillsides where the plow cannot be worked, the pickaxe for stony ground and the fork for soft ground should be used. Distance. The usual distance is 15 feet by 15 feet or 14 feet by 14 feet. But these distances are modified according to circumstances, and planters are continually trying experiments with other distances. One planter stated that a hillside of 15 acres on the north side, planted 8 by 8, yield 8,000 straight, or more than 500 to the acre. Another, in a hot flat district on the south side, found it advantageous to plant 8 by 8 in order to shade the ground as soon as possible. It is stated by the advocates of close planting that the crop comes in sooner, that it can be regulated with greater success so as to come in during the 5 months of high prices, and that less weeding and less water are required. On the other hand, it will be found necessary to remove every alternate row for first ratoons, and probably for third ratoons, to reduce the field to stems at distances of 16 feet by 16 feet. Where there is too much shade, the tubers are apt to grow gradually higher out of the ground, with less hold against the wind, and the plants run up with a weak stem and irregular bunch. Another system is to increase the distance between the rows, and decrease it between the plants in the row, making the wider intervals run north and south. A planter who reaped 330 payable bunches per acre, planting 14 by 14, got a yield of 400 per acre when he has planted 10 feet by 10 feet. It is, however, generally advisable to keep to a distance of 15 feet by 15 feet, or 16 feet by 16 feet. But experiments with other distances may be made on a small scale. In utilizing the banana for shade for cocoa, the plants may be put in 15 feet by 15 feet, perhaps better still, 16 feet by 16 feet, with the cocoa in the same line. If the cocoa were planted in the center of the square, plows and cultivators could not be worked either way, but by planting in the same line as the bananas, they can be used for 2 or more years without apparent injury to either plant. H.Q. Levy writes, "I would advocate the following distances, either of which will give good results: 14 feet by 14 feet, planting 2 separate suckers to each hole, which gives 222 holes, or 444 suckers, and 11 feet by 11 feet, with a single sucker to each hole, or 361 per acre. If an attempt be made to grow over 450 suckers per acre, although the land may be so fertile that there is a good proportion of straits, and there might be a chance of reaping the plant crop during the months of high prices, it will invariably be found that the ratoons are a way out. Planting at 10 by 10 feet I could never recommend, but 15 by 15 feet or 16 by 16 feet, carrying 3 suckers per stool, may be practiced with success on the St. Kathryn Plains, but with the aid of irrigation." With reference to the subject of distances between plants, a friend writes, "In wide planting there is less risk of a falling tree carrying another with it. The roots of the banana appear to require a radius of at least 8 feet, and wide planting has always commended itself, in my experience, as the best agriculture. That is to say, sufficiently wide planting to give the plant or tree space admitting of its full and best development. Among other advantages, cultivation is easier, and beyond question, the higher the cultivation, the better is the fruit obtained." Digging holes. Some planters are content with shallow holes about 1 foot deep, but better results are obtained when holes 2 feet 6 inches every way are dug. The roots get a better start and a better hold on the ground, so that the plants are more forward and are not so liable to be blown down. A planter who prepares holes 3 feet to 4 feet wide and from 2 feet to 2½ feet deep writes, "It is not always possible to get the labor to make these holes, but I am convinced of the advantage and ultimate economy of making them large and deep. Among other reasons, the plant gets a start at once. A good root is formed in the loosened earth, which practically anchors the tree and enables it to resist high winds. And when planted in this way, the tendency of the root to come to the surface is greatly obviated." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by Fawcett. Planting, Time of Year, Seed Suckers, Preparation of Suckers. Planting, Time of Year. There is no doubt that, in districts favored with rich soil and good seasons, March is the ideal month for planting. All vegetation is then springing naturally. Showers during the following month help to start the eyes of the bulb in putting out leaves and roots. And when the May rains come, the young suckers rush along faster than at any other time of the year. In districts not so favorably situated, planting is done in January or February. For the American market, from March to June. Seed suckers. The best for general purposes in planting are maiden suckers. That is, suckers about 8 months old which have taken on adult foliage, and passed beyond the stage when the leaves are narrow in proportion to their length, sword suckers. They are cut down to within 6 inches of the bulb, where they measure 8 to 14 inches across the cut surface. The heart eye should be destroyed, all the outside eyes cut away with the exception of the largest and fullest, and the old roots cleared off. If the heart eye is not destroyed, there is a tendency to form a new bulb on top of the old one, and the plant is then very easily blown over. Besides, there is the risk, when the sucker is from 8 to 10 months old, that the bunch is already formed, in which case it will probably turn out to be only of 6 or 7 hands. A maiden sucker should be planted upright, and the hole must be of sufficient depth to allow the eye to be buried at least 8 inches below the surface. Sword suckers are used in supplying gall spots in established fields, and for planting the outside rows of land adjacent to woodland. They should be between 6 and 8 feet high, planted in an upright position, with all the leaves trimmed off except the unopened heart one. On moist soils, sword suckers cut down to within 8 inches of the bulb may be used. The bulb is placed flat on its side in the hole. Suckers to be used for planting should be most carefully gathered, and this is not always easy when they are dug from stools growing in stiff clay soil. The utmost care should be taken not to bend the soft part of the sucker just where it joins the bulb, for any sucker injured in this way is worthless. Preparation of suckers. Some plants put the seed suckers in the ground at once. Others leave them to dry for 3 or 4 days and then plant. Others again find that they get better results by piling them in heaps 8 to 10 deep. Then trash is thrown over them to keep off the sun, and they are left a month. The best way to pile them is to erect fences 3 feet 6 inches high to enclose a convenient spot 6 feet wide and of any length necessary. It is, however, better to plant at once, if the suckers are in good condition. The real reason for leaving them for a month is when they are inferior, and it is necessary to determine which have growing eyes. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by Fawcett. Irrigation and Drainage. Irrigation. The water channels should be close to the suckers when first planted, but when the plants are well established, the channels should be made in the center of the rows. For if the water is applied close to the base of the stem, it encourages the production and growth of suckers, and in this way unnecessarily weakens the plant. As already stated, water is supplied to young plants every 5 or 6 days, to ratoons every 10 days, at the rate of 2 to 2.5 cubic yards to each acre. Drainage. Perfect drainage is absolutely necessary for bananas. It is even more important to elaborate a system of drains for an irrigation district, than to provide water channels, for more harm is done by having too much water than too little. If there is too little water, the processes of life go slow. Growth may cease for a time and be renewed when water is supplied again, without damage being done other than delay in the formation of the bunch. But with too much water, the soil becomes waterlogged. Decaying organic matter in the soil produces a harmful acidity and sourness, and air is prevented from penetrating amongst the interstices of the soil, which is necessary not only for the production of food material, but for the welfare of the root system. For these reasons, drains are equally important on clayey soils or subsoils, where the water is supplied by the natural rainfall, and they are quite as important on hillsides as on flat ground. It might be thought that on sloping ground the rain will drain off naturally without leaving any water to accumulate and become hurtful. But even so, the soil becomes saturated, and unless drains are made, air cannot reach the roots. Forking alone on hilly land will not suffice, for there is the danger of heavy rain carrying off the soil. The drains on a hillside should be made across the slope, with only just sufficient fall to carry off the water towards that part where the soil is least fertile, and at that part the drains should be deepened and widened and made horizontal, so as to act as catch pits for soil and debris, which can be dug out and spread as a most valuable top dressing. If possible, the overflow from such catchments may be got rid of in natural gullies, but care must, of course, be taken not to lose any of the washed material down the gully. Where there is a risk of this, another catch pit may be made at a slightly lower level than the first, and the overflow taken into it. In making drains, it is a great mistake to make them too shallow. For motives of economy, they should be not less than 2 feet deep, and sometimes the depth should be more than 3 feet. If the soil of the hillside is loamy or sandy, catch pits only will probably suffice. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Zoe Martinez. The banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses, by William Fawcett. Chapter 5. Cultivation after planting. Mulching, earth mulch, dry mulch, green mulch, ploughing. Cultivation after planting. Mulching. Keeping down weeds, maintaining a surface mulch, and loosening the soil are all important matters in the cultivation of bananas, as of other plants. Mulching has, during the last 10 or 12 years, been strongly advocated by agricultural authorities in the West Indies. The dust or earth mulch, the dry mulch, and the green mulch are the forms most commonly employed. The earth mulch is the form that is advocated in America. The surface layer of fine loose soil, varying from 3 inches in the eastern United States to 6 or 7 inches in California and the arid regions. The dry green mulches are the forms that have been chiefly used in the West Indies. The principle is that where there is no mulch, the compacted surface layer forcibly abstracts the moisture from the layers below it and evaporates it from its surface, while the mulch of loose surface soil or of decaying vegetable matter is unable to take any moisture from the denser subsoil, which is therefore protected from evaporation. This is well illustrated by the familiar fact that while a dry brick will suck a wet sponge dry, a dry sponge, corresponding to the mulch, is unable to take any water from a wet brick. A friend wrote a short time ago, "I have been practicing the dry earth mulch, see McDonald's Dry Farming, for some time in suitable soils, i.e. free sandy loam and alluvial, which can be plowed and harrowed at all times except after heavy rains. The principle is sound, And so far as I can judge, the earth mulch is effectual as far as it can be so. I know others who are trying it with good results. Earth mulch. Surface mulching, which consists in keeping a deep layer of the topsoil in a dry, loose, granular state, has two effects. First, by rendering the top layer more porous, or rather by rendering the surface pores larger, it lessens considerably the runoff in the case of heavy showers. Its chief object, however, is to make evaporation difficult by destroying the capillary pores and tubes through which the soil moisture is brought under the active evaporating influences of the atmosphere. The height to which at ordinary temperatures water rises in capillary tubes depends entirely on the diameter of the tube. If the diameter is 4/100,000th of an inch, water will rise about 100 feet. If the diameter is 4/100th of an inch, the water will rise 1 inch. If the diameter is 4/10th of an inch, the water rises about 1/10th of an inch. Now, in compact soils, the pores form the equivalent of continuous tubes, which may be within the range of the foregoing figures. The American experts in their soil surveys have determined the number of particles of many loamy soils. In an ordinary loamy soil, they find from 2 to 4 billion particles per cubic inch. It is easy to compute from this that the size of the particles may be as low as 1/7,000th of an inch, and we may assume consequently that the pores are of the same order of magnitude. The theory of capillarity shows that in tubes of that diameter, water will rise from 7 to 8 yards. This upward movement of the lower moisture, though sometimes injurious owing to the accumulation of saline substances, may in a great many cases be beneficial, provided it be stopped before it comes into contact with the surface air. This is what is done by the surface mulching, which for the small pores of the soil substitutes pores of large dimensions through which capillary ascent is insignificant. This mulch acts as a surface covering. The soil should be cultivated after every rain that has been heavy enough to puddle the surface. This cultivation should be resorted to as soon as the implements can be passed over the ground without clogging. If the ground has become so dry that rain falling on it goes only to increase the water film round the soil particles and does not start a downward percolation, capillary ascent of soil moisture from the lower layers is so certain that soon after such rain, the deeper soil has become measurably drier than it was before, while the surface foot is found to contain more water than had fallen upon it. This will in most cases be an advantage, provided surface evaporation be checked as soon as possible. A leading question in connection with cultivation is the depth to which the soil should be stirred for the best results. Many of the early students of the subject found that a soil mulch only 1/2 inch in depth was effective in retaining a large part of the soil moisture which non-cultivated soils would lose by evaporation. In general, however, the deeper the cultivation, the more effective it is in reducing evaporation. Fortier, in the experiments in California, showed the greater value of deep cultivation. During a period of 15 days, beginning immediately after an irrigation, the soil which had not been mulched lost by evaporation nearly 1/4 of the total amount of water that had been added. A mulch 4 inches deep saved about 72% of the evaporation. A mulch 8 inches deep saved about 88%, and a mulch 10 inches deep stopped evaporation almost wholly. The principle of the Lichtenberg Dryland Station in the Transvaal, according to United Empire, February 1918, has just reaped a crop of wheat, which has been grown this season without a drop of rain from seed time to harvest. This result is advanced as signal testimony to the possibility of successful dry farming in the more arid parts of the Union. Dry mulch. Dry mulching is a covering of cut grass or suitable bush, and Dr. Watts has proved that the prevention of water evaporation from the soil by this means is more important than any system of artificial manuring. It takes 3 or 4 acres of good guinea grass to mulch 1 acre of bananas. The grass should be wilted in the sun for a few days before handling. Wherever the mulch rots down so as to expose the soil, it must be immediately renewed. Mr. Barkley writes in Journal of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, November 1910, "There are bananas now being grown on soils and in climates that a few years ago would have been deemed absolutely unsuitable to grow bananas commercially. Bananas of as good grade as anywhere else are grown now in the red soils of St. Anne and in the rather dry soils of Trelawney with a low rainfall. These soils are first thoroughly forked and then immediately mulched heavily with guinea grass. It costs about £2, 10 shillings per acre per annum to keep the plants mulched all through to the depth of a foot or more. But then there is little, if any, weeding to be done, and no forking for as long as 2 years. Only when the bananas are grown out of the soil, forking has to be done, and the mulch turned in. The surface mulch keeps the ground soft and cool and moist, so that in these rather dry climates, the expense of the production of bananas is not greater in the end than in districts of heavy rainfall." Green mulch. A great deal of the expense of weeding and forking in wet districts can be avoided by growing heavy green mulches, as a dry mulch does not last long nor act as well there. Then there is the additional profit in growing or adding a mulch, in the land being constantly made richer, rather than becoming poorer. Jerusalem peas, Phaseolus trinervis, can be planted immediately the plants appear, and the ground is thoroughly forked. The vines will soon cover the ground, and they do not run so much as the velvet bean or the Bengal bean, so causing expense in keeping the vines within bounds, and at the same time the Jerusalem peas last longer than cowpeas, so are found to suit better as a more permanent mulch. No matter when planted, the Jerusalem peas only blossom about October, so if planted in February or March, when the bananas are just in, they will cover the ground till December. In the Journal for April 1910 he writes, "For 10 years we have patiently written of the various legumes which ought to be utilized for the triple purpose of 1. Covering the land with a plant under control to keep down and crush out weeds. 2. Providing a cheap mulch, as mulching material which has to be cut and carried on the land is often difficult to get in quantity, and is expensive to apply. This thick covering of vine should be cutlassed down when in blossom, and let lie until it rots, when it can be forked in. 3. Supplying humus and nitrogen. In a tropical country, where such heavy rains may fall and cake the earth mulch, beat even newly forked soil hard, and wash the soft topsoil into the open drains, or away into watercourses. The green mulch is the practice that should prevail. As soon as the banana suckers are planted, get the soil covered so that the rains will not beat it or wash it, or the sun bake it. Jerusalem peas grow well even in the shade of a banana plantation, and are very effective in keeping down weeds. The growth is thick, and on an average 2 feet high. Ploughing. Various opinions are held by banana planters about ploughing. Some who have planted in light, loamy soils have been reaping excellent crops for some years without any ploughing. Others, with heavy soil, plough every 8 weeks with a 6-inch plough, alternately one way and across. Others again plough only once a year. With heavy soil in wet districts, forking has now become the custom instead of ploughing. a friend who established a keiko walk with bananas before planting, plowed, cross-plowed, harrowed, and when necessary, trenched. Afterward, he plowed with a small plow, with moon coulter attached, 3 to 6 times a year. On banana lines, where a plow cannot work, he forks occasionally and hoes frequently. He says that the plow is far more effectual in breaking up the soil than any other implement he has tried, and it keeps the land clean much longer. The plow works from 4 to 6 inches deep, and the cultivator 2 to 3 inches. Another planter forks once a year and uses the cultivator to keep the weeds down. When the grass is too high for the cultivator, he uses hoes and only substitutes the plow for the hoe or cultivator when labor is scarce. Both plow and cultivator are kept to 2 inches in depth in order to avoid destroying roots. A judicious pruning of the roots by the plow is of great value if done at the proper time. For as the roots do not naturally branch, but grow straight out to great distances, pruning the roots induces branching at the severed ends, and a further production of roots from the bulb. A planter, for whose judgment I have the greatest respect, writes as follows: I do not think that plowing close to the banana and cutting through the roots does any harm. On the contrary, I am certain it does good, principally, I think, because the cutting gives fresh impetus to the roots, and this activity increases the growth of the plant. Take, say, potatoes or turnips, which are usually grown in drills 27 inches wide. So long as a horse hoe can work in these rows, it is good cultivation to keep working, even to the damage of some of the leaves. Every time it is put through, all the roots crossing the drills must be cut. Yet you see the greatest improvement in the growth of these plants. The following experiment, made at a banana plot in Hope Gardens, throws light on the subject of the formation of new roots induced by cutting them back. In planting the plots, holes 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep were dug. The soil was returned to the holes, and the suckers planted therein. The surrounding soil was plowed and cross-plowed after the plants began to grow. The soil is deep, rich, black, and rather heavy. On November 19, a trench 1 foot wide and 2.5 feet deep was dug halfway round a 1-year-old banana stool at a distance of 3 feet from the stem that was about to fruit, and the soil returned. In doing this, the thick fleshy roots, some of them 5 feet to 6 feet long, were severed. No roots were found below 6 inches from the surface. 10 days later, the soil between the first trench and 8 inches from the stem was removed to the depth of 2 feet 6 inches and returned, cutting off all the roots with the spade to within 8 inches of the stem. It was noticed when doing this that the roots that were cut off at 3 feet from the stem had thrown out numerous fibrous roots down their entire length. A month later, on December 30, the soil was opened up from 3 feet inward in order to ascertain the effect of pruning the roots. New roots were seen to have grown out 3 feet from the stem to a depth of 2 feet from the surface. These roots were carefully followed back to the stem. Some proved to be new roots direct from the stem, whilst others had grown out from around the cut ends of the original roots, one root giving rise to 5 or 6 vigorous feeders. Some of the cut roots did not grow at all, but remained just as they were, except that they died back 2 or 3 inches. This was more noticeable near the surface, where they would come under the influence of dry weather. Some deeper ones had, however, rotted back a few inches, due perhaps to the ragged cut by the spade, or to the root itself being injured at its junction with the stem by the pull of the cut. The roots on the undisturbed side of the plant simply lengthened out a little and remained near the surface, 5 inches being the lowest depth at which the roots were found. The plant did not show any ill effects from the disturbance of its roots on one side. It is evident that the rather drastic pruning enormously and very quickly increased the root system, and thereby greatly multiplied the power of the plant to absorb food material. But ploughing, so as cut the roots close to the stem, should not be allowed when it is possible that the embryo bunch is being formed, for the cutting off of the food supply, even for a short time, and even though much increased later, might come just when food material is most important in determining the size of the bunch. Further experiments are necessary, and probably it will be found that ploughing close to the stem may be done at the end of 3 months from planting, but not later. After that time, ploughing should be kept gradually further and further from the plant as the roots grow out, and be discontinued in the 6th month. The cultivator may be used continuously if the earth mulch is employed. Where ploughing is not the practice, the fork is used to great advantage when the young suckers are 2 months old. Where the rains are constant and the soil heavy, the cutlass is the best tool in weeding. The hoe, the Assam fork, and the cultivator are tools used under different conditions. The disc harrow is an admirable instrument and should be in constant use so long as the soil is sufficiently dry. If the ordinary plow forms a pan, a subsoil plow is used occasionally to secure good drainage. End of Chapter 5.
Section 6 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses by William Fawcett. Pruning and treatment of suckers. Reasons for pruning. Method, choosing and timing. Pruning leaves. Pruning and treatment of suckers. Reasons for pruning. Pruning away such suckers as are not intended to yield fruit is a most important operation. It should be done when the sucker is not more than 1 or 2 feet high. The larger the sucker grows, the more food material it abstracts from the parent bulb, and the more its young roots interfere with the root system of the plant, in both ways injuring the future bunch. It has been suggested that the plan of constantly pruning the banana in order to suit the market must do serious injury to the plant, but a little consideration will show that this idea is erroneous. Plants of the type of the banana throw out numerous suckers and also produce fruit. Thus, reproduction is provided for in 2 ways, by vegetative multiplication and by fruit. If the vegetative energy is prevented from dissipating itself in suckers, there is all the more of that energy to be expended on producing new leaves for the plant itself. New leaves mean more food accumulated in the storehouse, the bulb, and available at the proper time for the production of an increased number of hands to the bunch. The suckers are rivals and competitors of the mother plant in getting food material from the soil. They do not help the mother plant, but are partly fed by it and partly steal its nourishment in the soil. The more suckers there are in existence, the smaller will be the number of hands in the bunch for the mother plant, and the longer it will take for the suckers to fruit. Method: care should be taken when cutting away the suckers to apply the cutlass so that it does not point towards the plant. Otherwise, it is very easy to injure it. If the sucker is not cut away quite down to the white, hard part, it will soon spring again, and therefore time and labor are saved by doing it thoroughly at first. Choosing and timing. Suckers shoot from the newly planted bulb from eyes all round, and sometimes from the center. Some planters cut away the central sucker, others leave it, as it gives a fair bunch if the bulb is vigorous. On the south side, in irrigated land, 2 or 3 suckers may be left at equal distances round the bulb. It is well to take those that start from eyes placed low down so that the roots have a good hold on the ground. One sucker takes the lead, as a rule, and becomes the plant, fruiting in 10 to 14 months. Another comes in as a second sucker, giving a finer bunch 4 or 5 months later. Occasionally, all the suckers will bear at the same time, when the bunches will not be so fine. It is the practice with some planters on the north side, after planting in March and April for fruit in February or March, to prune off all suckers till June, then to leave one just coming out of the ground, which will fruit in the following April. In October, another is left on the opposite side of the stem, and in February, another which will fruit in 15 or 16 months. On the south side, 2 suckers will be left instead of 1 in June, October, and February. Plants vary according to soil, situation, tillage, etc., and the time they take to produce fruit. The usual time is 10 months to shoot from time of planting, but often longer, and 2.5 to 4 months more to ripen. Ratoons, that is suckers, which take the place of the parent plant after fruiting, usually bear in 15 to 17 months. Judging from experience of his own estate, the planter may be careful pruning if the rains are seasonable, so regulate his banana walk when once established that a large proportion of the crop shall come in during the months of high prices from March to June. In reckoning the time it takes suckers to fruit, plant suckers and ratoon suckers must be distinguished. When the bulb is planted, it grows into a plant sucker, and in the lowlands of Jamaica, fruit may be ready to cut from it in 12 months, or even less, from time of planting, although unfavorable conditions, such as a poor sucker, drought, wind damage, may prolong the time. But generally speaking, a plant sucker produces fruit fit for harvesting in 12 months from planting. It is quite different in speaking of ratoon suckers. First, ratoons may take 15 or 16 months or more to mature fruit, but the older the banana and the thicker the shade, the longer the ratoons take to come into bearing. There is no discrepancy here, but the age of the plant sucker is not added to the 12 months. As a matter of fact, a plant sucker really takes longer to bear than a ratoon sucker if the time is reckoned from the date of removing from the mother plant, but there is a period of rest after removal, a check to development, and new roots and new leaves have to be formed. The whole subject is so important that no excuse need be offered for dwelling on it at considerable length and adding observations by H.Q. Levy from the Journal of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, 16/305/1912. I offer advice on this part of banana cultivation with a certain amount of dividends, for so much depends on the size of sucker to be pruned and its situation to other suckers, that it is hardly possible to lay down any hard and fast rule. There is no part of banana cultivation that needs as much individual attention, supervision, and judgment as the pruning. The retaining of wrong suckers may mean the loss of hundreds of pounds to the large cultivator. If the planter is fortunate in growing a fairly even field of plants, then all is plain sailing, as one size of follower, a sucker left at the root of the parent plant to produce the succeeding crop, may be left throughout the field, but otherwise, then each sucker must be treated on its own merits. I have observed more mistakes in pruning, entailing more or less loss to the owner, than I care to recollect, some from ignorance, but more often from greed. It is hardly possible to grow more than 450 stems per acre and get your followers right. Yet, some persons try to get as many as 600 to 700. These speculators usually wind up by marketing not more than 200, and most of these in the bad months. It is quite possible to grow 700 suckers to the acre but the flowers and fruit take so long to mature that not more than the above amount can be cut in 1 year after the plant crop is harvested. If the suckers be correctly spaced and the land fairly fertile, 300 payables per acre may be considered a probable return, and no cultivator should attempt to produce more. The object in suckering is not only to obtain size of bunch, but primarily to meet the months of highest prices. A 10-hand bunch, marketed in October, fetches only $1. One containing 7 hands sold in April or May realizes the same price, and sometimes more to the grower, with lower cost of marketing and less chance of rejection. Therefore, size of bunch is of secondary consideration. When a cultivator learns to prune correctly, then he can turn his attention to produce straight bunches. The consumer abroad wants bananas during the spring months and wants them badly, but what is more important, he is then not so particular as to quality. But in the later part of the year, when his own fruits are in season, he gets fastidious and will purchase only the best, and not much of that either. The fruit companies are there to supply the consumer's wants, and they, of necessity, so long as fruit is plentiful, select only good fruit. It is therefore good policy from all standpoints to prune so as to market the bulk of your crops as near the month of March, April, May, and June as possible. It is somewhat difficult to explain on paper in a manner so that the beginner may grasp the details, the essential operation of pruning, but I will see what can be done by introducing dates. There exists a diversity of opinion as to the correct time and manner of pruning. Still, there are certain tried and proved systems which, if followed, will be found fairly correct. But at the same time, I must state that it is a known fact that even on the same property, different fields require larger and smaller peepers. Peeper, a small pointed sucker of about 4 to 12 inches high, starting below the level of the ground and sprouting through the earth, developing later into a sword sucker, to be left according to the exposure or conformity of the land. This therefore calls for individual experiment. It is well to remember this, as a mistake once made need not be repeated. I will deal with plants first, and I will suppose that the cultivator is planting in a new field so as to reap his crop in the spring months of 1913. If the seed suckers have been planted, say any time between October 1911 and March 1912, and the weather conditions and soil fertility have been at all favorable, the plant suckers should have attained their full size by the end of October 1912. From the time of planting to August, all followers should have been removed from the root of the parent plant. After August, I will not advise any suckering until October 1st, when a peeper 4 to 6 inches high should be left on each sucker if planted 14 by 14 feet, making 2 to each stool. If 11 by 11 feet, only a single peeper would be retained. In the higher mountains and cold valleys, I advise leaving a peeper 12 inches high at this time. Any backward sucker whose growth indicates lateness for spring prices should have a correspondingly large peeper or sword sucker left. If such be present, the parent plant will represent your spring crop for 1913 and the peeper the 1914 crop, these latter taking 18 to 21 months from peeper to crop. On ratoons, peepers, instead of being selected in October, must be left from June to July, as they take from 21 to 25 months to mature a crop, and if the field be a closely planted one, even longer. In fact, it would be hard to tell the age of a sword sucker or peeper in such fields. On the plains, if ratoons are well grown, August peepers are safe, whereas in the colder altitudes of the interior regions, May peepers 1 foot high are sometimes found to just answer. As I explained before, Each planter at the start must experiment for himself, but after having once hit on the correct time to leave peepers, do not neglect even for a week to prune out those followers not wanted, as it is very difficult to tell the exact age of a sucker after it has passed the peeper stage. It is better to prune for an early crop rather than a late one, for if even 25% come too early, you can pick, choose, and refuse your followers, whereas if an equal quantity happen to be late, the peepers in 9 cases out of 10 will also be late in starting from the bulb and showing themselves above ground. If you should be unfortunate in getting 2 successive late crops, it is extremely difficult, even for an expert, to bring back your field into correct fruiting. Do not make the mistake of leaving more suckers than I have advised because they look stout and pretty. The earlier you remove the superfluous ones, the less temptation and heartache you will have. Too many suckers rob the parent plant and later retard the maturing of the crop. Never leave a peeper on a stump, the remaining portion of plant after a bunch has been harvested and the top containing the leaves and upper part of the trunk cut off, except where absolutely necessary, or a water sucker will result, producing for certain either a 6 or 7 hand bunch. I have seen fertile land growing banana suckers that were strong and the picture of health, but the fruit from which graded nearly all 6s and 7s. The cause could easily be traced to leaving most of the peepers on the stump instead of on the maiden sucker followers, as the operation of suckering was just proceeding, and the same system had been practiced to produce the crop in sight. Pruning leaves. As the first leaves decay, they hang down all round, protecting the stem from the full glare of the sun. If they are cut away, the sheathing leaf stalks, which form the outside of the trunk, dry up and do not perform their proper functions. It is well to leave them, even in the shade of a banana walk, unless it happens that the plants are clustered closely together, when too much shade causes the stem to lengthen out and become weak and brittle. In such a case, some of the dead hanging leaves may be pruned away. The hanging dead leaves must not be allowed to trail on the ground, as they encourage the production of roots coming to the surface, which are killed in dry weather unless green mulching is practiced. Some planters prune away even some of the living green leaves, but this cannot be recommended as it interferes with the food supply. If, however, a leaf is seen to be growing through a bunch, and, as it would, if left, cause some deformity or discoloration of the fruit, it is carefully removed from its position with the pruning tool. This tool is a semicircular instrument mounted on a long handle with the convex side uppermost. End of section 6.
Chapter 7 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Harvesting and Replanting. Harvesting. When the bunch is to be cut, the stem is partly cut through 5 or 6 feet from the ground, and the bunch, with the whole top of the plant, topples slowly over. Care is taken that it does not fall against and injure any other plant. The usual custom is to cut fruit by the 100 stems, each cutter by himself, without help, cutting the fruit with a cutlass and catching it. This is perhaps a doubtful practice, as owing to want of method cutters running through the walks miss or roughly cut much of the fruit. A better plan is to employ a cutter and a helper who work together. The cutters with their helpers, 12 or 14 in number, work in line, each cutter having 3 rows assigned him, or, in close planting, only 2 rows. On some estates, particular care is taken in harvesting. One man with his pruning tool cuts and manipulates the fall of the head, while another catches the bunch, and, when the stalk is cut, hands it to one of the women who are employed to carry it to a particular spot. This is necessary when we remember that a bunch weighs from 80 to 100 pounds. Here a bookkeeper enters it in his book under its proper denomination as a bunch, or one of 8, 7, or 6 hands. Or he may reject it as unmarketable for any one of several reasons. It is not full enough, or too full. The fingers are too small. There are not enough fingers on the lowest hand, badly shaped, straggly fruit, rat-eaten, or otherwise damaged. Several bookkeepers on a large estate will thus be entering the bunches, while the owner or the manager, riding from one to the other, controls the number cut for delivery that night, or in the early morning at the wharf. The bunches are wrapped in trash and handed up by 2 men to another in a wagon, who packs them in carefully so that there shall be no bruising. Wrapping is not necessary when the station or wharf is near at hand. It is singularly picturesque to ride through the shady rows of bananas, with, here and there, all around, majestic heads falling, and figures moving swiftly at their work, to note the quick movements of the men with keen upward glances, the stately walk of the women with a bunch balanced on their heads, all accompanied by the noise of the large leaves in their descent, the cries of the men, and the peculiar call for the women when they are wanted. When the fruit is caught, it is simply severed with a cutlass and removed. As soon after as possible, men are sent into the fields to chop up both stem and leaves, leaving a stump of the cut stem of 3 to 4 feet on the root, which benefits the suckers by the moisture it contains. If cut down to the root, undoubtedly the suckers would suffer. The stump withers and can be pulled out and cut up later. When fresh cut, a man can easily chop 100 stems a day. The chopped up stems are spread over the land, which can then be plowed without obstruction, while they help to manure it. The baratin. Instead of leaving the stump to wither, it is sometimes dug out by a special tool, described by Dr. James Niche as follows. The baratin is a digging tool used in Nicaragua and other states of Central America in the cultivation of bananas. It is specially employed in the Central American countries for digging out and separating from the living stool the dead portion of the underground stem of a banana plant which has borne its fruit. This portion of the plant, when allowed to remain in the soil, hinders the growth of the parent stool by preventing it from throwing out additional roots. It is claimed by cultivators of the banana in Central America that by the use of this implement or tool, stronger plants can be grown, which are more firmly rooted and fixed in the soil, and are thereby better able to withstand and resist the force of strong winds. The plants so treated are also held to be more vigorous and to produce superior bunches of fruit. The name baraton, plural, baratones, is Spanish and signifies a long lever. In Central America, this implement is often termed a macana, which is a Mexican Indian term denoting a wooden weapon made use of in war by the Indians. In shape and appearance, the tool resembles somewhat a long-handled spade, but the blade, instead of being flat, as in the spade, is made in the form of a vertical section of a cylinder, being curved or hollowed laterally. Its form thus adapts it to the circular contour of the stem, and it is forced into the soil pretty close to the decaying stem, and the adjacent earth is loosened by moving the long handle as a lever. It is then withdrawn and applied to the stem in a similar manner on the opposite side. Finally, the mass of dead and decaying stem is removed by using the implement in front as if it were a spade. The soil is then filled in. The steel part of the implement is about 5½ inches wide. Its height or depth is about 19 inches, and the handle is very long in order to be used as a lever. Replanting. It is considered advisable to replant a banana walk after an interval which varies from 3 to 6 years. A certain proportion is replanted each year, so that every year some planting is going on. Advantage should be taken of this interval to increase the humus in the land. This can be very well managed by sowing some leguminous crop, such as Bengal beans, Jerusalem beans, velvet beans, or Bonavist beans, in the field that is to be thrown up. If the land can be plowed, 2 furrows may be run up the rows, and the beans sown in them. If the land is unsuitable for the plow, make holes with the hoe for the seed 4 feet apart. The leguminous climbers will, in 2 months' time, be climbing all over the old suckers. Cattle may now be turned in to feed down the dense vegetation. It may be considered advisable to plant another crop of beans and to have these fed down before it is time to prepare the land for planting again. In this way, humus and manure have been added to the land. There has been feeding for cattle of better quality than if the fields had been abandoned to bush, and troublesome weeds have not been able to get hold of the land. Some planters have tried planting between the rows of first ratoons, as it is easier to regulate plants in first ratoons for the American market than later ratoons. The question of replanting must be decided from various considerations. The field may be getting out of shape from the various ways in which the suckers have sprung from the parent plant, making it difficult to cultivate. The bulbs may have got too high above ground, inviting destruction from high winds and danger from dry weather. The soil may require rest or a more thorough plowing than can be given while stems are growing, and the commercial question of paying better to plant for the American market. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Bananas as nurse plants and as a catch crop. Many crop plants require to be shaded from the sun and protected from drying winds in the early stages of their existence, and for this purpose, various nurse plants are recommended. Many plants also take several years before they yield a crop, and it is important from the financial point of view that quick-yielding intermediate crops be grown between the permanent plants, which will give an annual return while expenditure is going on without any return from the permanent plants. Some of such intermediate catch crop plants are also excellent nurse plants. Bananas are an ideal nurse plant in the tropics. The ample leaves give good shade and protection from wind, and they can be so trimmed, if necessary, as to give just the amount of shade required. A dwarf variety or a very tall one can be chosen as seems best. The roots scarcely branch. They are not aggressive in the search for food, and therefore are not liable to interfere with the roots of plants near which they are growing. Moreover, they do not exhaust the soil, rendering it unfit for the development of other plants in it. Bananas are readily propagated by the suckers, and can be easily and quickly raised in large numbers. When planted in favorable situations, they grow without requiring much attention, though any care and cultivation bestowed upon them give good results in fruit, and indirectly benefit the main crop. Although easily blown over by high winds from an unusual quarter, they adapt themselves in a wonderful manner by putting out strong anchoring roots to resist a considerable force of wind if blowing fairly steady from one quarter. The fruit is produced in about 15 months and yields an abundant supply of food. It is very remunerative if there is a market for it, and at any rate can be utilized for the estate laborers. Coconuts. Although coconut palms do not need nurse plants, it is desirable that the long period of about 7 years before they yield a crop should not be wholly unremunerative for the waiting planter, and that some paying catch crops should be grown. If there are estate laborers to be fed, it is often essential to have a supply of food ready to hand. It may even be necessary to attract labor by providing the supply, even if nothing is actually charged for it. If there is a market for the fruit, bananas will give a handsome profit, and it will not be necessary to live on capital while waiting for the coconut crop. If coconuts are planted at a distance of 30 feet by 30 feet, a banana plant may be put in between each pair of coconut palms and one in the center between every 4 palms. They may be removed at the end of 6 or 7 years. Cacao. Cacao requires nurse plants to shade it in the young state and to protect it from drying winds, and nothing is better for the purpose than the banana. They should be planted and allowed to start before the cacao is put out. Stakes or pegs should mark where the cacao plants are to go, and the bananas planted in the rows, one between each cacao stake, so as not to interfere with the ploughing, before and after the cacao is put out. The bananas may be kept growing for about 5 years, and then thinned out very gradually so as not to expose the young plants of cacao suddenly to the sun's heat. If high winds blow down some of the bananas, it may happen that some will fall against the cacao trees and injure them, but the chances are against more than a small percentage being injured in this way. Rubber, coffee, etc. Bananas may also be used as nurse plants for rubber, coffee, etc., and similar considerations apply to these plants. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Financial Considerations and Prospects for Beginners. Cost of cultivation and receipts. Prospects for those starting cultivations. Cost of cultivation and receipts. In considering the cost of preparing land and of cultivation afterwards, certain expenditure, for instance, that on buildings, roads, fences, tram lines, may well be entered as charges to be spread over a certain number of years. In the irrigated district of St. Kathryn, Jamaica, a fair amount that should be allowed for preparation of land and cultivation until the bananas begin to bear is £15 an acre, and the annual expenditure afterwards would be £10 an acre. The yield ought to be at the rate of 225 to 230 payable bunches per acre, and taking the contract price all the year round at £8 15 per 100, the receipts would average £20 an acre. Whether the same price is paid for bananas throughout the year, or whether it varies as it does for the American market, the total annual receipts for a number of years average double the amount of the expenditure. In the banana districts on the north side of Jamaica, taking the advantage of the whole run of estates from Port Antonio westwards to Rio Bueno, the cost per acre to bring an estate into bearing would be about £10, and the maintenance afterwards £7 10. The yield may be put down at 175 to 180 payable bunches per acre. The cost of cultivation per acre differs, of course, in every locality. Much higher wages can be, and are, paid for banana work near a shipping port or the railway, at a distance of, say, 10 to 25 miles from either, where road transport is so heavy and costly as to render it impossible to ship fruit except for a few months in the year. Wages are, and must be, lower. I have been favored by a banana planter with the following abstract of accounts for 1 year. It refers to an estate of 200 acres in an irrigated district on the south side of Jamaica. The following figures, derived from a banana plantation situated in a non-irrigated district on the north side, will be useful by way of comparison. The soil is loose and gravelly, without clay. Rain 150 inches. 31 acres were planted to produce a crop the following year. There were, besides, 135 acres yielding fruit, of which 50 acres were plants and 85 ratoons. Payable bunches amounted to 40,916, or 303 to the acre. The receipts were £458 from miscellaneous sources. Coconuts, cocoa, and 2,210 pounds, 15 shillings, 3 pence from bananas. The following is an example of the expenditure and receipts on a portion of woodland 50 acres on a pen, which has been utilized for cultivating bananas. The operations were commenced in October 1899, and the expenditure to December 1901 amounted to 1,312 pounds, which includes interest at 6%, barracks of 6 rooms, purchase of suckers, and cutting down forest land. The receipts, month by month, were as follows. A word of caution is necessary in considering the receipts. Everyone who has had experience of growing bananas knows how a sudden blow may level hundreds of acres of stems, and this may happen just when the bunches are ready for the harvest, and a year's work and expenditure are lost beyond redemption. The planter should therefore insure himself in some way, so as not to be left stranded without money to carry on cultivation for another year. In the general review of banana cultivation in other lands, various estimates are given of expenditure, which may be compared with those stated for Jamaica. Prospects for those starting cultivation. A writer in the Times a few years ago gave such excellent and wise advice to those thinking of going to Jamaica to plant bananas, that it is well worth reproduction here for the consideration of immigrants to any tropical country. Banana growing is undoubtedly a very risky business. Its profits are great when realized, but a violent north wind, such as occasionally blows in Jamaica, may destroy the whole growth of a year in a single night. There is no guarding against these blows, as they are called, and no anticipating them. The planter must take his chance. The wind bloweth when and where it listeth, and it may ruin one planter's crop, and leave that of another unscathed. On the other hand, the profits, when realized, are very great. Good agricultural land may be bought in Jamaica for from £5 to £10 an acre. For agricultural purposes, the very best land rarely sells for £20. The future of the fruit trade is now assured, so far as the opening of a new market in Europe can assure it. This being so, the question will naturally be asked, can a young man of energy who commands a moderate capital, say from £500 to £2,000, and is prepared to work hard, be recommended to go to Jamaica and embark his capital in tropical agriculture? There is only one answer to be given to this question, and it cannot be too widely known. No man should dream of engaging in agriculture in Jamaica on his own account without having first studied the situation carefully and cautiously on the spot. The climate may not suit him, the nature of the occupation may not suit him. In a word, he may not, for one reason or another, be the right man to succeed. That he must determine for himself. Jamaica is no El Dorado. It is no place where a man can plant his capital in the ground, and then sit down and wait for it to grow. Tropical agriculture is not a trade to be learnt in a day. It requires an apprenticeship, like any other. And the best thing for a young man to do, who thinks it may suit him, is to seek a subordinate situation on some plantation for a time, and judge for himself how he likes the life, and what he thinks of the prospects. Such situations are not difficult to obtain by those who go the right way to work, and a young man who takes one will very soon find out, or be told, whether he is likely to succeed. But I repeat with all the emphasis I can command that a young man who goes to Jamaica without experience and without training, possibly with little aptitude for hard work of any kind, and with none at all for hard work in the tropics, and expects to turn his capital into a fortune in a few years, had much better stay at home. End of Chapter 9.
Section 10 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Banana Soils in Jamaica. The following facts about banana soils in Jamaica may be helpful in showing how much can be done to improve and make productive even the most unpromising soils. In the early stages, Bull, Department of Agriculture, New Series 1, 221, 1911, of the industry in Jamaica, banana land was accepted to mean a soil in which without drainage, without tillage, and by a superficial process of clearing and perhaps burning before the suckers were planted, a good yield of commercial fruit was obtainable by the grace of nature alone. Where fine alluvial deposit has been reinforced with the humus from a prolonged growth of forest or ruinate, and the district is a seasonable one, such old-fashioned banana land is still to be found in Jamaica, but in rapidly decreasing extent. To a superficial observer of the initial conditions of the banana industry in Jamaica, it might have seemed as though the banana was preeminently a product of virgin soils, and that as the first flush of the stored fertility of these soils became exhausted, the growing of bananas would be difficult, if not impossible. Under these conditions, the vast area of virgin soil on the Spanish Main would appear certain to displace the resources of so small and long settled an island as Jamaica for the profitable cultivation of the banana. Jamaica, however, in starting the banana industry, had behind its resources the traditions and enterprise of many generations of English and Scottish agriculturists of the first rank, who had created the lucrative sugar industry in the old days and had battled with adversity when that industry was so seriously prejudiced by the operation of the continental bounties on beet sugar. To planters of this grade, the cultivation of the banana soon became more than the voluntary bounty of nature in smiling on the favorable conditions of soil and of climate. Two men who had grown cane on the dry plains of St. Kathryn by the use of irrigation, it was but a natural sequence to attempt the cultivation of the banana under the same conditions. Now every drop of water available from the resources of the Rio Cobre system is being utilized in this manner, and bananas are being produced on 10,000 acres of land that was formerly of nominal value for grazing purposes. These soils would be classed as natural banana soils, and the only condition required to make them productive is irrigation. Had they been in Portland and St. Mary, these soils would have been found capable of growing magnificent crops of bananas with very little modification of the forces of nature. It was ascertained very early in the history of the industry in Jamaica that the banana could not stand stagnation of soil. It was assumed that this crop could not be grown on the rich clays of the St. Mary Hills, and that the banana land in that entire parish was restricted to the alluvial bottoms and glades of rich, friable soil. During the past decade, the pioneers in St. Mary have demonstrated that from the very summits of the hills to the deepest glades, from the undulating folds of the upland hills to the flat clays of the coastal region, there is hardly an acre of land that cannot be made to produce good bananas. A bird's eye view of this parish may now be likened to a vast expanse of bananas, and as new roads are opened out into the outlying areas, an ever-increasing spread of this cultivation is steadily taking place. The chief cultural problems in St. Mary have been drainage, both on the flat and on hilly lands, and a lack of humus on the old lands, which in some cases had grown canes continually for over a century before they were planted up in bananas. These problems have been tackled by the planters in that parish with the most remarkable success, and the results of contour drains on steep hillsides and of deep mains in the flat clay lands have shown that the heavy soils, when properly treated, are the best and most productive banana soils in the parish, while the growing of green crops and implemental tillage have restored worn soils to a pitch of full productivity. In the parish of Trelawney are found some of the richest soils in the island, but owing to the droughts that periodically occur, the bananas were found to be apt to dry out. The Trelawney sugar planters have long led the way in the art of mulching, and by the application of the grass mulch on a liberal scale on these old sugar lands, it has been demonstrated that profitable crops of bananas can be grown despite the most adverse conditions of rainfall. Even on the red dirt derived from the limestone, it has been shown that good crops of bananas can be grown in such a parish as St. Anne by the judicious use of the mulch. It is gradually dawning on our agriculturists that there are few cultivable soils in Jamaica below 1,500 feet in elevation where bananas cannot be grown by suitable methods of cultivation, drainage, mulching, or irrigation where that is available. In 1901, the writer commenced a study of the banana soils of the island, the results of which appeared in the bulletin from time to time, but as the years roll by, so the range becomes wider and wider, until today it is hardly possible to classify any particular grades or types of soil as banana land. If the working basis of the latest and most progressive cultivators be regarded, it would appear that a banana soil and a cultivated soil will soon be synonymous in Jamaica. It would appear highly probable that many soils that have been tested under inadequate conditions of drainage or of tillage may in the near future yield success to planters with more enterprise and knowledge than their predecessors who have tried and failed. For present purposes, a few soils typical of different classes and types of land on which bananas are grown with success have been selected, and their composition and analysis set forth on page 58 and 59. Observations. Number 1 represents a very rich deposit overlying the limestone on an estate in Portland where magnificent bananas were grown year after year. This might be taken as an ideal banana soil, rich in humus and available plant food, and of a rather retentive but not impervious consistency. Number 2 is an average alluvial soil in Portland that has been long under cultivation and is on the limit of productivity as first-class banana land. This is a light soil from which the humus is rapidly abstracted under cultivation with a high rainfall. The present standard of humus is low, and the nitrogen also below par. Chemical fertilizers, when tried on this soil, were inoperative. The provision of vegetable matter to restore the humus is clearly the problem to be faced in this case. Number 3 is a representative of a non-calcareous alluvial soil in St. Mary, where excellent bananas are and have been grown for many years by good tillage and green dressings. Number 4 is a type of the heavy banana soils of this parish. Forking and deep drainage have worked wonders on this material. Number 5 is a representative of the alluvial deposits, rich in calcareous matter, that are largely found in St. Mary. This soil failed to respond to the most generous applications of chemical manures, but at once yielded a full grade of fruit when subjected to thorough implemental tillage and top dressings of cowpeas. Number 6. This is a sample of the hillside clays in St. Mary that were formerly regarded as hopeless for the growing of bananas. Forking and drainage enabled excellent results to be obtained, whereas fertilizers were inoperative in the absence of such special aids to cultivation. Number 7. This is a light alluvial soil from St. Mary that had probably been worked for a century as cane land before being put into bananas. In its present state, it is rather below par in fertility. The humus, nitrogen, and potash are all low. Trials with fertilizers proved disappointing. Measures for increasing the humus appear to be all that is necessary for enabling such land to yield full returns of bananas. Number 8. This is an average sample of the irrigable alluvial soils in St. Kathryn as served by the Rio Cobre irrigation system. The mechanical composition is an ideal one for bananas under irrigation and the employment of implemental tillage. During ages of dry conditions, these soils were reinforced by the growth of the guango and other leguminous trees. They are of a full standard of fertility, and on some of these soils, over 90% of straight bunches are obtained over a large acreage. The galls that occur here and there in some fields are generally small areas of coarser sands, devoid of humus. Experiment has shown that fertilizers have no beneficial effect upon these abnormal spots. The reserves of fertility in the St. Kathryn soils are very great, and if due care be taken to avoid stagnation from the excessive application of water, these soils should hold their own for many years to come as first-class banana lands. Number 9. This represents a typical red soil from the limestone as existing in the uplands of St. Anne. Such a soil has been found to be generally lacking in humus and to be subject to drying out during a period of drought. Fertilizers were found quite inoperative, but recent experience on a fairly large scale has indicated that if liberally mulched with grass and other vegetable refuge, fine crops of bananas can be grown on such soils. It would appear that the practice of mulching would enable a large extension of banana cultivation on the red soils to be successfully brought about. It is noticeable that although derived from the limestone, the red soil has a very moderate content of this material now remaining. The process of weathering frequently removes almost the last traces of lime from these soils, and in some cases, the addition of lime has a marked effect on its productive powers. Number 10. This is a sample of the soil from that magnificent alluvial flat at the eastern end of St. Thomas that was formerly of enormous value for the growing of cane and is now in bananas. These soils are excellent banana lands, and magnificent crops are obtainable if the exposed situation of the lands does not result in the loss of the crop by breeze, as has too frequently been the case during the past 10 years. It would appear to the writer that the wisest policy would be to utilize the bananas for establishing cocoa and cocoa nuts on these lands, and eventually to abandon the banana in favor of these crops that are not so subject to damage from wind. The fertility of these soils and their adaptability to cultivation are even greater than the bare figures of the analysis would indicate, while the rainfall is liberal and the climate hot and humid and favorable to the growing of large crops. Number 11. This is a soil that has been found to grow bananas well in Veer. The recent developments in the modernization of the sugar industry in that parish have, however, encouraged the planters to grow more canes, and this would appear to be a more suitable and satisfactory crop for this, the most fertile alluvial tract in the island. Number 12. This is a good specimen of some of the abandoned cane lands of St. James, which are rich but rather retentive soils, requiring only thorough tillage and ample drainage to yield fine crops of bananas. There are great possibilities for the extension of the banana as a cultivated crop of this parish, but in many cases, special methods and treatment of the soil are required to ensure success. The sugarcane climate, associated with a dry spring, is a difficulty which may require in some districts special measures for securing a good tilth and mulching to secure a good return of early fruit when the prices rule high. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Humus, farmyard manure, lime. It is evident that, in every single particular, experiments should be made by the planter in order to determine what method is best for the special soil and climate where the cultivation is carried on, and in no respect is this more necessary than with manures. The old theory, founded on Liebig's teaching, that, having analyzed the plant and the soil, it was a simple matter of calculation to find out what fertilizers to apply, is now discredited. It is very difficult to estimate correctly what proportion of any particular element in the soil is actually available for the use of plants. And again, it does not follow that all the substances found in analyzing a plant are necessary to its well-being. The physical and mechanical condition of soils appears to be more important than the chemical composition. According to the Bulletin of the Bureau of Agricultural Intelligence and of Plant Diseases for December 1912, modern research into the physical properties of the soil in different parts of the world leads to the conclusion that in studying soil nutrients, the crude form of chemical and mechanical analysis of air-dry soil does not give results that are truly representative of the nutritive potentialities of the soil investigated. For instance, liquids of different compositions can be obtained from the same soil by pressure, washing, trituration, and leaching by rain, and it is held that in nature two soils of similar chemical composition may give rise to entirely different plant conditions as a result of continual alterations in the concentration of the soil waters. Humus. For bananas, it is important that there should be decayed vegetable matter, humus, in the soil. According to Vollecker, the principal effects of humus on the soil are of a physical character, and it exercises particular benefit through its power of retaining moisture. Humus, however, has a distinct chemical action, in that it forms combinations with iron, calcium, and ammonia. It thus becomes one of the principal sources of supply of the nitrogenous food of plants, and a soil rich in humus is one rich in nitrogen. Farmyard manure. Farmyard manure is, to a large extent, composed of humus, and contains all the constituents required by crops. But the physical condition of the soil is also improved by its use, inasmuch as the land is kept porous, and air is allowed free access. It may be spread fresh on the banana fields and plowed in at any time. The great difficulty is to get enough of it, but whatever there is should be applied as soon as the plants are put in, or, generally speaking, at the earliest stage possible in the life history of the plant or ratoon. Green manuring should be used as a substitute, if farmyard is not available. Lime. The use of lime is of the greatest importance, as it increases fertility, chiefly by improving the physical texture of the soil. It is natural to suppose that any soil derived from limestone might have abundance of lime in it, but natural agencies, chiefly the carbonic acid and water in the soil, remove the lime. Professor A.D. Hall states that lime is disappearing from the unmanured plots at Rothamsted under arable cultivation at an approximate rate of 1,000 pounds per acre per annum, a rate which is increased by the use of manures like sulfate of ammonia, but diminished by the use of nitrate of soda and of dung. He says that, failing the renewal of the custom of chalking or liming, the continuous removal of calcium carbonate thus indicated must eventually result in the deterioration of the land to the level of that which has never been chalked at all, and even a state of sterility will ensue if much use is made of acid artificial manures. Dr. Phipson has shown that, on a sugar estate in British Guiana, in fields which have been under cultivation from 10 to 15 years, the percentage of lime in the soil was 0.44 to 0.64, but the percentage in fields cultivated for 60 years had fallen considerably amounting only to 0.11 to 0.40. The action of lime on clay is to cause the minute particles to become grouped together to form larger grains with wider interstices, so that both air and water then percolate more freely. Lime binds sands together somewhat, so that in both cases it improves the tilth and the capillarity of the soil. However, there is a danger of rendering sandy soils too light and open. Lime is also of much value when applied after plowing into the soil, the cut stems and leaves of the banana, or the green manuring, as it helps to decompose the organic matter, or humus, and thus encourages nitrification, and makes the nitrogen and other constituents of the humus available to the crop. If therefore there is only a small quantity of humus in the soil, and it is not renewed, lime does more harm than good, as the humus is speedily used up, and the soil becomes sterile. It improves sour land by neutralizing the acid materials. By combining with certain constituents of the soil, it sets free potash and other useful food material, and so, although not exactly a manure in itself, the effect on the land is that of a manure. Quicklime is suitable for use on stiff clays and on rich soils, while marl and chalk are better for light soils deficient in organic matter. The quicklime should be slacked before spreading. 1 ton per acre every 4 or 5 years has been recommended, and better results may be obtained by applying 4 or 5 cubic tons every year. End of chapter 11.
Section 12 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses by William Fawcett. Fertilizers. It is generally recognized that the great practical problem confronting the soil chemist is the proper use of soil amendments or fertilizers. The farmers of the United States now spend annually for fertilizers upwards of $100 million. It is estimated by various authorities that a large fraction, perhaps as much as 3/4 of the material represented by this expenditure, is misapplied for lack of intelligent direction. Yet, all of this enormous mass of fertilizers can be used to advantage. The Soil Solution by F.K. Cameron, in charge, Physical and Chemical Investigations, Bureau of Soils, U.S. Department of Agriculture, 1911. Experiments have been carried on in various places with fertilizers for bananas, and perhaps the most useful account of these that has been published is of some undertaken by the government of Queensland. In Fiji, also manurial experiments with China bananas have been carried on from 1907. The aim of the experiments has been to test the effects of manures in general, and to see if land on which bananas have been cultivated for some years can be made to give payable returns by the use of manures. The results, according to Mr. C.H. Knowles, Superintendent of Agriculture, Report on Agriculture for the year 1910 Fiji, tend to show that the application of nitrogenous manure and superphosphate is beneficial, and that potash appears to increase the total weight of the crop, but has little or no effect on the number of hands of the bunches. With reference to the application of fertilizers in Queensland, Mr. A.J. Boyle, Queensland Agricultural Journal, 29/48, 1912, informs us that in May 1909, Mr. A.W. Benson, then instructor in fruit culture in Queensland, was debuted by the Minister for Agriculture, Queensland, to proceed to Badura Mountain and select suitable sites on which bananas had been grown for experimental work in manuring. He selected 2 plots of land, both of which were so exhausted that to attempt to grow bananas on them in that condition would have been to court failure. After consultation with the agricultural chemist, Mr. J.C. Brunage, the composition of a complete manure was decided on. The ground having been thoroughly prepared, the planting of bananas was done in September 1909, and the whole work was carried on by the growers under the personal supervision of Messrs. Benson and Brunage. Mr. Benson was appointed Director of Agriculture in Tasmania, but the experiments were continued by Mr. Brunage, who gives the following 4th progress report and table, IBID 26-317-1911, on page 73, as the result of the first harvest of fruit. The first harvest of fruit from the banana manuring experiment blocks has just been completed, and the results are quite satisfactory. The experiments show that exhausted banana lands, as long as the soil is in good physical condition and contains a fair amount of humus, may be made to yield fair profitable crops with thorough cultivation and heavy manuring. Our manurial basis, the minimum quantity of fertilizing materials necessary which have to be applied annually, is 160 pounds of potash, 80 pounds of phosphoric acid, 40 pounds of nitrogen per acre when the stools are planted 12 feet apart, giving 302 stools per acre. With ordinary artificial fertilizer, this amount works out to an application of 3.5 pounds of manure at a cost of about 3.5 pennies per stool. On very poor, exhausted lands, this quantity of manure has to be applied twice a year, about March and October, so that at the end of the first harvest in March, when the plants are 18 months old, the plantation will have just received its 4th application of manure, and the second harvest would be obtained with 5 dressings of manure at a total cost of about 1 shilling, 6 pennies per stool, and with a probable harvest of about 10 dozen the first crop and 25 dozen the second harvest under favorable weather conditions. With regard to the actual artificial fertilizer to be applied, the experiments so far teach us that phosphoric acid should be applied in the form of superphosphate nitrogen in the form of dry blood, or of nitrate nitrogen, nitrate of soda, or nitrate of lime. The stools which received nitrates gave by far the best cooking and heaviest fruit. Ammonium sulfate does not appear to do well as a source of nitrogen. The following Queensland Agricultural Journal 28-349-1912 is the 5th progress report by Mr. J.C. Brunage. Last year, on account of long dry spells, was exceptionally trying to our banana crops, making the crop particularly late. Still, the results of the experimental plots on Burdura Mountain are highly satisfactory and prove clearly the great advantages of thorough and deep cultivation combined with a liberal application of artificial fertilizers. The harvest from the first series of experiments, representing the second year's crop, as the plots were planted in October 1909, is quite up to expectation, as seen from the results tabulated on page 76 through 78. The table gives both the number of dozens of bananas and the number of bunches in brackets for each plot, and also calculated yield per acre. On Mr. Foote's plot, the yield agrees with almost mathematical accuracy with the quantities of artificial fertilizers and the high yields of experimental plots B, F, and I, on which double quantities were applied, with 54, 50, and 4,300 dozens of bananas per acre are easily picked out, and form a striking contrast with the result of the unmanured plot D, on which the stools are practically dying out. On Mr. Guy's plots, first series, the results are not so striking, and in most cases, the bunches were very much later, so that, in order to get a fair comparison of the second year's harvest, which, as a rule, was taken in our experiments up to December in each year, we estimated the crop up to March, figures on the table in italics. The poorer results of Mr. Guy's plots of the first series are partly due to heavy washaways in the earlier stages of growth. So far, no definite conclusions can be drawn from the first series of experiments with regard to the advantages of either superphosphate P or Thomas phosphate PT, but the superiority of dry blood NB and of nitrate of lime NN as a source of nitrogen over ammonium sulfate Na is quite apparent. With regard to the second series of experiments, which were planted in September 1910, the lateness of the crop, due to a rather dry season, is particularly noticeable on Mr. Foote's block, and only on plots L, M, and N, on which, prior to the planting of bananas, a very heavy crop of pigeon peas were grown and plowed under the majority of the bunches was harvested by the end of December. The crop itself is not quite up to the results of the first year's crop of the first series. The stools, however, look particularly well, and the growth of the second suckers is quite phenomenal, resembling the healthy, vigorous growth of bananas on virgin scrubland, so that the second year's harvest should be a very heavy one. On Mr. Guy's block, second series, the bunches matured earlier all round, and the yield was quite as good as that of the first crop of the first series, experimental plots 12 and 14, with the double amount of fertilizers, giving again the best results. On all the experimental plots, green manures were grown between the bananas, and the crop of small, Mauritius bean and cowpea on Mr. Foote's block were very heavy, covering the ground well. These crops are being cut down, as the season of many thunderstorms is pretty well over. The stools mulched with the green manure, and the ground between the rows to be well scuffled and cultivated afterwards. The early maturing of bunches in the rows, on which a heavy crop of pigeon pea was grown and plowed in, has already been noticed, and this must be due to the large amount of humus enabling the ground to hold the moisture better. The leguminous crops on Mr. Guy's blocks are not doing so well, and this is undoubtedly due to a greater want of lime in this soil. This fact was borne out by the analysis of soils taken from the limed and unlimed portion of the second series, when we found that the lime soil contained only 0.22% total and 0.054% available citric and soluble lime, whereas the unlimed soil gave a little higher results, but both soils had a strong acid reaction. When planting green manure crops between the rows of bananas, it is very important to keep the stools themselves clear, as in dry seasons, the green crop would rob the ground of too much moisture. It is advisable to have the ground covered during the season of heavy rainfalls. The crop should afterwards be cut down and the soil cultivated during the dry months. It is quite evident that only soils with a fairly large amount of humus will grow bananas successfully, and the humus can easily be supplied by suitable green manure crops. Our experiments should show how long bananas can be grown profitably on old exhausted banana lands by the aid of heavy applications of artificial fertilizers, costing, with 2 dressings, with the double standard amounts, about 1 shilling, 3 pennies per stool annually. The advantages of utilizing old lands are many, and should amply pay for the heavy cost of fertilizers. The following translation of an article on manures for the banana by M.A. Couturier of Paris is by Dr. James Niche, Journal, Agricultural Society, Jamaica, 7/175, 1903, who has added notes in brackets. The banana requires a complete manure, bringing to the soil at the same time nitrogen, phosphoric acid, and potash. with predominance of the last named element. We are happy to find ourselves on this point in perfect agreement with the views of M. Dugas on the one part, and on the other part, with those of M. Tessinier, Chief of the Agricultural Service of French Guiana, who has studied very closely on his own ground the manuring of the banana. Most frequently, the dead leaves and stems of the banana are used as manure. In these, it is thought that the greater part of the elements removed from the soil are restored to it, but the useful effect of this vegetable matter is very feeble on account of the slowness of their decomposition, and it is preferable, according to the authoritative advice of Semler, to make compost of them and mixing them with ashes, lime, farmyard, manure, etc., and to allow them to rot during a year. Still, it will be necessary to add potash and phosphoric acid in which they are deficient. The guanos, generally employed at the Azores and in the Canary Islands, the oil cakes, and the fish manure employed in India are equally insufficient and ought also to be made complete by the addition of potassic and phosphated manures. Some excellent results have been obtained in Madeira in a volcanic soil, poor in potash and in phosphoric acid, but rich in nitrogen and better provided with carbonate of lime than the greater part of tropical soils by the application of a complete manure testing. Nitrogen, 13%, potash, 20%, phosphoric acid, 16%. This manure, which is a mixture of very concentrated and very soluble products, is applied in the proportion of 50 grams per plant, equal to 1 3/4 ounces, in a trench made about 18 inches around the stem. The application of this manure is made twice a year, so that each plant receives in all 100 grams of the mixture 3½ ounces. To us, this quantity appears too little, also that it would be to the interest of the planter to strengthen still more the proportion of potash in the complete manure by giving the whole of the nitrogen under an organic form, as oil cake, guanos, fish manure, farmyard manure, compost, etc. We advise the trial of a manure testing. Potash, 20%. Phosphoric acid, 10%. This manure can be very easily prepared by mixing for manuring a hectare, planting with 1,500 plants, equal to 600 plants per acre, 400 kilos of sulfate of potash, containing 50% of potash, and 600 kilos of mineral superphosphate, or the same quantity of basic slag, which would furnish at the same time lime and phosphoric acid. To reduce the expense of transport, there would be equally an advantage in giving the phosphoric acid in the form of superphosphate containing 45% of phosphoric acid. There would then be required 240 kilograms per hectare. These quantities, reduced to English weights and measures, would be as follows. 400 kilos of sulfate of potash per hectare are equal to 880 pounds, and this is equal to 344 pounds per acre. 600 kilos of mineral superphosphate are equal to 1,300 pounds per hectare, and this is equal to 530 pounds per acre. And 240 kilos of the stronger superphosphate, generally known as Professor Wagner's double phosphate, are equal to 528 pounds per hectare, represented by 211.2 pounds per acre. The mixture can be easily made without there being any fear of loss of fertilizing materials. It should be employed in the proportion of 400 or 600 grams per plant, according as the preference may be given to the double superphosphate or to the common kind, equal to 14 ounces and to 1 pound 5 ounces respectively. Care must be taken to place the manure in a trench made around the stem, avoiding placing it in direct contact with the latter so as to prevent accidents. This manure cost, at the maximum 200 francs per hectare, about 1.5 pennies per plant, without counting the nitrogenous manures. It is a very small expense which will be largely compensated by the regularity of and increased yield in the crops. The Director of Agriculture in Jamaica states in his annual report for 1909 through 1910, with reference to that colony only, that some recent experiments with manures have confirmed our former conclusions that bananas do not require fertilizers and that humus, lime, and drainage are the chief factors that are of practical importance to the cultivator of this crop in Jamaica. If it be remembered that the drain on an acre of land by the removal of 300 stems of bananas is less than that of the crops of wheat grown at Rothamsted for 60 years on the same soil without manure, it is not a matter for surprise that the banana should be so little responsive to chemical fertilizers. End of section 12.
Chapter 13 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elizabeth Mason. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Fungus diseases. 1. Diseases of the bulb and leaves. Panama and Costa Rica. McKenney, in May 1910, gave an account of a disease in Panama and Costa Rica. The disease was first noticed among the various plantations in Panama in 1906, in fields 5 to 6 years old. From certain spots it spread all round, affecting at last a considerable area. The fields, when 10 years old, were absolutely worthless. 30 miles from this district, the disease makes its appearance, but only sporadically. In Costa Rica, it is serious in certain localities. Quote, commonly, the first external sign is a rapid yellowing and subsequent browning and wilting of one or more leaves. Sometimes there is a striking curvature and yellowing of the terminal part of the leaf blade, while the remainder is still green. Eventually, all the leaves die and fall back against the trunk, leaving a crop of suckers which in turn are killed and give place to still weaker shoots. The fruit of diseased shoots rarely matures, and even when mature is worthless, with blotched, somewhat shriveled surface and dry, pithy interior. Shoots which develop after 1 or 2 suckers have died rarely reach the flowering stage. When they do, however, weak, distorted, worthless bunches are produced. On cutting the pseudostem, trunk, across and longitudinally, many of the bundles are found to be of a yellow, reddish, or reddish-purple color, the color deepening towards the rootstock. In the last stages, the color of the bundles may be almost black. While in recently affected plants, the vessels of the upper part of the stalk and the leaves may be normal, those of the rootstock, bulb, are always colored. A nauseating odor is often given off when leaf stalks which have been diseased for some time are cut open, though there may be no sign of rotting in the trunk." Unquote. McKenney found both bacteria and fungus hyphae in the gummy substance blocking cells and vessels of the xylem portion of the vascular bundles, but did not determine the cause of the disease. H. Levy described the disease in Costa Rica in 1910. He points out what seems to be a characteristic of this particular disease, that the sheaths of the trunk of young plants split from the bulb upwards for a distance of 1 to 2 feet, sometimes right through to the heart, in which case the young embryo leaves push out through the aperture and develop. Quote, "With the older plants, the first sign of infection is manifested in a different way. A fringe of yellow will appear on the lower leaves of the plant. After a few days, the entire lot of leaves turn yellow. At this stage it is often confounded with suckers suffering from drought or lack of drainage. But in a few days the disease puts on another symptom which is peculiar to it. All the leaves suddenly turn a brown color and hang quite limply down the side of the sucker, the heart, leaf, and bunch, if young, turning black. In a sick bunch, the tips of the fingers present a pinched-in appearance, something like dry weather fruit, when it begins to ripen in the open. It will not do so evenly as a healthy bunch would, but one finger here and there all over the bunch, the yellow fingers showing up in contrast to the green ones. The leaves have not such a crisp feel as those that are found on dry weather bananas, or from the natural shedding of the leaves, but a soft, damp feel, which continues until all the moisture dries out. It is only a matter of time when the whole tree rots to the ground, giving off a very offensive smell. At all stages of growth, if the bulb of an infected sucker be split open, the heart will be found rotten and composed of a putrid yellow mass. Further out, the fibers will be found to be firmer, but still in a decomposing state and having a yellowish tinge, until the outer part is reached, and here will be found, say about 1 inch from the surface, a bright red streak flanked to the outside and inside by a brighter yellow than occurs on the other part of the cut surface. The red streak follows all the passages to the roots and continues all along these to their extremities. All the roots will present a sickly appearance, some quite dead, others partly so, but none quite healthy. The smell given off by a diseased banana sucker is offensive and peculiar, and if once experienced, cannot be mistaken." Unquote. Cuba. Erwin Smith reported that he had investigated a disease of bananas which occurs in Cuba, and from his material had isolated a species of Fusarium, F. cubans, which, when inoculated into the midrib, leaf stalk, and trunk, gave a typical discoloration of the vascular bundles, and from these the fungus was again isolated. The experiments had to be discontinued before the bulb could be infected. Trinidad. The moco is a variety of plantain which was at one time commonly grown in Trinidad as a shade plant for young cacao. About 20 years ago, this variety was almost extirpated by a disease which was not investigated until 1910, when J.B. Rohrer, the mycologist of the Department of Agriculture of Trinidad, commenced a careful study of it. At first he supposed it was the Panama disease, many of the symptoms being similar, but the longitudinal splitting of the leaf sheaths forming the trunk, which is so characteristic of the Panama disease, does not occur, and the common banana or Gros Michel, which is so susceptible to the Panama disease, appears to be practically immune from the moco disease. The results of Rohrer's exhaustive study of this disease were published in April 1911 under the title A Bacterial Disease of Bananas and Plantains in Phytopathology, and reprinted by the Board of Agriculture of Trinidad. The disease is caused by a bacterium, Bacillus musae. This organism was isolated from diseased plants and used to infect other varieties and species of Musa. The red banana and the dwarf or China banana, Musa cavendishii, succumbed to inoculation. The Manila hemp plant, Musa textilis, proved to be quite resistant, and although some of the inoculated plants of the common banana, Gros Michel, died, the progress of the disease was slow, some remained apparently quite healthy, and the fact that this variety has never been found to be naturally affected leads Rohrer to believe that it is, as has been stated above, practically immune from this particular disease. This disease has been easily kept under control in Trinidad on several small plantings of plantains and bananas by sanitary measures alone. As soon as a diseased plant is noticed, it is dug up and burnt on the spot, and all tools and instruments used in the work are sterilized by fire. All suckers are examined before planting. The symptoms of the disease, according to Rohrer, are as follows. Quote, "The presence of the disease is, as a rule, first detected in the lower leaves. The leaf blades droop a little more than usual, and have a slightly yellowish tinge, symptoms very similar to those brought about by drought. Soon, however, the stalk of one of the leaves gives way just at the base of the leaf blade, and all the other leaves quickly break down in a similar manner. Eventually, the terminal leaf, too, bends over, and the plant dies and rots down to the ground. Transverse sections of the trunk show that practically all the vessels are discolored, the color ranging from pale yellow to dark brown or bluish black, and filled with bacteria. The discolored bundles run back into the true stem, and thence into the young suckers and buds. Sometimes, in badly diseased plants, the tissues of the leaf stalks and stems are broken down completely, so that fairly large bacterial cavities are formed. If transverse sections of leaf or stem are let stand for a short time, the cut surfaces soon become covered with bacterial drops which have been forced out from the ends of the bundles. If the sections, when freshly cut, are put in large covered dishes away from the air, pure cultures of the organism may be obtained directly from these drops. If the disease is not severe, or a plant does not become infected until it has just formed a bunch of fruit, it may remain perfectly healthy looking, but many of the young fruits, or fingers, do not properly mature. They remain small and eventually become black and rotten. In such cases, it is found that there are some discolored bundles filled with bacteria in the leaves, stem, fruit stalk, or fruits. When diseased suckers are planted, the terminal leaf frequently turns black and dries up so that the plant dies." Unquote. Rohrer states that the true Panama disease also exists in Trinidad. Suriname. In April 1911, ShrimpPhish published in the Annals of Botany an account of a so-called Panama disease which is virulent in Suriname, and described a fungus which he believes is the cause of the disease. The disease appeared on fields only 1 year old, and the loss amounted to 25 to 75% of the second and third crops. On some fields, the entire crop was lost. It is only since extensive fields of the commercial banana, Jamaican banana, Gros Michel, have been planted that this disease has attracted attention. This banana appears to be most susceptible. The lady's finger banana, the common plantain, and the China banana are not subject to it. The first symptoms of the disease in Suriname, according to ShrimpPhish, are a withering of the margin of the leaves and a discoloration along the midrib. Sometimes the youngest, unopened, leaf withers, the others remaining healthy. Sometimes the older leaves wither before there is any arrest of growth in the youngest leaf. Then development ceases, the leaves droop, the plant looks water-starved, wrinkles appear in the sheath, trunk, and midrib of the leaves, which gradually dry up, and finally the trunk bends down along a line of least resistance. As soon as the disease becomes evident, the bulb, when cut, shows signs of putrefaction. Its whitish color has turned yellowish with reddish-brown spots or streaks. The roots do not begin to decay before the tissue at their base is affected, proving that the germ does not enter by them. ShrimpPhish has traced the starting point of disintegration to an old wound surface, and he says that there is, quote, reason to assume that the fungus at the start behaves as a wound parasite or saprophyte, living at first on the exudation and by degrees making its way up into the damaged vessels." Unquote. The disease is caused by a previously undescribed fungus, which the author proposes to call Ustiliginoidula musiperda. The fungus at first attacks the fibrovascular bundles, preventing the passage of water along the wood vessels, which explains the water-starved appearance of the plant, and then spreads outwards, forming numerous spores of more than one kind. In the rhizome, bulb, of a diseased plant, the fungus is found chiefly in the wood vessels and adjoining tissue. The vessels become discolored, and the sap is absorbed by the fungus in them. The first change in the parenchyma is an unusual cloudiness of the protoplasm, apparently caused by an enzyme secreted by the fungus. The brown discoloration and the slimy degeneration of the walls of the vessels must also be ascribed to an enzyme. Gradually, the cell contents are absorbed and replaced by the cartilaginous sclerosum. Transverse sections of the leaf blade show that the hyphae in the vessels send out branches at right angles to the walls. These end in the intercellular spaces among the subepidermal cells and produce oblong or irregular sclerotia. In the sheath, special sclerotia are formed in the star-shaped parenchyma cells. The hyphae which enter these cells send branches into the rays, where they form sclerotia which give rise to little spores. In the leaf blade, the fertile hyphae develop in or among the palisade parenchyma cells. Some of them reach the inner walls of the outermost parenchyma layer, forming sclerotia, which, after remaining dormant for a time, produce spores. The spores may remain in the sclerosum, or the pressure of the surrounding tissues may force them into the cells above. They become free after the leaf has decayed. The hyphae may also penetrate into the subepidermal layers, filling the cells with sclerotia, or they may emerge on the surface of the leaf as little brown gall-like swellings, mycocystidia. Sometimes they go back through the epidermis or through the stomata, or they ramify all over the surface of the leaf, producing numerous sickle-shaped conidia. Essed found bacteria, but proved by inoculation of healthy plants that the fungus, and not the bacteria, was the cause of the disease as it occurs in Suriname. He was not successful in finding remedies to prevent the spreading of the disease. Plants once diseased, of course, cannot be cured, and therefore remedies must be limited to a prevention of spreading. Spraying with Bordeaux mixture the plants all round an infected spot, and burning infected plants, is the natural suggestion to make as a beginning. The United Fruit Company employ an expert agent to travel and collect every kind of disease-resistant commercial banana for their plantations in Jamaica and in continental America. They had great hopes at first of a variety which was called the Congo banana, and was reputed to have come originally from the west coast of Africa. Although immune from disease, and planted to some extent as an experiment in Suriname, in substitution of the Jamaican, the fruit has not found favor with the fruit merchants, as the fingers ripen irregularly and are apt to get broken at the neck and drop off before becoming fully ripe. See under Suriname in Chapter 29. Suriname elephantiasis disease. Besides the Panama disease, another disease has long been known, though never widespread, in the banana fields of Suriname and Colombia, but it does not cause much apprehension among the planters. The disease shows as a swelling, sometimes enormous, of the base of the trunk, hence called Biggie Futo, or elephantiasis. The oldest leaves then begin to wither, owing to rupture of the tissue close to the trunk. These leaves hang on during the winter and do not look any different from the ordinary dead leaves, but careful examination shows a number of little galls, mycocystidia, on the sheaths and leaf stalks, some of them projecting through the epidermis. The end of the shoot may go on growing for some time after the outer leaves are dead, but the young leaves are always poorly developed and chlorotic. At this stage, the upper part of the rhizome, bulb, can be broken off clean by a slight pull. Sections in the rhizome show that the fungus attacks first the outer and upper part of the parenchyma. The sloughing of the lower leaves is probably due to tension caused by the enormous quantities of hyphae making their way through the tissues to the outside of the leaf sheaths, and probably also to a slow disintegration caused by enzymes secreted by the fungus. As the fungus extends horizontally just below the bases of the outermost leaves, it is probable that this is the region of infection. If it is only when the tissues at this point are young and thin that infection can take place, the slow spread of the disease receives a ready explanation. Essed obtained from the diseased plants pure cultures of a fungus, and has named it Ustilagenoidula edipigera. The spread of the disease can be checked by spraying with Bordeaux mixture. The latest information on the subject of the principal disease in Suriname is given by Drost in Bulletin No. 26 of the Department of Agriculture, Suriname. The author states that this disease is different from that prevalent in Panama and Costa Rica, though it has long been known as the Panama disease, and although it also attacks principally the Gros Michel variety. He bases this statement on a comparison of Levy's description of the true Panama disease with the symptoms of the Suriname form as observed by himself. He proposes the name Suriname-Panama disease to distinguish it from the form prevalent in Central America. The principal symptoms of the Suriname disease are given as follows. 1. The occurrence of yellow spots on the leaves. This is best seen in young plants. It cannot be taken as a definite symptom, as it may be occasioned by other causes. 2. The sudden appearance of one or more incompletely developed leaves. 3. Longitudinal splitting of the external leaf sheath. 4. In the most usual form, plants of 6 months or older, which have been previously healthy, show a softening, ribbing, and folding of the heart leaf, provided no fruit is present. The older leaves break off at the junction of the stalk and leaf sheath, turn yellow, and die in a few days. The plants are quite dead a few weeks later. When fruit is present, the trunk remains with the bunch at the top, but the fruit is without value, as even when it is apparently ripe, it has no taste. The root systems of diseased bananas do not appear to be less strong than those of healthy plants. On cutting open a diseased bulb, it is seen that the vascular bundles are discolored brown, and that the discoloration extends into some of the bundles of the leaf sheath, as well as, in some cases, into certain of the vascular strands of the roots. The central portion of the bulb may commence to rot when the disease is in an advanced condition, but the outside remains firm for some time. The main differences between this description and that of Levy are that there are no external symptoms of disease in the roots, that the plants dry up and do not rot, and that there is no smell. The absence of rotting in the bulb is a particularly noticeable point of difference, except in the final stages of the disease. Drost has shown by infection experiments that the Suriname-Panama disease is due to a fungus named Leptospora musae, which has cephalosporium and fusarium stages in its life history. It can penetrate the root hairs and thence spread into the central bundle of the roots, whence it passes into the rootstock and ascends the vascular bundles of the leaf sheaths. Usually, however, it attacks directly the bundles exposed at the place where the suckers have been cut from the mother plant, under the surface of the soil. The fungus is not, as a rule, found in the leaf blade or in the fruit stalk. India. A disease of bananas was reported in April 1911 by S.K. Basu as occurring near Chinsura, Bengal. The variety of banana known as Kanthali suffered much, but the most profitable variety, known as Martaman, suffered most, so much so that this variety of banana has become practically extinct in these localities. The varieties known as Champa and Kuncha, the latter being used green as a vegetable, are free from all attack of this disease. The chief symptoms of the disease are 1. The turning yellow of some of the older, though otherwise healthy leaves. 2. The formation of one or more much reduced leaves at the crown. 3. The gradual withering of the younger leaves. And 4. Finally, the breaking down of the plant. The disease progresses so rapidly that in 10 or 15 days from the first appearance of it, the plant is found dead. By cutting a plant transversely near the base of the leaf sheath, the disease becomes noticeable either as black, brown, or yellow spots, varying in size from that of a circle 3 or 4 inches across. In longitudinal sections, these spots appear like streaks, which seem to pass from the roots upwards into the root stalk and the leaf sheaths. In many places where a young plant is still attached to another plant, the disease passes from the mother plant to the young offshoot, directly through the point of contact. Microscopic examination of the sections of the rootstock and the leaf sheath revealed the presence of hyaline or slightly colored septate hyphae in or about the fibrovascular bundles. In some cases, minute, colorless, more or less oval-shaped spores of a fungus known as cephalosporium have been noticed appearing in balls or clusters from short stalks or conidiophores within the vessels. In the course of a day, the mycelium produced a new form of crescent-shaped spores of the fungus known as fusarium, but no higher form of fructification than these two have been noticed. Jamaica. A disease of the leaves in Jamaica was reported by F.S. Earle in 1903. The disease causes the browning of the vascular bundles in the veins and midrib of the leaf, followed by the blackening and eventual decay of the whole leaf and its stalk. The disease does not extend into other parts of the plant, but as new leaves open out, they also become affected. The diseased plants are stunted and do not bear fruit. The disease appears to travel slowly, and to have been introduced into the small field by suckers from neglected patches in the neighborhood. It did not spread later from the spot where it was first noticed into the district round. Earle obtained cultures of a bacterium from the diseased leaves, which he sent to Irwin F. Smith of the USA Department of Agriculture, Washington, who stated that he inoculated leaves of bananas in Washington with this material, but without result. The mycelium of Marasmia simiustis, Burke and Kurt, penetrates the tissues of the trunk and attacks the embryonic flowers and flower stalk as they grow up through the center of the trunk. The fructifications, small toadstools, appear on the surface of the trunk. The color is white, becoming a yellowish-brown as they dry. The pileus is 1/2 to 1 inch broad, attached to its stem eccentrically, at first convex, then flat, gills wide apart, and, as they approach the stem, connected by wrinkles. Stem 1/2 to 3/4 inch long, thin, compressed. It has been known in Jamaica and Trinidad for some years. A planter in Jamaica, who has had great experience, writes as follows, quote, "I am of opinion that this disease only makes its appearance upon young plants that are growing on very poor or waterlogged land. I have seen it in my fields repeatedly, but it has no detrimental effect on healthy plants. The sucker that it makes its appearance on is generally a weak one, which in any case would not be kept to come to maturity. The disease seems harmless, as I find it plentiful in my banana walks upon such suckers as have suffered injury, but it does not attack the strong, healthy ones. Personally, I have no fear of its doing material damage." Unquote. Outbreaks of the Suriname-Panama disease occurred in Jamaica in 1911, but the disease was promptly suppressed and has not made its appearance since. In one case, the plants, after being cut down, were chopped up and treated with heavy dressings of lime. In another case, the plants were destroyed by fire. According to the Infectious Diseases of Plants law, all bananas within a distance of 22 yards of any diseased plant must also be destroyed, and the infected land must be surrounded by a fence sufficiently strong to prevent people passing through, and to keep out straying animals. All instruments used on the diseased plants are disinfected by fire, and no banana plants may be grown on the land for a certain time, until there is no risk from rusting spores which may infect the land. Other diseases of the banana have been observed since January 1911. One, a rot of the heart leaves, was suppressed by cutting away the infected portion and spraying with Bordeaux mixture. Another, caused by a fungus attacking the roots and outer portion of the bulb, and carried by cutlass infection from plant to plant, was quickly put down. A third, the banana spot disease, spread so rapidly that very prompt measures had to be taken, and the plants were destroyed by fire. No botanical examinations of these 3 diseases was made. A fourth disease, found in neglected cultivations and known locally as saltpeter and blackhead, has been determined by the mycologist of Jamaica to be the well-known pineapple disease of the sugar cane, Thylaviopsis ethicedicus, but this disease is not considered dangerous if remedial measures be promptly taken. It is supposed that the Suriname-Panama disease had been present in Jamaica for 5 years, and possibly for 8 or 10 years, and yet only 5% of the plants on the infected area were diseased. The inference drawn by the Director of Agriculture is that the conditions in Jamaica favor a strong constitution in the plants, making them almost immune from this disease. Under the Infectious Diseases Law, no one is allowed to grow diseased bananas or other economic plants which may spread disease to his neighbors. Any person having reason to believe that disease exists in land neighboring to his own may notify the person in charge to carry out the treatment prescribed under the law. If no attention is paid to this, the matter is reported to an inspector. Inspectors may inspect plants suspected to be diseased and are empowered to carry out the treatment prescribed at the cost of the owners. If it is impossible to cure the disease, the plants are to be cut down and burnt. 2. Root destruction by fungus mycelia. 1. Stone fungus. The soil of banana cultivations in Australia is occasionally found to be compacted in irregularly shaped masses that have an almost stone-like density. These masses are due to the mycelium of a fungus filling every interstice of that portion of soil and enclosing root fibers and other bodies. The outer surfaces of these masses are defined by a thin, dense, almost black layer, principally formed by iron that the organic matter present, in the form of this fungus matter, has caused to be segregated round it. When they involve the roots of growing plants, such as those of the banana, these succumb to their attacks, and the plants themselves fail to thrive. One of these stone-making fungi has been described, occurring in South Australia. When these masses are detected in the soil, they should be dug out and thrown upon a fire, so as to raise them to a high temperature. A solution of sulfate of iron applied to the soil in which they occur may destroy the fungus growth. 2. Another fungus attacks the banana in Australia through its root system, a kind of toadstool, probably Armillaria malea, that commonly occasions tree root rot. In this case, the plant ceases to thrive. The stems are short and slender, and the foliage yellowish and unhealthy looking. On digging up the stool, white threads, strands of mycelia or rhizomorphs, are seen traversing it in all directions, and giving off a decided fungus odor. A section of the stool itself will discover these threads also occurring within the tissue of the older portions, small cavities now occurring, being white in consequence. These parts, too, are dead and of a brown color, with numerous dark particles disseminated throughout them. When this trouble occurs, the plant should be dug out and burnt, and the soil for a foot or two around removed and sterilized by heat, or receive a generous application of fresh lime that is to be dug well in. As a rule, this root fungus only occurs where the bananas have been planted in newly felled land, and, originating in certain decaying roots that still lie in the soil, it passes to the rootstocks of its victims, being enabled to establish injurious relations with these when growth has been interfered with by dry weather or other physical causes. It commonly persists for a long time in a spot in which it has once manifested itself, attacking plant after plant as healthy bananas have been substituted for unhealthy ones. Some loss is caused among banana plants in Fiji by a disease locally called the banana disease. It shows its presence in the dwarfing of the plant and a rather sudden tapering off towards the crown, where the leaves are small and yellowish green. If the upper part of such a plant is cut open, the leaves which have not yet appeared above the plant will be found to be crumpled up and will lengthen out considerably immediately on being released. There is doubt as to the exact nature of the disease, which has been in Fiji for 18 years, and although plants have been imported from different parts of the world, they seem to be as subject to the attack as the local plants. On digging up a diseased plant, many of the roots will be found to be black and rotten, and on examining a little of the decomposed root under a microscope, very many nematode worms are to be seen together with fungal hyphae. 3. Diseases of the fruit. Ripe rot fungus, fruit anthracnose or blackening, Gliosporium musarum, CKE, and mass. This disease chiefly affects ripe or ripening fruit, and its presence is marked by black blotches, which spread over the surface, causing rotting. It is due to the attacks of a fungus that occurs in the black areas in the form of a pinkish dust-like substance that is closely sprinkled over them. This matter is composed of the mast spores of the organism that, adherent to one another, issue through point-like orifices in the skin and are connected with mycelium, spawn threads, growing throughout the adjacent tissue. The dust-like spores are readily detached, float about in the air, and promptly sprout when they settle on a damp surface, sending their germ tubes into the injured or ripe surface tissue. Sound fruit can be affected, and young, immature bananas may be attacked if they are in the neighborhood of rotting fruit or vegetable matter. All fruit should be handled as carefully as eggs, as the spores of the ripe rot fungus will soon find out any bruised surface. The ripe rot has caused much damage to bananas in the Canary Islands and also in Australia. The Jamaican banana is not subject to this disease, but the Chinese banana easily falls a victim. Banana scab. The earliest stages, as they occur on fairly well-grown but still green bananas, such as would be cut for shipment, are as follows. A reddish-brown color appears on the green skin in the form of minute transverse markings. These markings soon merge into a uniform brown area, often of a considerable extent, some parts of which may become black. In the midst of this dark-colored area, numerous shallow longitudinal cracks make their appearance. Following upon the appearance of the cracks, the skin begins to dry up and take on a grayish-brown color, the cracks meanwhile assuming larger dimensions. The drying up extends to the inner layers of the skin, and the pulp is affected, becoming discolored and dry under the patches of affected skin. Pustules may be found on the diseased skin in the form of minute raised points, which give off spores by which the disease is spread. Care should be taken to destroy all scabby fruit, and if the disease is prevalent, to spray with Bordeaux mixture. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Insect Pests. The Banana Weevil Borer. Sphenophorus sordidus. This borer, which causes so much damage to bananas, belongs to the family of weevils, the chief feature of which is the rostrum formed by the continuation of the forepart of the head. It is nearly related to the weevil borer of the sugar cane, S. sericeus, but is smaller and of a more uniform dark color. The annual loss caused in Fiji by the ravages of this insect probably amounts to many thousands of pounds. It is a most difficult pest to deal with, owing to its habits, the whole life history being spent in the bulb or in the soil. Effect on the plant. Young suckers attacked by the borer wither and quickly die. The first indication that a sucker is attacked is the death of the young leaves while still unrolled. The bulb, when cut open, is found to be riddled by the larvae. The plants attacked at a later stage in their growth have the appearance of healthy plants, and when a certain stage in the growth has been reached, they produce a good bunch, and the presence of the borer does not seem to have affected it. The adult weevils are abundant in the soil about the roots, and are often found sheltering under dead leaves at the base of the stem. Habits and life history. The eggs have not yet been discovered, but it is believed that they are deposited singly upon the base of the stem about ½ an inch above the level of the soil, as the burrows of the larvae can be traced from minute spots there. The burrows widen in their course as the larvae progress, and terminate in a pouch near the surface in which the larva pupates. The larval period lasts about 20 days, a period of from 6 to 8 days from the time of pupation elapses before the emergence of the adult. The adults remain in the soil for some time, and then come to the surface to deposit their eggs. The length of life of the adult is not known. They have been kept in dry earth without food for 3 months. In all probability the borer continues to breed all the year round, so long as there is a plentiful food supply. A plantation lying fallow for a year would cause the beetle either to migrate in search of food, or to be starved. The planting of crops which the borer would not attack upon land previously planted with bananas would have the same effect. Larva. The larva is a fleshy, footless, cream-colored grub measuring 20 millimeters in length and 8 millimeters in breadth. The head is light brown in color, while the cervical shield is pale yellow. Adult. The adult beetle measures 14 millimeters in length and 4 millimeters in breadth. The color is black. The rostrum is 4 millimeters long. The antennae are elbowed. The elytra, or hard-shielding wings, are marked with longitudinal grooves. Prevention and remedies. The banana borer is a very difficult pest to deal with, and it is believed that the only effectual means of dealing with it is by the agency of natural enemies, if they can be found. There is no doubt that a system of rotation of crops would do much to diminish the number of borers on a plantation, as they would, in this event, either die from starvation or have to seek elsewhere for food. Clean cultivation and the destruction of all old banana stems and roots would eliminate favorite breeding places. Experiments have shown that in captivity, adults will not live in soil without food for longer than 14 weeks. In a state of nature they might live a little longer, but as they have not been kept alive with a plentiful supply of food for longer than 17 weeks, it is not thought that without food they will live longer than about 4 months. A rotation of crops, which would prevent bananas being grown on the same ground for the space of at least a year after the harvesting of the last crop, would probably rid the land of many of these insects. Care should, however, be taken to see that no stumps are left rotting in the soil, except as traps, to attract the beetles. These should be destroyed periodically by burning or burying with carbon bisulfide. Mr. Jepson, the government entomologist, proposes to visit certain islands in the East Indies with the object of endeavoring to discover some efficient parasites of this borer which are supposed to exist there. H. Tryon states that weevil borers belonging to this genus are found in various tropical countries. S. sordidus is found also in the Straits settlements. The common species of the West Indies is usually named S. syracuse, though the Martinique species is S. lyratus. S. obscurus is found in Papa and the Sandwich, Solomon, and Society Islands, attacking the banana as well as other plants. In Queensland, so far, it is only found in connection with sugarcane. S. musocola occurs in Madagascar. S. striatus in Guinea and Madeira. The beetle borer, Tomarus bituberculatus. The larva damages the banana bulb in the West Indies much in the same way as that of the weevil borer, and its attacks should be met in a similar manner. The adult insect is a large, shiny black beetle of the typical hardback form. White fly, Elaerodicius. 2 species at least of this genus are known to attack the banana. A. cocois is a common pest of the coconut palm in the West Indies and tropical America, and often migrates in large numbers to banana plantations. The colonies of this minute insect are recognized by the leaves being covered with short wax threads, among which are the immature forms, somewhat like scale insects, and the winged adults. The wings are covered with a fine waxy dust, like flour. If the pest is at all serious, the best remedy is to cut off the affected leaves and burn them. The larger moth borer, Castina lichus. This sugarcane pest also attacks the banana, the larva boring into the trunk in South America and Trinidad. A Lepidopterous pest causing banana scab. The banana scab of Fiji is due to the destructive agency of the larva of a small moth, as yet unidentified. Slight attacks of scab appear to have no detrimental effect upon the production or quality of the fruit. The way in which the fruit is marked, however, renders it unsightly, and consequently the retailer cannot dispose of bananas so affected as easily as unmarked fruit. Appearance of affected fruit. The first indication that banana fruit is affected by scab is the appearance of minute longitudinal cracks on the incurved side of the fruit. Later these cracks increase in number and run together, and the whole of this portion of the fruit becomes affected with a brownish discoloration. The skin now commences to dry, and the cracks increase slightly in size. If unchecked, the cracks extend through the skin to the edible portion, which then commences to decay. Habits and life history. When the small cracks referred to are first noticed, examination will reveal the presence of minute pale yellow larvae. The small strips eaten away by these larvae represent the cracks which are so conspicuous in affected fruit. As soon as the flowering stalk appears, the moth commences to lay its eggs upon the large encircling bract. The larvae, upon hatching, enter the bract at this spot and commence to eat the skin of the young banana. The minute thread-like larvae can be seen in great numbers on the fruit as the bunch appears from the bract. Prevention. Pyrethrum dusted onto each hand by means of a puff ball before the bract has properly opened is recommended by Mr. Jepson as being a very satisfactory method of dealing with this pest. The ripe rot fly, Drosophila ampelophila. Major T. Brown, entomologist to the Department of Agriculture, New Zealand, has described the fly. Length 2.5 millimeters. Color variable, usually brownish yellow. Eyes bright red.
Head as wide as thorax, with 4 black setae on the vertex, and about 6 along the inner margin of each eye. Wings, large, hyaline, unspotted. This little cosmopolitan fly has become a great nuisance, especially during warm weather, when it attacks all sorts of fruit, more particularly bananas, oranges, and pineapples, which have been bruised or begun to decay. It also commits havoc with good fruit that has been cut. Fruit fly, Dacus trioni, frogt. Mr. H. Tryon writes of this fly that it punctures the skin of the green banana before it is of full size, and deposits its eggs beneath in groups of a few individuals. The position is marked by a small black spot contrasting with the green skin, which whitens out later to form a blotch of discoloration. The maggots burrow into the pulp, which becomes soft and brown and soon decays. When the larva is only a few days old, it passes out at the fruit and drops on the soil, when it enters to pupate. In due course the pupa gives rise to the fly, which is generally brown-colored with conspicuous pale yellow glossy blotches on the mid-body, the clear wings having 2 smoke-colored bands, one all along their fore borders, the other extending slantingly across them. Mr. Tryon's recommendations for the prevention of fruit fly are as follows. 1. The destruction of breeding grounds adjoining banana plantations. Mangoes, oranges, loquats, peaches, guavas, etc., that are found to be infected should be gathered and destroyed. If such fruit trees are practically wild and not a source of income, they should be extirpated as sources of danger. 2. Formerly the southern states, or Victoria at least, required planters to protect the fruit destined for their markets from fly attack by covering it with hessian or stocking net, and a special tubular net was manufactured for the purpose. The use of the net is not now compulsory, but it is certainly effective if applied at the time the fruit is 2/3 grown. The natives of Papa wrap their banana bunches with tapa or other suitable material to prevent the attacks of injurious animals. 3. Avoid leaving damaged or defective fruit on the plantation, as it may serve as breeding ground for the fly. 4. Learn to recognize the fingers that have been stung, and detach and destroy them. This procedure is an object of careful provision on the part of inspectors under the Diseases in Plants Act of Queensland. Fruit fly, Dacus curvipennis. Mr. W. W. Frogat, government entomologist, New South Wales, has bred out this fruit fly from banana, shipped from Suva, although no specimens have ever been actually found in Fiji. This is a handsome dark yellow and black fruit fly, 6 millimeters in length, head yellow, eyes purplish black, the dorsal surface of the mid-body covered with a dark shield-shaped black patch, the center with an elongate double bar of silvery white. Nematode, flask worm, disease. Dr. Joseph Bancroft investigated a disease of the banana in Queensland in the year 1879, in the course of the rootlets and also of the main roots, from which these spring, are formed gall-like swellings that ultimately are the sites of decay. The symptoms are the yellowing and death of the older leaves, while the suckers are stunted, with a tendency for their leaves to be small and crowded together, instead of being large and widely expanding. This disease is due to the development in the root galls of certain minute worms, and the subsequent decay of the galls and of the roots themselves. Dr. Bancroft named the disease the flask worm disease, from the form of the worm when mature. The worm is a species of nematode, which was also found attacking the China banana at Cairo, as well as other species of plants. The disease may be combated by ploughing up the fields and leaving them fallow for some time, but the disease is very insidious, as it may be brought from surrounding districts by various agencies, and it is very difficult to eradicate when once started. A black smut fungus, Gloeosporium musorum, was also reported. It covered the leaves and spread rapidly. Burning the plants and limiting the soil are effective remedies. Bees. In Suriname, small black bees visit the banana flowers as they open, and in their attempt to obtain the honey exuded by the flower, they scar the young fruits. As the fruits go, the scars enlarge, and the bunches are rejected by the inspectors as unsaleable. One estate lost over 15,000 bunches from the effects of the bees in 1 year, and had to spend a considerable amount of money to destroy all the bees' nests in and around the cultivation. These bees also attack plantains and cocoa pods. Grasshoppers. A somewhat similar scarring of bananas in Jamaica, affecting a large acreage of fruit, was found to be due to attacks by young grasshoppers, secreted in the young bunches. The only remedy considered practicable was to hunt for the insects in the bunches and destroy them. End of chapter 14.
Section 15 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Bananas as Food. Valuable as Food. Dr. Robert Hutchinson, in his classic work, Food and the Principles of Dietetics, 3rd edition, 1911, page 19, says that only is to be adjudged a good food which contains an ample proportion of nutritive constituents, which is easily digested and absorbed, and which can be obtained at a reasonable cost. Mr. Eustace Miles adds to this definition that a good food must be as free as possible from stimulants and irritants, and moreover, a good food should, for the purposes of modern life, when everything tends towards over-acidity and clogging, have certain cleansing properties, or at least should have cleansing foods added to it. Among the cleansing foods may be classed many of the fresh fruits, salads, and green vegetables. It would be difficult to find words more appropriate to use in describing the claims of the banana to a large share in our diet, whether eaten as fresh fruit or cooked in various ways, or as banana flour or dried like figs. In the course of a speech delivered on his return from a visit to Jamaica, Sir James Crichton Browne, M.D., F.R.S., said, "I wish all our school children could have bananas from time to time. The banana is not a flavored fruit, that is to say, a little sugar and water with a drop of some essence thrown in, but a food fruit containing, in an agreeable form, all the essential elements of nutrition. As an adjunct to our other foods, it is of great value, being at once acceptable to all, for it is not an acquired taste, giving variety to the domestic diet table and mingling well with other comestibles. I am quite sure that the Jamaican banana, than which there is none finer or better flavored when it is of the proper degree of ripeness, is, in the guise of a cheap luxury, a substantial addition to our food supply, which is certain more and more to commend itself to the working classes in our large towns." In a communication to the author, dated December 1912, he writes, "Extended experience of the banana has deepened my conviction of its food value. It is a great boon to the masses of our people, and while retaining its place on the dessert table of the rich, has found its way into the hands of the poor. Its portability, palatability, digestibility are immense advantages, and I am glad to see that it is largely taken the place of the stale sandwich on railway journeys. When in good condition, it is microbe-proof, and it assuredly supplies wholesome nutriment. The universal experience of mankind, wherever the fruit can be obtained, confirms the opinion of physicians and food experts as to its merits. In some regions, the banana and plantain are amongst the principal foodstuffs of the native population. For instance, in tropical America, they are so extensively consumed as almost to take the place of cereal grains as a common article of diet, and in the unripe state, cooked, they supply the staple food of millions of people. About 6.5 pounds of the fruit or 2 pounds of the dry meal, with 1/4 pound of salt meat or fish, form the daily allowance for a laborer, Johnston and Church. The celebrated buccaneer and navigator Dampier, who was an under-manager on an estate in Jamaica in 1674, in his new voyage round the world, 1679 through 91, speaks as follows of the value of the banana and plantain as food. When this fruit is only used for bread, it is roasted or boiled when it is just full grown, but not yet ripe or turned yellow. Sometimes, for a change, they eat a roasted plantain and a ripe raw plantain, which is instead of bread and butter. They eat very pleasant so, and I have made many a good meal in this manner. Sometimes our English take 6 or 7 ripe plantains, and mashing them together, make them into a lump, and boil them instead of a back pudding, which they call a buff jacket. And this is a very good way for a change. This fruit makes also very good tarts, and the green plantains sliced thin and dried in the sun and grated will make a sort of flour, which is very good to make puddings. A ripe plantain, sliced and dried in the sun, may be preserved a great while, and then eats like figs, very sweet and pleasant. The Darian Indians preserve them a long time by drying them over the fire, mashing them first, and molding them into lumps. The Mosquito Indians will take a ripe plantain and roast it, then take 1.5 pints of water in a calabash and squeeze the plantain in pieces with their hand, mixing with the water. Then they drink it all off together. This they call mishlaw, and it is pleasant and sweet and nourishing, somewhat like lamb's wool, as it is called, made with apples and ale. And on this fruit alone, many thousands of Indian families in the West Indies have their whole subsistence. Dr. William Wright, in his account of the medicinal plants growing in Jamaica, London Medical Journal, Volume 8, 1787, page 272, wrote as follows: more than 120 years ago, of the plantain and banana, plantains are cut when full grown, but before they are ripe. The green skin is pulled off, and the heart is roasted in a clear fire for a few minutes, and frequently turned. It is then scraped and served up as bread. Boiled plantains are not so palatable. Ripe plantains, sliced and fried, resemble pancakes. The banana is never eaten green, but when ripe, it is very agreeable, either eaten raw or fried in slices as fritters. Plantains and bananas are eaten by all ranks of people in Jamaica, and but for the plantains, the island would scarcely be habitable, as no species of provision could supply their place. Even flour, or bread itself, would be less agreeable and less able to support the laborer's Negro, so as to enable him to do his business, or to keep in health. Plantains also fatten horses, cattle, swine, dogs, fowls, and other domestic animals. Mr. H. Cousins, now Director of Agriculture, Jamaica, gives Journal Jamaica Agricultural Society 5/3/22, 1901, the following percentage analysis of banana flour, prepared by a local firm: moisture 10.88, albuminoids 0.71, containing nitrogen 0.114, fats and oils 0.22, sugar 3.48, starch 60.42, pectin 20.93, fiber 0.72, mineral matter 2.64. He continues, from the chemical composition of this banana flour, it is clear that practically the whole of it is readily digestible. The mineral matter contains soluble phosphates, such as occur in wheaten flour. This flour consists almost entirely of carbohydrates of a readily digestible nature. The high proportion of pectin imparts to it the mucilaginous properties of a fruit extract. I consider it a well-prepared article of high dietetic value. But it is not alone in the tropical countries, where the banana plant grows, that it is appreciated. The fact that the fruit ripens after harvesting, that its thick and close-fitting skin is a perfect protection against contamination, and that it is portable over immense distances are all factors which have led to its introduction and use on a large scale in temperate and subtropical climates. Its value as food to the teeming populations of large towns is of the greatest importance. Dr. William Tibbles, in his recently issued work on foods, their origin, composition, and manufacture, 1912, Preface, says, "The supply of pure food is a means of establishing the health of the people and the betterment of the human race." Microbe proof. When a fruit such as the banana becomes ripe, and still more, when it reaches the pulpy stages of overripeness, it might well be supposed that microorganisms are at work, and that very likely the overripe fruit might be harmful on that account. This is, however, not the case. Dr. Giuseppe Tallarico, Archive of Experimental Pharmacology and Related Sciences, has done some very elaborate and exhaustive work on the subject, publishing his full papers upon gli enzimi, idealistic and catalytic enzymes in the fruit ripening process. His main conclusions, Tropical Agriculturist, 1908-79, are twofold. First, that the pulp of the banana remains absolutely free from microbes as long as the skin is intact. Cultivations upon bread, agar, gelatin, etc. remained completely sterile. Secondly, that the maturation of the fruit is due to ferments, of which there are three main kinds, amylotic, invertive, and proteolytic, each of which is present in quantity in the ripe banana. It is perhaps on this account that the fruit is so beneficial in many cases of simple dyspepsia. Digestibility. It is necessary, however, to utter a note of warning that bananas when eaten as fruit should be perfectly ripe. Otherwise, they may be difficult of digestion with some people. It is easy enough to ascertain whether bananas are ripe, for when really ripe, there is no longer a trace of green, even at the ends, and the skin has begun to shrivel and darken. The British Medical Journal says, in their native countries, they are seldom eaten before the skin is discolored, and the pulp so soft that it can be scooped out with a spoon. Dr. William Tibbles, Food and Hygiene, 2nd edition, 1910, says, "The banana is fit to eat as soon as it has lost all the green color, and remains fit no matter how black it may be, so long as the skin is unbroken. For until the latter occurs, there can be no admission of air and no decomposition." The Journal of the American Medical Association puts the necessity of perfect ripeness very plainly as follows. It has been stated that the banana is difficult of digestion and may be the cause of alimentary disturbance. The reason why the banana has achieved this reputation would appear to be that it is often partaken of before it is ripe, and the fruit is imported green and is ripened by artificial heat, a process which may be hastened or delayed to some extent according to the demands of retail trade. The green banana contains, after removal of the skin, about 1.5% of protein and 20 to 25% of carbohydrate, which is almost entirely starch. In the ripe banana, the ripeness of which is evidenced by the yellow-brown peel. There is from 16 to 19% of carbohydrate, almost entirely in the form of sugars, and the remainder of the edible pulp is mostly water. Bananas are usually eaten uncooked, and the ingestion of the amount of raw starch contained in the unripe fruit, or the fruit which is not completely ripened, is often the cause of irritation in the alimentary tract. Yet, many people eat the partially ripened fruit and decline the ripe fruit with the brown skin, on the supposition that it is rotten. Another point which has contributed to the reputation of the banana is that, owing to its shape, there is not the necessity for that efficient comminution which is desirable, and this has led to the food being often gulped down in a manner prejudicial to digestion. Dr. Tibbles in Food and Hygiene says, raw fruit is very wholesome and is especially beneficial to those who dwell in towns, but is not so easy to digest as cooked fruit. Cooking bananas. There are many methods, as Dampier has told us, of preparing the banana as food, besides the usual way of eating it as a ripe fruit. It may be interesting to note also those mentioned by Père Labat as in use in the French West Indies 200 years ago. Bananas may be roasted on the grill, then the skin is removed, and they are eaten with sugar and the juice of an orange, or they may be cooked in a stew pan like pears with wine, sugar, cinnamon, and cloves, when they assume a beautiful red color and have a delightful and delicate taste and smell. Very good pour la patina, and very nourishing. They are cut in two according to their length. Sometimes they are cut into thin slices, dipped into a ready-prepared batter, and fried as fritters. Messrs. Elders and Fifes, Bow Street, Covent Garden, London, have published an elegant little booklet of recipes for cooking bananas. Paperback Cookery Manual by C. Herman Senn also contains many useful recipes. A selection of these is given in the appendix. Preserved bananas. Père Labat continues, to preserve them like figs, raisins, and other dried fruits, they are allowed to ripen thoroughly in the house, in which condition the skin is very easily removed. They are then cut lengthwise into four and dried on a trellis-like stand in the sun or in an oven after the bread has been baked. The fruit becomes covered with white sugary powder deposited from its own juices. In this condition, they will keep for years. Banana figs are now prepared in Jamaica and exported in increasing quantities. See Chapter 31. They are also dried in India to supply a local demand. See Chapter 23. Their special value, as Labat points out, is that they keep well. It has been stated that experiments are being made in Austria with banana figs as part of the army rations, and for all purposes where it is of consequence to have food in small compass, which keeps well and is available for eating as bought, or when cooked, banana figs form an ideal provision. A housekeeper with a store of them has always the material at hand for toothsome dishes. They are packed in pound cardboard boxes, which contain 15 to 20 of the fruit. The price, 6 pence a box, is within the reach of all. Banana flour. Again, Père Labat says, the Indians make a paste from the fruit, which they carry with them on their voyages, serving them as nourishing food and drink. Those who wish to make this paste with more care dry the bananas at first in the oven or in the sun. Then they grate them, mix them with powdered sugar and a small portion of powdered cinnamon, clove, and ginger, ever so little flour, and the white of an egg to bind all these things together. This mixture is made into small cakes which are dried in the oven or sun and are very good and nourishing. Banana flour is made from the fully grown unripe banana, that is, before the starch is changed into sugar in the ripening. It is difficult to peel green bananas, but if they are first put into scalding water, 176 degrees Fahrenheit, For 4 or 5 minutes, the peel is easily removed. The peeled fruit is dried in the sun or put into a dryer of some kind to reduce the percentage of the water, which it contains, from 70 to 15. The drying is more readily effected if the fruit is cut up small. Steel knives should not be used, as they turn the banana black. Nickel blades are better, and very effective knives can be made from bamboo. The peasantry in Jamaica, after taking off the skin, cut the bananas into thin slices and lay them on stones in the sun. 1 day's hot sun is sufficient to dry them, after which they are put into a motor, pounded, and then sifted. 2 bunches make 10 quarts of flour. In the factory at one time, in operation at Montpelier, Jamaica, belonging to the Honorable Evelyn Ellis, the bananas were dried in a vacuum, the interior of the vacuum apparatus being heated. The bananas enclosed in this dryer were stirred continuously by means of paddles, which alternate and move between fixed knives. The paddles were moved by a system of belts and pulleys. The drying was complete in 2 hours. By this time, the bananas had been reduced to the appearance of somewhat coarse flour with only 15% of water. The mass was removed from the dryer and passed through sieves containing 120 meshes to the square inch. Whatever remained on the sieve was passed through a simple mill and sifted afresh. The flour was packed in boxes or barrels lined with paper. The odor was that characteristic of the fresh banana, the flavor agreeable, and the taste somewhat sweet. It has been found, however, that the result is more satisfactory if the bananas are simply dried and exported as banana chips, as the making into flour, sifting, etc. can be better done in England. Dr. Robert Hutchinson, Food and the Principles of Dietetics, by R. Hutchinson, M.D., Eden, 3rd edition, 1911, says, the unripe banana is dried and used to produce banana meal or flour. A sample of such a flour had the following percentage composition. I have placed alongside of it the composition of good wheat flour, compared with which the banana meal is rich in carbohydrates and mineral matter, but very poor in protein. If rice, on the other hand, had been taken for comparison, it would have been found that banana flour was about equal to it in nutritious value. The Lancet, February 1900, says, for some reason not yet explained, the starch of the banana is much more digestible than are the cereal starches, besides which the fruit contains a notable proportion of nitrogenous material. At the meeting of the British Medical Association in July 1910, Dr. Eric Pritchard, British Medical Journal, October 15, 1910, recommended the use of banana flour in infant feeding. He stated it was cheap and wholesome, rendered the milk more digestible, and possessed a high nutritive value. He has for many years recommended the addition of mashed banana to the milk mixtures with which babies are fed when the natural source is unavailable. As the result of further experiments, he proposes the substitution of banana flour made into a gruel or decoction for the more expensive proprietary infant foods. It is of great importance that infants should be trained early to digest cow's milk. This cannot be done by giving them artificial substitutes, which are pre-digested. The use of cereal decoctions and solution of gum or gelatin undoubtedly makes the digestion of cow's milk easier, and Dr. Pritchard finds that a decoction of banana gruel has many points of recommendation. It can be made in a few minutes by rubbing up a heaped tablespoon, 1 ounce, of banana flour with a pint of water, and then boiling for 5 minutes. A gruel made in this way has excellent colloidal properties. When added to milk in equal quantity, it thickens the milk and prevents formation of a leathery coagulum of casein, and satisfies the appetite of hungry infants more effectually than simple milk dilutions. Banana flour can be obtained under the name of bananine, of which the Lancet, October 17, 1903, speaks highly in the following terms. There can be no doubt of the nutritious character of banana flour, and the starch in it is peculiarly easy of solution and digestion in the alkaline digestive juices of the body. Banana flour is readily dissolved, for example, by the saliva. Our analysis of bananine gave the following results. Moisture, 14.60%. Mineral matter, 2.20%. Protein, 19.22%. Fat, 2%. And carbohydrate, 61.98%. The flour has the peculiar flavor of odor of fresh banana fruit. We have received also a sample loaf made with bananine flour. The flour proves to make a very acceptable loaf, uniform in texture and permanently moist and of a golden color. It has been found difficult to make banana bread unless the banana flour is mixed with a large proportion of wheat flour, but bread of an agreeable taste has been obtained by making a paste of the banana flour and then submitting to the action of steam under pressure. Bananine is prepared by Liverpool firm, the Banana Bread Flour Food Ltd., 16 Brunswick Street. Banana flour and other banana preparations are also manufactured by Patterson's Banana Fruit Foods Ltd. in Early London, Southeast. The banana flour is vouched for in their circulars as follows. Dr. Conrad Stitch, the food expert of Leipzig, writes, I have carefully analyzed and tested your banana flour and have noticed how peculiarly soluble it is. By the addition of hot water, the whole of the flour is made perfectly soluble and in a form very suitable for digestion. 4/5 of the flour consists of soluble carbohydrates. It is particularly suited for patients recovering from typhoid fever and is excellent in cases of choluria, dysentery, and similar stomatic complaints. In cases of chronic dyspepsia and gastritis, the banana flour properly prepared is easily digested. I consider that as an infant's and invalid's food, the flour, properly prepared with milk, has a great future. The nitrogenous portion of the flour is of great value, being of a fruit nature and remaining quite soluble in the flour. Patterson's banana and flake oats, another preparation for a breakfast food, is recommended as follows. The chemical analysis and general examination of this product proved eminently satisfactory. It bore every evidence of having been carefully blended from choice bananas and Scotch oats of high quality. The addition of the banana not only confers valuable anti-scorbutic properties, but it increases the digestibility of the combination so that those who cannot ordinarily take oaten preparations can take banana oats with the best results. Being pre-cooked, it is more easily assimilated than dishes made from raw oatmeal, and when prepared according to directions, it contains all the essentials of a perfect diet. J. Grant Stevens, Doctor of Science, Doctor of Philosophy. The Journal of the Society of Arts, March 1907, reports, an alimentary product of the banana is now announced, consisting of the pulp of the banana ground to flour and mixed with triturated cocoa, milk powder, and extract of malt. The process of manufacture consists in volatilizing the essential oil from the peel, adding it to banana flour, and mixing with it a proportion of dried milk powder and pure extract of malt, and also the paste prepared from cocoa, and finally, adding a sufficient quantity of sugar for flavoring. This composition is said to possess all the essential elements in a complete food in a concentrated form, namely albuminous matters or proteids, fatty substances, and hydrocarbons. Composition of bananas, Dr. William Tibbles, in his latest work on foods, their origin, composition, and manufacture, 1912, gives the results of his study of the banana as follows. The fact that the fruit will ripen after separation from the plant and loses little of its real value by being separated has led to its being transported long distances from the place of cultivation. They are largely used for food wherever they grow, and in some regions they constitute one of the principal foodstuffs of the native population. They are very prolific, and an acre of land set with bananas will produce more food than the same area set with potatoes or wheat. Bananas are among the most nutritious fruits, but consist chiefly of carbohydrates, and especially sugars. The starch consists of long, narrow granules with indistinct striae and hilum. The proportion varies according to their condition. Rick by Derman's Central Sheet for Agriculture Chemistry, 1418, found that green bananas contain 12% of starch, which mostly disappears during ripening, along with the tannic and organic acids. Doherty, Chemical News, 1892, 74, 187, found 6% of starch in ripe fruit, but other observers find less than this, most of it being converted into sugars and other soluble carbohydrates. The woody fiber does not exceed 2%. The sugars in ripe fruit average about 20% of the edible portion, but Doherty found as low as 3% sugar and 11% of other carbohydrates. The proteins are small. In ripe fruit, they average 1% of the edible portion and consist of albumin and gluten. The acidity equals 0.3%, reckoned as sulfuric acid. The ash varies from 0.5 to 1%. See the second table on page 120. Bureau of Chemistry, Bulletin 87, U.S. Department of Agriculture, being 0.70% in Nino, 1.08 in Orinoco, and 0.83 in Colorado bananas. In some countries, the banana and plantain form a far more important article of food than in Europe to an immense portion of the human race. It occupies the place of wheat, rye, barley, and potatoes used by inhabitants of temperate regions. A reference, however, to the analysis given below shows that the banana is deficient in proteins and fat. It contains less of these elements than the cereals do. The proportion of protein and fat places it on a par with the potato, but with the advantage that it is unnecessary to cook it. The fresh fruit is too bulky, however, to form a satisfactory ration, for one must consume 1,400 grams, nearly 50 ounces, in order to obtain 300 grams of carbohydrate, which, moreover, would contain but 21 grams of protein and very little fat, and would yield only 1,400 calories. It is true the protein and fat deficiency could be made up by drinking milk, whereby more carbohydrate would also be taken. Weight for weight, it is somewhat inferior in nutriment to potato. A comparison of banana flour and wheaten flour or oatmeal is also to the disadvantage of the fruit, and shows it to be deficient in protein and fat as compared with the cereal products, but it is a more valuable source of carbohydrate. Dr. Hutchinson, Food and Dietetics, says the food fruits are not to be despised as sources of real nutriment. Of this group, the banana is a good example. In the fresh state, this fruit contains a fair amount of carbohydrate and an appreciable amount of protein as well. While bananas dried in the sun compare favorably with dried figs in nutritive value, he continues later, weight for weight, dried figs are more nourishing than bread, and a pint of milk and 6 ounces of dried figs make a good meal. Of dates, he says, the date is as much a staple article of diet to the Egyptian as rice is to the Hindu. But the carbohydrate of rice is mainly in the form of starch, whereas in the date it is almost solely present as sugar. A half pound of dates and half a pint of milk make an ample and satisfying meal for a person engaged in sedentary labor. Densmore. The table on page 122, taken from Dr. Tibble's work, Foods, Their Origin, Composition, etc., shows how much alike these three fruits are in their composition. The quick growth of an appreciation of the importance of the banana as food among those who have not known it hitherto as a common article of food like the cereals and potatoes is very well illustrated in the following statement. United States Daily Consular and Trade Reports, December 26, 1912, by the United States Consul at Port Antonio, Jamaica. While Jamaica exported nearly twice as many bananas last year as any other country, the United States imported more than 5 times as many as any other country. For the fiscal year ended June 30, 1912, the bananas imported into the United States reached the enormous total of 44,520,539 bunches, valued at $14,368,330, an average of 32.3 cents a bunch, as the market value shown in American consular invoices certified at the shipping ports. Great Britain imported during the calendar year 1911 a total of 6,714,479 bunches, value $8,943,900, an average of $1.33 a bunch, the value fixed at the importing ports. During the same year, the value of bananas, including banana food products, imported into Germany amounted to $1,974,4,600. It should be stated that some of the bananas imported into Great Britain are sent to Germany and other countries of Northern Europe, and that Hamburg, which is a great distributing center, ships bananas arriving at that port to Scandinavia and elsewhere, estimating the average number of bananas at 140 to the bunch. It appears that the people of the United States consume over 6 billion bananas a year, or more than 5 dozen for every man, woman, and child in the United States, including Alaska and Hawaii. As indicating the rapid increase in the consumption of bananas in the United States, it is interesting to observe that the value of this fruit imported during the fiscal year ended June 30th, 1900, was $5,877,835. In 1905, $9,897,821. In 1910, $11,642,693. And in 1912, as already stated, $14,368,330, which shows an increase of 23.4% in the last 2 years and of 144% in 12 years. The gain in Great Britain last year was 8.4%, in Germany last year 24%, and in the last 2 years 111%. Owing to direct shipments of bananas from Caribbean countries now being made to German as well as to British ports, the Hamburg American Steamship Company, having, it is said, acquired a substantial interest in the Atlantic Fruit Company, and a concession of banana lands having been made by Columbia to a German company, it may be regarded as certain that the imports of this fruit into Germany will show a large advance from year to year. The increased facilities recently provided for direct shipments of bananas to British ports justify the belief that the consumption of bananas in the United Kingdom will show substantial gains in future years. The increasing consumption of bananas in a number of countries naturally raises the question of an adequate supply to meet the coming demand. In Jamaica, where the immense banana crop is produced on about 3% of the total acreage of the island, there is yet plenty of suitable land available. In Mexico, Central America, Panama, and Colombia, not to mention the large possibilities of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, there are vast tracts of land where fertile soil, a warm climate, and abundant rainfall favor the production of bananas on a large scale. Not only is there land enough, but the profits of the crop are sufficiently remunerative to attract investment of ample capital to meet the world's demand. As all the conditions seem to be favorable for greatly enlarged production of bananas, and as the highly nutritive qualities of this fruit are becoming more generally recognized, it is encouraging in this day of high cost of living to have good reasons for believing that the banana is destined to play no small part in meeting the world's insistent demand for a larger and cheaper supply of wholesome food. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of the Banana, its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Bananas in Medicine. In considering the claims of banana flour, it has been shown how valuable it is for patients suffering from gastric troubles. Sir H. M. Stanley in Darkest Africa gives his testimony as follows. The Awamba understood the art of drying bananas over wooden gratings for the purpose of making flour. If only the virtues of the flour were publicly known, it is not to be doubted but it would be largely consumed in Europe. For infants, persons of delicate digestion, dyspeptics, and those suffering from temporary derangements of the stomach. The flour, properly prepared, would be of universal demand. During my 2 attacks of gastritis, a light gruel of this, mixed with milk, was the only matter that could be digested. In India, the native home of the banana, medical men prescribe not only the fruit, but also many other parts of the plant, as remedies. The Dictionary of the Economic Products of India contains numerous extracts from the opinions of medical men in India on the value of the banana plant in medicine. Civil Surgeon R. A. Parker, M.D., states, "A combination of ripe banana, tamarind, and common salt is most efficacious in dysentery. I have used it in many cases, both of the acute and chronic forms of the disease, and seldom failed to effect a cure. It may in fact be said to be a specific, and I can confidently recommend it to the profession as well as to the public. It is simple, easily procurable, and may safely be administered to a child. It is not disagreeable to take, has no bad effects, and is on the whole preferable to ipecacuanha. In simple cases, a single dose is sufficient. As a rule, 3 or 4 doses are required to effect a cure. The patient should be kept quiet and placed on low diet. The dose for an adult is ripe bananas, 1 ounce, the pulp of ripe tamarind, ½ an ounce, common salt, ¼ ounce, well mixed and administered immediately. It may be given 2 or 3 times a day. Civil Surgeon J. H. Thornton, B.A., M.B., says, "The juice of the tender roots contains a large quantity of tannin and is used with mucilage for checking hemorrhages from the genital and air passages. The ashes produced by burning the plant contain a large amount of potash salts and are used as an antacid in acidity, heartburn, and colic. The tender fruit is used for patients suffering from hemoptysis and diabetes." C. T. Peters, M.B., says,
The ripe fruit is useful in chronic dysentery and diarrhea. The dried fruit of the larger varieties is a valuable anti-scorbutic. The dried leaves, and in fact the entire plant, are burnt, and the ashes, dissolved in water and strained, yield an alkaline solution, containing chiefly potash salts, which is used in curries, especially as a cure for acidity and an anti-scorbutic. Ainsley writes that the banana is one of the safest of fruits for such as have delicate stomachs, being entirely free from acidity. It is, however, very nourishing, and is always prescribed as food by the Hindu practitioners for such as suffer from bile and heat of habit. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BachTran. The banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses, by William Fawcett. Wine, whiskey, and alcohol from bananas. Loss on small bunches. In countries that produce bananas for export, there is a very considerable number of bunches that are too small or are otherwise commercially unfit for export. In all exporting countries, put together, there are probably as many as 8 million bunches that annually fail to come up to the high standards rightly insisted upon by the shipper. In Jamaica alone, it has been calculated that over 3 million bunches are produced annually but cannot be profitably exported. Asterisk. Note, for instance, what the Secretary of the Jamaican Agricultural Society says below. Journ. X.164/1906. It is instructive to visit one of the buying depots for bananas where the sellers are mostly small cultivators. All through the day and night, long lines of cart and dray, donkey, and mule arrive loaded with bananas, and cart holding up to 30 bunches, the dray up to 40, the donkey carrying 4, and the mule 6, generally. What is peculiarly depressing is the tremendous amount of waste that occur. The numbers of rejections show clearly enough how much instruction is needed by the small cultivator, not only in the growing of bananas and in the timing of them for the season, but of the cutting of the right grade. Just at this time, and March, the full 3/4 fruit is wanted for the United States. We notice a whole cartload rejected, all for being too thin. The fruit wanted 3 weeks to fill. Another cartload had 10 stems out of 25 rejected. Another 7 out of 30, and so on. None of these rejections were for bruises, or for being too thin fruit, and yet these cultivators have been cutting fruit every season for years. In many cases, the cause of thin fruit, no doubt, is greed. The same spirit that actuates men to offer unfit orange, half-cured coffee and coca, and so on. But at least in equal number of cases, it is the want of knowledge. And here we find men coming 15 to 30 miles hauling fruit for which they get nothing, and over and above have had the wears and tears of their beasts and cart, and their time it lost, when by waiting 2 weeks their fruit would have been cheerfully bought. And at this particular time of the years, waiting can be no manner of means be a loss, because if the price alters at all, it will be a rise. A writer in the Philip Agric Rev, March 1912, bear witness to the loss of the largest estate It is said the demand is rapidly increasing for all kinds of banana products. The source of the material for these products is the small or overripe bunches discarded at the dock in loading the fruit steamer for the United States and Europe. Bunches having less than 6 hands are considered too small for the regular tray. Any bunch showing even a few fruit that are beginning to turn yellow are also discarded in the warehouse at the time of loading the cargo. The writers have seen this deplorable waste of material at the port of Morant in eastern Jamaica, where the United Fruit Company had one of its largest plantations. Bunches are flung overboard or fed to the cart oxens, with apparently no thought for the real food values of the fruit. Some of these may be consumed or given to cattle, but it is impossible to utilize the great majority in this way and great loss result. The values of 8 million bunches, reckoned at 6 pence each, is a matter of 200,000 pounds per annum, and about 80,000 pounds to Jamaica alone, which represent a considerable loss to planters in the aggregate. Various attempts have been made from time to time to make use of this fruit and avoid the loss. It has already been demonstrated very many years ago that bananas can be made into flour or dried like fig or utilized in making alcohol, and the knowledge has been, to some extent, turned to account in the present day. Banana wine. Consideration has already been given in these pages to the preparation of flours and banana fig, but only a small portion can be utilized in this way, and it remains to consider the use of bananas in manufacturing an alcoholic spirit. It is well known that an excellent fermented drink can be made from bananas and plantain. Ligon, in History of Barbados, 1657, giving the following account of the preparations. But the drink of the plantain is far beyond all these. Gathering them full ripe, and in the height of their sweetness, we peel off the skin and mash them in water well boiled, and after we have let them stay there night, we strain it and bottle it up, and in a week drink it. And it is very strong and pleasant drink, but it is to be drunk sparingly, for it is much stronger than sack, and is apt to mount up to the head. Dampier, in his Voyage, tell how banana wine was made in Jamaica. When they make drink with them, they take 10 or 12 ripe plantain and wash them well in a trough. Then they put 2 gallons of water among them, and this in 2 hours' time will ferment and froth like wort. In 4 hours it is fit to drink, and then they bottle it and drink it as they have occasions. But this will not keep above 24 or 80 hours. Those, therefore, that use this drink brew it in this manner every morning. When I first went to Jamaica, I could relish no other drink they had there. It drink brisk and cool, and is very pleasant. Speak mentions that plantain in Central Africa use a wine resembling hock in flavor. Stanley in Docket, Africa, relates that 2 large trout, equal in size to a small canoe, was stationed in a village in which the native pressed the ripe fruit and manufactured their wine. Dr. Park, in his personal experience, say, Nelson treated us to some Pompeii banana wine today. It was really very good. Although made from bananas, which were not at all ripe. This beverage is prepared by cutting 2 or 3 bunches of ripe bananas into pieces of half an inch in length, adding 2 gallons of water, and leaving it to stand. On the 3rd day, it is really a delicious drink. At first, it has a sweet tart taste, which after 4 or 5 days become very acid. In a day or 2 more, it changes into a fluid, having qualities very like those of vinegar. Banana spirit. The possibility of utilizing the bananas fruit in the production of alcohol has been more than once under the considerations of the Academy of Science of France, and the following information is taken from a papers read before the Academies of M.B. Corenwinder. Asterisk. Comtes Rendus, Volume 88, 293, 1879. It's already been shown by Boynek that during the whole growth of this fruit, the saccharine matter is constituted entirely of cane sugar, but the proportions vary considerably. From result of analysis by Corenwinder himself, it appears that a sound ripe banana fruit contains as much as 22% of its weight of sugar, 16% being crystalline and the remainder uncrystalline. In the mature sugar cane, the proportion of cane sugar present is, according to Payen, 18%. After the bananas have become quite ripe, there is a rapid diminution in the proportion of crystallizable sugar and an increase in the proportions of inverted sugar, but not to the same extent. An overripe fruit, the flesh of which has become very mellow, contains only 2.48% of crystallizable and 11.84% of uncrystallizable sugar, being a total of 14.68% or 2/3 of the original quantity. Analysis were made by Corenwinders on bananas, Musa cavendishi, received from Brazil, on the edible portions of the fruit derived of its rind. Analysis of the ripe banana gave water 72.450, crystallizable sugar 15.900, inverted sugar 5.900, cellulose 0.380, nitrogenous substances 0.342 N, 2.137, pectin 1.250, fatty matter, organic acid, etc. 0.958, inorganic matter 1.025, total 100.000. Estimate of sugar made day by day until rottenness began to set in gave the result shown on page 131. Corenwinder concludes his paper as follows. Así que Memo, Macano en Mousse, je pense que la banane pourrait être l'objet d'une importante exploitation industrielle, notamment pour une période excellente. En France, on met souvent en fermentation. Dans les usines, les méhages avec du jus de perrage. Dans les pays chauds, pour régulariser la fermentation des mélasse de canne, il y a un plus avantage à faire en pied, avec du jus de banane qui fermente spontanément et à faire couler dans ce pied pendant que reste en fermentation. La mélasse entendue de la quantité du convenable, en prenant la précaution du liquide fermentescible par intermittent avec lenteur. Table. Day 1. Condition of the fruit. Ripe, sound, fresh, still firm. Crystallizable sugar 15.90. Uncrystallizable sugar 5.90. Total 21.80. Day 2. Condition of the fruit. Same as above. Crystallizable sugar 15.72. Uncrystallizable sugar 6.34. Total 22.06. Day 3. Condition of the fruit. Same as above. Crystallizable sugar 15.10. Uncrystallizable sugar 6.43. Total 21.53. Day 4. Conditions of the fruit. Same as above. Crystallizable sugar 14.28. Uncrystallizable sugar, 6.69. Total, 20.97. Day 5. Condition of the fruit, riper, very soft. Crystallizable sugar, 12.25. Uncrystallizable sugar, 8.95. Total, 21.20. Day 6. Very ripe, very soft. Crystallizable sugar, 10.16. Uncrystallizable sugar, 8.92. Total, 19.08. Day 7. Condition of the fruit, same as above. Crystallizable sugar, 9.26. Uncrystallizable sugar, 9.75. Total, 19.01. Day 8. Condition of the fruit, same as above. Flat, sleepy, black. Crystallizable sugar, 4.51. Uncrystallizable sugar, 11.70. Total, 16.21. Day 9. Condition of the fruit, same as above. Crystallizable sugar, 3.13. Uncrystallizable sugar, 12.90. Total, 16.03. Day 10. Condition of the fruit, same as above. Flesh very sleepy. Crystallizable sugar, 2.84. Uncrystallizable sugar, 11.84. Total, 14.68. Banana whiskey. Experiment, Astrid. Journal to Agriculture, Trop, and Cuba Review. Conducted at the Central Laboratory of Guatemala, in association with the director of a distillery at Puerto Barrios, Guatemala, led to the production of a very good spirit, which is said to be something like whiskey from bananas, which were about to be thrown away. Samples of this spirit were sent to the St. Louis Exposition that had only been in barrel for 6 months and were recognized to be of superior quality. After analysis by the laboratory of the Department of Agriculture in Washington, the producers were awarded a gold medal. Alcohol ages so rapidly in tropical country that 1 year in the barrel is sufficient to make the products very fine. Corn whiskey must be kept in casks for several years before being offered for consumption, and at least 5 years to obtain the best quality. Banana whiskey is ripe at the end of 1 year. The cost of manufacture is said to be much less than that of ordinary whiskey. The yield may be estimated at 4.5 liters, about 1 gallon, per bunch of banana. A memorandum of expenses made for a plant capable of producing 150 casks of whiskey daily irrigated 827,500 francs. This included building, machinery, and apparatus, fuel, labor, administrations, general expenses for 2 years, cases and bottles for the preparations of 1 year, and raw material for manufacture for 2 years. 250,000 bunches at 75 centimeters each. The manufactures of banana wine has lately been undertaken by M.M. Guerin and Dairies in Saigon, Cochin, China. The bananas are crushed, mixed in a small amount of water, and then, upon the addition of yeast, allowed to ferment until the starch and sugar are changed to alcohol. The wine, besides being much cheaper than ordinary spirit, is said to have a delicious perfume. Bananas in brewing. In 1894, experiment, Bull bought that Jamaica, New Surrey, I, 115, 1894, on a larger scale, were carried out by Herr Kaka, as his manufactory of yeast and alcohol at Cornishport, on the use of banana meal in brewing, and an account of them was published in the weekly paper Alcohol. Herr Kaka wrote as follows: Banana flour, without doubt, from its richness in starch and its good flavor, is particularly suitable for the manufacture of yeast. This flour is easily rendered saccharine, The yeast obtained by adding banana flour to the other ingredients had a good color, all the requisite properties of an excellent class of yeast, and, moreover, keep well. The alcohol obtained from it leave nothing to be desired, so that this flour may be introduced as an article of commerce and employed without any special preparations. Satisfactory experiments had also been made in some brewery, where 20% of malt had been replaced by the flake and flour of bananas. The flavor of beer was not altered, and the quantity of fluids was increased, and the malt was replaced by a less expensive substance. One of the great Belgian brewers wrote, "These flakes were macerated in the vat with the malt, and the result was much superior to that of maize." Briefly, the use of flake may be considered both advantageous and easy in brewing. Banana meal, asterisk. Journal Soc. Chem. Int. 31, 453, 1912. From peel, unripe bananas is mashed with malt extract and then fermented with yeast. 100 kg of meal yielding 47.8 liters of alcohol. When mashing is carried out without malt extract, the dietase naturally present in the meal being used, the yield of alcohol is considerably lower. Denatured alcohol from bananas. Anyone interested in the manufacture of alcohol from bananas should read some such small and cheap treatise as Distillation of Alcohol and Denaturing by F. B. Wright, published by Spawn, London and New York. It goes to show that an immense industry had arisen in Germany in connection with the production of alcohol from potatoes, and it followed that much might be done on somewhat similar line with the banana. According to Mr. Wright, the common form of alcohol known as denatured spirit or methylated spirit consists of alcohol to which 1/10 of its volume of wood alcohol or other denaturing agents have been added, for the purpose of rendering the mixture undrinkable through its offensive odor and taste. As it is sold duty-free, it is applied to a variety of use to which, from its greater cost, duty-paid spirit is commercially inapplicable. Mr. Wright states that it is Germany which had led the way in the manufacture and use of denatured alcohol, or spirituous, as it is there known. Germany has no natural gas or oil well, and gasoline and kerosene are not produced there. Hence, the necessity of using some other form of liquid fuel. This fuel in many ways better than any petroleum products, and found in alcohol. The agricultural district of Germany produced abundant crop of potatoes and beet. From the first, alcohol can be so easily manufactured that the process are within understanding and ability of any farmer. It is also made from the crude molasses from beet sugar factory. Under these circumstances, and the great demand for liquid fuel for motor carriage and gas engine, alcohol for denaturing came rapidly to the front as one of the most important of agricultural products, as one of the most valuable crop which a farmer could raise. The potatoes are manufactured into alcohol in individual farm distillery and in cooperation distillery. A recent exhibition in Germany gave a good illustration of the broad field in which denatured alcohol may be used. Here were shown alcohol engine, alcohol boat motor, and motors for threshing, grinding, and wood cutting, and other agricultural purposes. The department of lighting apparatus includes a large and varied displays of lamp, chandelier, and street and corridor light, in which alcohol vapor is burnt like gas, in a hooded flame covered by a Welshbach mantle. Under such conditions, alcohol vapor burned with an incandescent flame. which rival the arc light in brilliancy and require to be shaded to adapt it to the endurance of the human eye. Similarly, attractive and interesting was the large display of alcohol heating stove, which for warming corridors, sleeping rooms, and certain other locations are highly esteemed. Cooking stove of all size, form, and capacities, from the complete range with baking and roasting ovens, broiler, etc., to the simple tea and coffee lamp, were also displayed. Much importance is being attached in English engineering circle to the proposal for superseding petrol by alcohol produced within the country. It is contended that by the systematic cultivations of potatoes and other root crops, the remissions of the government duties, alcohol could be retailed to the consumer at 1 shilling per gallon. The retail price of petrol today is about 1 shilling 7 cents per gallon. The Farmyard Gazette gives the view of an expert on the advisability of substituting alcohol for petrol as a fuel. In the first place, he points out that the two great oil fields of the world, the Russians and the Pennsylvanians, have practically become exhausted, though there may be reserve of heavy oil held up on the field themselves in view of a coming shortage. In that case, the fractional distillation process might, and probably would, be employed to keep up the supply of petrol for the market. But this, of course, could be only a temporary expedient. There would come a time where the stock of petrol thus obtained would be at an end. Then the turn of alcoholic fuel would arrive. This the authority in question regards as so far-reaching in its effect that the result of its introduction is described by anticipation as a social revolution. To make this clear to the general reader, it is necessary to observe that petroleum, the source of petrol, kerosene, paraffin, and the heavier rock oil, is a natural product. The supply, therefore, like that of coal, is limited. On the other hand, alcohol can be manufactured by a process of fermentation from vegetable products, such as beet and potatoes. Quite clearly, one important result of an utilization of alcohol as a fuel would be an enormously increased demand for it. To meet this demand, it would be necessary to increase proportionately to the source of the supply. This would have to be done by enlarging the area of potato and beet growing, to meet the necessity of which rural laborers would undergo a material change for the betterment of the agriculture industry. Potatoes and beet would be grown for the industrial purpose of supplying alcohol as a fuel, and the questions of back to the land would thus, to a considerable degree, at any rate, automatically solve itself. The comparative fuel values of gasoline and alcohol, especially from the point of view of the motor industry, according to the Pharmaceutical Journal, being the subject of an inquiry by the American Bureau of Mines. Some 2,000 tests were made to ascertain the comparative value of heavy fuel oil and alcohol for internal combustion engine. The heating values of 1 cubic foot of an explosive mixture of alcohol and air, having theoretically just sufficient air to complete combustions, is approximately equal to that of a similar explosive mixture of gasoline vapor and air. But the alcohol mixture can be compressed to much higher pressure without pre-igniting than a gasoline mixture. For 10 horsepower to 15 horsepower engine of the usual type, a pressure of about 180 pounds above atmospheric pressure was found to be the maximum for alcohol, whereas only 70 pounds could be obtained with gasoline. Although a different type of alcohol engine can be constructed equal to the gasoline engine in adaptability to service. A gasoline engine having a compression pressure of 70 pounds, but otherwise as well suited to the economical use of alcohol as gasoline, will, when using alcohol, have an available horsepower about 10% greater than when using gasoline. End of chapter 17. Read by BachTran.
Section 18 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Finn Brad. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Drying bananas for flour and figs. The manufacture of flour and figs from bananas is an industry which is already becoming important in Jamaica and is carried on to some extent in several other banana-producing countries. It is necessary, therefore, for each individual manufacturer to consider the principles and the various methods of drying which have been in use for other fruits and for different materials, in order to decide on that system which is most appropriate for his own use. Drying in sun. The object of drying any material is to prevent deterioration by fungus growth, which can only do its destructive work in the presence of moisture. The simplest and most natural form of drying fruit, cocoa, coffee, etc., is that made use of in all parts of the world, namely, to expose them to the action of the sun and air. In cloudy weather and at night, the material is put under cover to prevent a deposit of moisture by dew or rain. Small lots can be carried to cover, but where large amounts are dealt with, this is not convenient. Cocoa in bulk is often dried on wooden platforms, arranged one above the other on rails, so that they can be run out from under a roof, free from one another, and easily put back when necessary. Coffee and pimento are also dried occasionally in this way, but more often on large cement platforms, on which the berries are spread in thin layers, and from which they can be pushed by a rake-like wooden tool into airtight huts at the sides of the platform. Fruit is often dried on a small scale in boxes or frames covered with glass, raised on posts above the ground, and provided with hinged ventilators on the sides near the bottom and top, which can be opened at the bottom on the side from which the wind is blowing, and at the top on the opposite side, so that the moist air above the fruit may be carried off, and the whole structure shut up tight in case of rain and at night. This method has also been successfully applied to the drying of coffee as an aid to the ordinary method by B.S. Gossett in Jamaica, but the glass structure is of large dimensions, a modification of the horticultural hothouse. Artificial dryers. Exposure to sun and air is most effectual, but frequently the sun is obscured by clouds for days or weeks at a time, and the wind may be already laden with moisture. The uncertainty of the weather has led to various methods of artificial drying by which the conditions can be kept under control. The easiest plan on a small scale is to apply heat from a stove or from waste steam. A high temperature may, however, be injurious to flavor, and a fermentation change may cause some deterioration. This has led to the adoption of the vacuum dryers, where a moderate heat is sufficient, or to a system of drying by air deprived of moisture, but not heated. Drying closets or rooms. If a high temperature is not injurious, a closet or room of any convenient dimensions may be used, and the stove placed either inside or outside. Ventilators are provided as in the glass receptacles. The higher the temperature, the greater is the amount of water which the air can take up, but the saturated air must be carried off by some means, or the material will simply be steamed, and the moisture redeposited when the air cools. Full and free ventilation is of the utmost consequence. If a stove is used, the situation of the furnace some feet below the room may create a sufficiently strong current of warm air through the inlet pipe to enable it to pass out by a simple outlet. But this is only in case there are no surroundings and no downblow of external air. If there is a chimney in the room, it may induce a natural draught, or the air may be extracted by a fan. In order to secure that the hot air penetrates in all directions, both inlet and outlet should start at the bottom of the room. The inlet pipe should come in as near the center of the floor as possible. The outlet pipes, of which there may be 2 or more, should start near the floor at the greatest distance from the inlet and conduct the wet air to one junction outlet pipe at the ceiling. This junction pipe should be provided with a valve at its base, which may be opened to start the draft and then kept closed. If steam is employed for heating, it is conducted by pipes near the floor on each side of the room. The inlet openings are arranged along the pipes, and the pipes are encased in partly grated casings, so that the incoming air may be brought into close contact with the hot pipes. In this case, the outlet pipes may have their openings above the shelves on which the material to be dried is placed. Spawn states that the minimum size of fresh air duct and outlet shaft should be 1 square foot area for every 500 cubic feet of space in the room when empty, this being a room, say, 8 feet each way, and the outlet shaft should be at least twice as high as the room, say 16 feet or higher. With a higher shaft, a smaller area would suffice. These sizes are for drying rooms for a laundry. For substances of a drier nature, smaller ducts and shafts with a corresponding decrease in the air supply may be used. Blackman's fans. The illustrations on page 140 show a building suitable for use with Blackman's fans and hot air. The building is made of galvanized sheet steel. One measuring 40 feet by 20 feet by 12.5 feet will give a drying surface of 5,000 square feet. The shelves can be drawn out on runners from one or both sides of the building so that the bananas can be sun-dried when the weather conditions are favorable. In this type of dryer, the air is blown through the heaters into the drying chamber by 2 fans, and then over and under the trays on which the produce is spread. To obtain the maximum drying effect, the air can be further circulated by means of a large fan placed near the roof of the building. The temperature of the incoming air can be regulated by means of the valve provided under the heaters, whereby a certain amount of cold air can be mixed with, and so temper the hot air entering the room depending on the amount of opening. Further control is obtained by a second opening provided in the end of the rooms, opposite to the fans. The amount of warm air circulating can be varied within wide limits, and the direction of the air current can be reversed if required. The trays are interchangeable, so that the material may be moved from one part of the dryer to another if desired, or taken elsewhere for the bananas to cool off after drying, to prevent it forming mold. Such an installation can easily be erected and looked after by an intelligent person. The building costs £270. The Wolf system is worked either by live or exhaust steam for drying tropical produce, bananas, copra, cocoa, rubber, maize, coffee, ground nuts, etc., from 2 tons per day and upwards. By this system, the material to be dried is carried in trays on skeleton trucks running on light steel rails through a long, low, cheaply built shed, in which the air is heated by steam pipes on the ground level. The condensed steam is automatically returned to the boiler. The temperature is lowest at the end where the trucks make their entrance through large doors. The process is thus continuous, beginning with a comparatively low temperature, which gradually increases as the line of trucks is moved forward, and as the front truck containing the fully dried material leaves the building, another is joined to the train at the cool end. The temperature is never so high as is necessary when the air has to be introduced so heated that it will be able to traverse the drying house without becoming too cool to be serviceable at a distance from its source. It can be very easily controlled so that it need never exceed that which is best suited to the material in hand. When the quantity to be dealt with is less than the full capacity of the dryer, it is best to reduce the firing and give more time. There is no complicated machinery to require the attendance of an engineer. A simple boiler and fixed steam pipes with no moving parts can be looked after by an intelligent labourer. The trucks have roller bearings, so that a whole train of 14 trucks can be easily moved by hand when necessary, to advance them in order to take out a truck of fully dried material at one end and introduce at the other end one of fresh produce. Each truck has 144 square feet of carrying surface and will contain from 5 to 10 hundredweights of produce. The dryer, fully charged, would therefore accommodate from 18 to 36 tons. Taking a safe average of 20 tons, the plant would treat 10 tons of wet produce per day, allowing 2 full days for the passage of each car through the building. This would require a comparatively very low temperature, a great advantage when it is necessary to avoid, as far as possible, all risk of loss of flavor or essential oils. Any increase in temperature would, of course, increase the output by shortening the time occupied in drying. The building illustrated on page 143 is 19 feet wide and 6 feet 6 inches high, to take 5 rows of trucks, and if made 100 feet long, to take 14 trucks in each row, it would be large enough to turn out easily 5 tons of copper per day, and bananas, cacao, rubber, etc. in proportion. The whole plant is supplied complete by the Wirewove Roofing Company, 108 Queen Victoria Street, London, EC, including a foreman to supervise and assist the installation. 70 trucks containing 2,500 trays, together with the steam pipes, weigh 30 tons, and the cost is £800. If a boiler is required, a sectional boiler is recommended, Handley's water tube boiler, which can be conveniently carried in sections. It weighs in all 6 tons and costs £250. An ordinary boiler would cost only £100, but it would probably weigh 20 tons and is therefore inconvenient for handling. A man is sent out to put the plant in working order. His expenses for the voyage and 16 shillings per day would be charged to the purchaser. The present position of the banana drying industry would not justify a large capital expenditure, but if it were possible to combine it with the drying of copra on a large scale, this system may well be adopted as being practical. American evaporators. Evaporators are very largely used in America for drying apples, peaches, grapes, sweet corn, potatoes, and other vegetables. There is a firebox below, and above are movable shelves. A stream of hot air passes through the shelves and out into a flue. The smoke from the fire is conducted through the flue and helps the draft. Spawn speaks of one kind of evaporator as a chamber running from the top of a large furnace in the basement upward, out through the roof of a 3-story building. The current of heated air is kept as near as possible to 240 degrees Fahrenheit, or 116 degrees Celsius. The sliced apples are spread on galvanized screens and placed in the evaporator. The screens rest on endless chains that move upwards at intervals of 3 to 5 minutes, when a fresh screen is put in below and one is taken off at the 3rd story completed. The process of evaporation is so rapid that the fruit loses none of its freshness and flavour. In properly evaporated fruit, there is no loss of pleasant or valuable properties, but an actual increase of fruit sugar from the fact that evaporation is essentially a ripening process. Cocoa and coffee dryers. There are machines on the market for drying cocoa, coffee, etc., which might be adopted for drying bananas for the purpose of making banana chips for conversion into flour. In the ordinary machine, the bananas become conglomerated into large masses, and the machinery would require some internal arrangement of paddles to prevent this accumulation. Vacuum dryers. The Philippine Agricultural Review says, "The trouble in the past has been that bananas and plantains do not keep well unless dried by special processes, and do not endure long storage without losing some of their flavor at least, if not some of their nutritious value. The advent of the new vacuum dryers changes the entire commercial aspect of the banana products industry, and we shall soon see a great variety of food products made from the 200 or more banana varieties." There is enough waste ground adapted to banana culture in the Philippines today to supply a large portion of the food of 25 million people if the newer methods of handling that wonderful crop were put into production. The system of drying in a vacuum deserves consideration. Exhaust steam of low pressure is usually employed as the medium for conveying heat to the vacuum apparatus. The total heat contained in 1 pound of steam at 212 degrees Fahrenheit is about 5.5 times more than that contained in 1 pound of water at the same temperature, and it is owing to this large amount of latent heat in steam that makes it so suitable for conveying the heat to drying apparatus. After the material has been placed in the vacuum drying apparatus, the air is removed by a pump until a vacuum of about 28 inches or more is maintained. When the moisture in the material has been warmed up to only about 100 degrees Fahrenheit, the boiling point is reached, and the moisture is quickly evaporated. The greater the heat, the quicker is the evaporation, but the temperature of the moisture and that of the material being dried is not increased, so long as the vacuum is maintained and some moisture remains. By observation glasses and other means it is known when all the moisture has been evaporated, and the material is then removed from the drying apparatus. Comparing vacuum and air drying apparatus, the saving of heat is considerable in the vacuum apparatus. In the case of the vacuum drying apparatus, the wet material and its moisture absorb the whole of the heat supplied. The only additional heat required is that lost by radiation and the warming up of the material and moisture to the boiling evaporating temperature. Owing to the short time required for drying under vacuum, these dryers are much smaller than air dryers working under atmospheric pressure, and therefore the surfaces exposed to cooling are much less, and the loss by radiation is comparatively small. Emil Passberg of Berlin was the manufacturer of the first vacuum dryer for bananas used in Jamaica as long ago as 1898. It was introduced by Mr. O. Zerker, the manager at Montpellier for the proprietor, the Honourable Evelyn Ellis. It was of the revolving drum type, and was said to turn out 5 tons of dried banana flour every week for some time. An improved model is now recommended, and may be taken as a type for what is required under this system. It consists of a rectangular cast-iron vacuum chamber with surface condenser and steam-driven vacuum pump. The vacuum drying chamber is designed to remove the water rapidly and at a low temperature. The chamber is iron, closed hermetically by a door. It contains a number of closed heating shelves arranged one above the other in which small pipes are fitted for the admission and exit of the heating steam. The shelves are, as a rule, made strong enough for a test pressure of 90 pounds. On these are placed trays containing the material to be dried. After the door of the dryer, which is fitted with an India rubber joint, has been closed, a high vacuum of at least 28 inches of mercury or more is created by means of the air pump, while exhaust steam passes through the heating shelves. At a very moderate temperature of the material that is to be dried, about 95 degrees Fahrenheit or 85 degrees Celsius, the water, owing to the vacuum, begins to evaporate briskly out of the substances, which therefore dry rapidly. The charging of the chamber is simple and easy, and the working clean and reliable. The temperature can be regulated by valves in the steam pipes. The drying, of course, is independent of climatic conditions. By using hot water for heating with an air pump giving a high vacuum, the evaporation of the water contained in the materials that are to be dried takes place at as low a temperature as 63 degrees Fahrenheit or 17 degrees Celsius. The dryers work with a very small consumption of steam. As a rule, only 13 to 15 pounds of heating steam are required to evaporate 10 pounds of water out of the previously heated substance that is to be dried. This includes the motive power of the air pump, where the exhaust steam from the air pump engine is used for heating purposes. Such an economical consumption of steam is only possible by drying under vacuum. A vacuum drying plant faces page 146, figure 12. The size recommended for drying bananas is known as number 12. There are 20 shelves in its chamber, 43 and 5/16 inches wide, 39 and 3/8 inches long, and 1 inch high, with a space between the shelves of 2 and 5/16 inches. The approximate total heating surface is 496 square feet. The chamber is made of cast iron. It is 8 feet 8 inches high, including the stand, 5 feet wide, and 5 feet 3 inches deep. The approximate weight of the plant is 5 tons 600 weights. With one chamber as shown, the price is £500, but 2 chambers forming a unit are recommended instead of one, price £900. 700 or 8 hundredweight of bananas can be dried in the day. Although this dryer appears to be excellent for making banana chips, it is not so certain that it is well suited for the preparation of banana figs. End of section 18.
Chapter 19 of the Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessie Percival. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Chapter 19, Manila Hemp and Other Fibers from Species of Musa. Manila Hemp. The cultivation of the species of Musa, M. textilis, which yields Manila hemp, is discussed under Philippine Islands, Chapter 25. Wherever the conditions are somewhat similar to those in the Philippines, this is probably the best species to grow for the production of fiber. But it is possible that a species may be found in Africa which will suit local conditions there better. In Java in 1911, the total area devoted to Manila hemp and other Musa fibers was 4,694 acres. Experimental trials in Java with Manila hemp have given good results, although the fiber is not of so fine a quality as that of the higher grades produced in the Philippines. The cultivation is not remunerative on land where the raw material cannot be transported cheaply, or in plantations where the production falls below 850 pounds per acre. The plant requires in Java a loose soil, rich in humus, and situated not more than 1,650 feet above the sea. Under favorable conditions, the production may amount to as much as 1.5 tons of dry fiber per acre. The cultivation of other crops on the same estate is advisable, but Manila hemp should not be grown in admixture with other plants. If possible, it should be grown on land which is adapted for a central factory. A system of local factories distributed over a large estate can only be recommended in cases in which the configuration of the land does not admit of cheap transport of the raw material. If Manila hemp is to be the principal crop grown on the estate, the area planted should not be less than 450 acres, although if grown as a secondary crop, 90 acres may be profitable. A sample of Manila hemp grown at the Government Experimental Garden, Kulara Madras, at an elevation of 1,300 feet, was reported by the Imperial Institute as being inferior to ordinary Manila hemp. It was regarded as well adapted for the manufacture of binder twine and was valued at about 23 pounds to 24 pounds per ton, October 1908. Wild banana fiber. Wherever there is a very large local supply of wild bananas, which yield a good fiber, it may be profitable to work up this supply, just as it pays in Mauritius to extract hemp from the wild for Croia, although it would not be profitable in any other colony to plant for Croia for the purpose. Samples of fiber of Musa ensete and M. uligarensis from German East Africa have been chemically examined and reported on by the Imperial Institute. The commercial experts to whom the fibers were submitted reported that they were of very promising quality. The, quote, first quality, unquote, of Musa ensete was stated to be of good bright color, well cleaned, readily saleable in the London market, and probably worth about 50 pounds per ton. The, quote, second quality, unquote, was considered to be inferior in color, but of good quality and worth 45 pounds per ton. The fiber of Musa uligarensis was regarded as a very useful material, but inferior to that of Musa ensete. Its value was estimated at 40 pounds per ton. The results of this investigation have shown that these East African Musa plants would no doubt prove well worth cultivating for the sake of their fiber, which, if carefully prepared, would obtain a ready sale at good prices. Samples of wild banana, Musa livingstoniana and other Musas, from Nairobi, British East Africa, were reported on by the Imperial Institute, and the opinion of the commercial experts was that these products are comparable with the best fibers used for rope making, are similar to the most expensive grades of Manila hemp, and would meet with a ready sale in the London market. The 7 samples varied in the valuation from £20 to £50 per ton, based on the current prices of the best grades of Manila hemp, which varied at the time from £43 to £57 per ton. A sample of fiber from a species of wild Musa from Tenasserim, Burma, was lately examined at the Imperial Institute, and the fiber was reported to be clean, lustrous, well prepared. The strength was good, and the length varied from 4 feet to 5 feet 6 inches. A commercial firm to whom the sample was submitted regarded the fiber as particularly valuable on account of its softness, and valued it nominally at about £20 per ton, with, quote, fair current, and, quote, Manila hemp at £22 to £22 10 shillings per ton in the London market. There is no doubt that fiber of this quality would be readily saleable in the United Kingdom. Manila hemp plants are being experimentally cultivated in Mazeras in British East Africa and have made satisfactory growth. Several acres at Caneville, Limoru, have been planted with the indigenous, quote, wild banana, and, quote, Musa sp, which is widely distributed in the protectorate. It is propagated from seed and usually requires from 2 to 2.5 years to reach maturity. A useful fiber is obtained from the sheaths by a method of beating, scraping, washing, and drying, but this mode of preparation is both expensive and unreliable. If a satisfactory machine were introduced, there is no doubt that a profitable industry could be established, as not only could the wild plants be utilized, but a permanent supply could be readily attained by cultivation. Banana and plantain fiber. Banana fiber from southern Rhodesia was sent to the Imperial Institute, and the brokers reported that this was a somewhat soft fiber, of fair strength, stronger, and more even than is usually the case with banana fiber, and worth £25 to £26 per ton. Plantain and banana fibers from the Gold Coast have been reported on at the Imperial Institute. The plantain fiber was regarded by commercial experts as worth £40 per ton, with good Manila hemp at £38 to £42 per ton, and the banana fiber £36 per ton, with fair Manila hemp at £35 to £36 per ton. The following is the report of a committee appointed to consider the extension of the cultivation of fiber plants in India, so far as it refers to plantain fiber. Quote, there are possibilities in India of a useful industry in plantain fiber. In many parts, the plantain is common in every garden, and in Bengal, Assam, the Bombay and Malabar coasts, the delta tracts of Madras, and in parts of Burma, whole groves of plantains are quite common. The fiber of the plant which produces good fruit is usually, however, far inferior to that of Musa uxtilis, the source of Manila hemp. Moreover, the amount of fiber obtainable from a plantain in India is small. Experiments have shown that the fiber can be extracted by a simple hand machine, but, in view of the low market price obtainable, as a rule, not much more than half that of Manila hemp, it remains to be proved that a plantain fiber industry in India is a commercial possibility. The fiber is of little use for the manufacture of cordage, as its strength is below the standard usually demanded for rope making. There are about 124,000 acres under plantains in Burma, but nothing is done with the fiber. The crop may give paying results for fiber after producing fruit. The question of the value of fiber from the stem of the banana comes up again and again for discussion in the West Indies, although it was practically settled many years ago when Sir D. Morris was Director of Public Gardens and Plantations, Jamaica. The stem yields less than 1.5% of its weight, that is about 1.5 pounds, per ordinary stem as cut. This fiber is described by experts as being, quote, very weak, poor color, and woody, end quote, and as being, quote, only fit for paper worth about 7 pounds or 8 pounds per ton, end quote. To obtain 1 ton of fiber, it would therefore be necessary to handle nearly 100 tons of fresh stems, which must be dealt with as soon as cut and on the spot. This, no doubt, could be managed if it were worthwhile, but as the local prices would probably not exceed 1 penny per pound, it is scarcely likely that any serious attempt will be made to extract it. If it is considered also that the value as manure of the chopped stem is perhaps 2 or 3 times the value of the fiber, no reasonable person would wish to export fiber to the detriment of his land. No doubt better fiber, as good as that submitted to the Imperial Institute from Africa and Burma, could be obtained if the trunk were cut at the emergence of the flowering stalk from the top of the plant. But the banana and plantain are grown primarily for the fruit and not for fiber. In 1905, when the subject was under discussion, Sir D. Morris sent the following communication to the Jamaican Agricultural Society. Quote, I enclose a summary of the facts obtained as the result of experiments during the last 20 years. They are as follows. A banana stem just after fruiting, if cut, as usual with the country people, about 2 feet above ground and denuded of its foliage, weighed 108 pounds. This, being divided into 3 lengths of 2.5 feet each, and split longitudinally into several pieces, was prepared by beating and washing by hand, and yielded 25 ounces of clean marketable fiber, which is the rate of 1.44% of the gross weight. The fiber of the lower portion of the stem, as also the fiber in the petioles of the leaves, was not extracted. A smaller banana, cut under similar circumstances, that is, 2 feet from the ground, and denuded of its foliage, weighed 41 pounds. This was divided into 2 lengths of 2.5 feet each, and after being split longitudinally into several pieces, was prepared by hand, and yielded 6 3/4 ounces of clean fiber, or at the rate of 1.02% on the gross weight. At the Hope Plantation, similar experiments were conducted with banana stems which yielded very much the same results. 2 banana stems, cut after fruiting at 2 feet from the ground, and denuded of their leaves, weighed 147 pounds. These yielded 33 ounces of clean fiber, or at the rate of 1.44% on the gross weight. From ordinary stems of banana, cut after fruiting at about 1.5 to 2 feet above ground, a settler might prepare about 1.5 pounds of clean fiber. But if the stems are large and the whole length is used, as well as the petioles of the leaves, the amount of fiber might be increased to 2.5 pounds, if not 3 pounds per stem. The reports submitted by leading firms of fiber brokers on the above samples of Jamaica banana fiber were as follows. Messrs. Ide and Christa, banana fiber. This is only fit for paper, worth about 7 or 8 pounds per ton. Messrs. Collier and Co. banana fiber. No market for this. Very weak, poor color, woody. Nominal value 14 pounds. It must be borne in mind that to obtain 1 ton of banana fiber, it will be necessary to handle nearly 100 tons of fresh stems. These cannot be carried to a central place for treatment, otherwise the cost of the fiber would be increased beyond its market value. The stems will be required to be dealt with on the spot. It is probable that for banana fiber bought in Jamaica, not more than 6 pounds per ton, or less than 1 penny per pound, could be offered for it. At the time I was investigating banana fiber, I suggested that, quote, the merchants who purchase the fruit from the growers might offer a small sum of clean and well-dried fiber and take it in small lots as it comes to hand. The merchants could afterwards sort and pack the fiber and put it up in tightly compressed bales for shipment. Some such plan as this, suited to local circumstances, would probably offer the best means of starting a banana fiber industry in the West Indies, end quote. Whether it would pay or not depend on the purpose for which the fiber is used and the market value at the time, end quote. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Development of the Banana Trade. United Fruit Company. In 1867, the governor of Jamaica, Sir John Peter Grant, pointed out in his annual report that the value of all the fruit exported from the island during that year was only 728 pounds. Although no country was better suited by nature for the production of fruits of great market value. He instituted in the driest district a system of irrigation which proved to be of the greatest value to the island in later years, when at length planters woke up to the fact that bananas could be most profitably grown there. The enterprise of the Boston sailor, Captain L.D. Baker, was, however, the chief factor in the astonishing increase in the fruit trade. He began by shipping a few bunches in the vessel in which he traded between Boston and Jamaica. Then the Boston Fruit Company was established by him to supply steamers and deal with bananas as cargoes. The demand for the fruit spread from Boston throughout the states. The cultivation of the fruit was extended to Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, and Cuba. Bananas were shipped to other ports, to New York, Baltimore, and New Orleans for convenience of transport inland. The Boston Fruit Company became the United Fruit Company, with larger interests and more extended operations. The development of the trade has been phenomenal, and is very largely in the hands of the United Fruit Company of Boston, with whom Messrs. Elders and Fifes of London work in close association. The United Fruit Company are owners of 25 steamships of approximately 170,252 tons gross register, and Messrs. Elders and Fifes of 16 of approximately 70,139 tons gross register. These, with 59 chartered steamships of 82,477 tons gross, make together a total of 100 steamships of 269,868 tons gross. Many of the United Fruit Company's steamers are fitted with mechanical cooling on a system adapted from the J and E Hall system used on Messrs. Elders and Fifes steamers, but modified to suit the special conditions of the American trade. Some are fitted with the regular Hall installation, and others with Hall's machines of exceptional power to deal with fruit of a riper grade, which will go into consumption as fast as they can be put on the market. The chief sources of supply to the United States are the following countries: Jamaica, Costa Rica, Colombia, Panama, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Honduras, Cuba, San Domingo. The total number of bunches of bananas imported into the United States from all sources for the year ended September 30, 1912, was as follows: United Fruit Company, 26,974,258. Other companies, 16,287,411. Total bunches, 43,261,669. The estimated shipments of bunches of bananas to the United States for the year ended September 30, 1913 are: United Fruit Company, 29,842,135. Other companies, 17,035,000. Total, 46,877,135. The growth of the demand for bananas necessitates continued extensive development work. Large purchases by the United Fruit Company of banana properties and lands available for banana planting were made during the year 1912 in the republics of Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, and in other parts of Central America. Large developments are being carried on in Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Panama, the company's policy being to grow a large proportion of its fruit in order to show how enlightened and advanced the general policy of a large company must be if they intend to command success. Reference may be made to the medical department of the United Fruit Company. Since its organization, it has maintained hospitals at various places for the care of its employees, and it has created a department to have charge of these hospitals and of sanitary work at the tropical divisions, and of the medical staff upon the steamships, and the supervision of quarantine matters. The activities of this department involve an outlay of several $100,000 annually. As a result, in large measure, of its work, the localities in which the company operates have been relatively free from dangerous contagions, and mutually helpful relations are maintained with government health and quarantine authorities.
In order to give some idea of the extensive operations of the United Fruit Company, the following table is given for the year ended September 1912. Atlantic Fruit Company. The prosperity of the Boston Fruit Company and the United Fruit Company, which absorbed it, brought many imitators into the banana field, one of the most successful of which has been the Atlantic Fruit Company. This concern was originally formed by Mr. Joseph D. Giorgio in Baltimore in 1901 as the D. Giorgio Importing and Steamship Company, and in its infancy its operations were confined to the purchase of bananas in the open market in Jamaica, where they loaded one steamer per week, carrying about 12,000 bunches. From this small beginning, the company has gradually grown and become one of the largest growers of bananas, doing business in the tropics, at the present time chartering 22 steamers plying from the ports of Port Antonio in Jamaica, Bluefields and Pearl Lagoon, Nicaragua, Puerto Cortes, Honduras, Frontera, Mexico, Sama and Sagua de Tanamo, Cuba, and Santa Marta in Colombia, to the New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New Orleans divisions of the company in the United States. The company imported during the year 1912 7,135,488 bunches of bananas. In 1905, Mr. Di Giorgio, wishing to enter into a larger field, organized and incorporated the Atlantic Fruit Company under the laws of the state of Delaware, and it was recognized in 1911 under the name of the Atlantic Fruit and Steamship Company, acquiring 1,906,000 acres of land in Nicaragua and about 35,000 acres in Cuba, besides securing long-term leases on about 35,000 acres of banana land in Jamaica. The tonnage grew to such an extent that the company entered into an agreement with the Hamburg American Line to take care of part of their tonnage. In January 1913, additional foreign interests were taken into the company, and the Atlantic Fruit Company was formed to take over the business of the Atlantic Fruit and Steamship Company. Exports from plantations, a variable amount. The number of bunches exported from each country differs from year to year, the amount being dependent on various conditions of climate, such as drought and heavy winds. For instance, the quantities exported to all sources from Jamaica were, in the year 1907, 16 millions, in 1908, 14 millions, in 1909, 16 3/4 millions. In 1910, they fell to 14 millions, and in 1911 rose again to 16.5 millions. The exports of bananas from Costa Rica were a little over 10 million bunches in 1908, but they fell in 1909 to 9,365,690 bunches. In 1910, to 9,097,285, and in 1911 rose to 9,309,586. But, on the whole, as the demand steadily increases, so do the number of acres planted and the number of bunches exported. In Costa Rica, the area under bananas in 1910 was 62,500 acres, and new plantations amounting to 2,500 acres were made in 1911. In Jamaica, in 1911-12, the area was 82,435 acres, the average for the previous 4 years being 67,573 acres. The Canary Islands appear, for the present, to have come to about the limit of cultivable land for bananas, and the production, therefore, cannot increase very much until new irrigation canals are made. The output from Costa Rica for the year 1912 was estimated at 10.5 millions. From Santa Marta in Colombia, over 6 millions, and from Bocas del Toro in Panama, 5.5 million. The United States consul at Port Antonio, Jamaica, writes as follows. Notwithstanding the increased acreage in bananas, the Jamaican crop for 1912 shows a considerable decrease in consequence of an unusually protracted drought, and the crop has been further damaged by hurricanes which swept the land on November 17 and 18. The injury to the banana crop in this consular district, embracing the parishes of Portland and St. Mary, will probably cause a decrease of about 1 million bunches, and there will be a loss in the whole island estimated at 3,500,000 to 4 million bunches, chiefly in the yield of next year. Where plantations have been entirely devastated, they will yield little fruit for export next year, for the reason that it will be more profitable to plan for a spring crop in 1914, when the prices will be high, than for a crop in the fall or winter, the seasons when prices are generally lowest. As the loss in Jamaica will probably be more than offset by gains in Colombia, Panama, Guatemala, and other countries which have been steadily increasing the acreage in this crop, a small advance in the world's production for the current year may still be expected. The consumption of bananas and manufacturing food products, an industry which has assumed considerable importance in Jamaica, will be checked for some time owing to the destruction of fruit by the recent storms and hurricane. A severe windstorm occurred on April 10, 1913, at Santa Marta, Colombia, and it is estimated that 750,000 banana plants were blown down, resulting in a loss to the United Fruit Company of about £200,000. Development in England. The distance of sources of supply from England, except the Canary Islands, was unfavorable to the early development of the trade. Messrs. Fife, Hudson and Company, and Messrs. Elder, Dempster and Company were importing the small Chinese banana from the Canary Islands into England, packed in crates, and for some years this was the sole source of supply. In 1884, the total importation into England was about 10,000 bunches. But in 1901, the imperial direct line between Bristol and Jamaica was started by the late Sir Alfred Jones, chairman of the Elder Dempster lines, a subsidy of £20,000 a year for 10 years being granted by the imperial government, and an equal amount being contributed by the Jamaican government. The steamers took a cargo of at least 25,000 bunches once a fortnight, and were specially fitted with the cooling apparatus invented and manufactured by Messrs. J. and E. Hall of Dartford. On the initiation of the Imperial Direct West India Mail Service by Messrs. Elder, Dempster and Company, a separate company was formed, with Sir Alfred Jones as chairman, to undertake those obligations of the government contract which referred to the buying of fruit. But before long it became evident that the basis of supply must be widened, and the new company, being combined with an old established firm of fruit importers under the title of Elders and Fifes, purchased 4 vessels, installed Monsieur Hall's plant on them, and instituted regular sailings between Costa Rica and Manchester and Bristol. In each of 3 subsequent successive years, the company brought out 3 steamers of a very fine type. Messrs. Elders and Fife's fleet now numbers 16 large vessels, all similarly fitted, and having an aggregate cooling capacity of about 1 million bunches. The imports of bananas into the United Kingdom were about 10,000 bunches in 1884, 1,500,000 bunches in 1901, while for 1912, to September 30, the total amounted to 6,833,625 bunches, imported from different countries as follows. Elders and Fifes, from Costa Rica, 2,481,855. From Colombia,
2,709,137. From Jamaica, 150,678. From Canary Islands, 638,552. Other companies from Canary Islands, 853,403. Messrs. Elders and Fifes have established large depots and stores in the majority of the large towns in the United Kingdom, from which they supply small retailers not only in large towns, but in many remote villages. A few words must be said here about some other steamship lines carrying bananas. The Royal Mail Steam Packet Company have a steamer arriving in London every fortnight, bringing as part of her cargo bananas from the Canary Islands. This being only a short passage, no arrangements of an artificial character are made for preserving the fruit on the voyage. B. A mail steamer arrives at Southampton every fortnight, which brings, amongst other cargo, bananas from the West Indian Islands. Some of these steamers are fitted with chambers kept cool and fresh by a system of fans and air shafts. Others have insulated and refrigerated holds wherein the fruit is stowed at a suitable temperature. C. The steamers mentioned in B in the course of their voyages also carry bananas in considerable quantities from Jamaica to New York. The Atlas line of the Hamburg America Linie have at present 8 ships occupied in carrying bananas from the West Indies to New York. These steamers carry between 25,000 and 35,000 bunches each, and 2 steamers are about to be replaced by larger steamers carrying about 50,000 bunches each. In all, therefore, they are able to transport between 250,000 and 280,000 bunches per month, the steamers making one round trip every 4 weeks. They have not begun yet to carry bananas from the West Indies to Europe. The Compagnie Générale Transatlantique have no steamers specially built for carrying bananas, but on the Havre-Bordeaux-Cologne line, the steamers, which are provided with cool chambers, call on the return journey for bananas at Martinique and Guadeloupe. The Pacific Steam Navigation Company carry bananas by steamers calling homewards from Las Palmas, Canary Islands. There is a regular fortnightly mail service and a fortnightly intermediate service. 200 crates are taken once a month to Havre. Bananas are also carried to London, Swansea, and Liverpool by steamers going direct from Las Palmas to one of these ports. The Shaw, Seville, and Albion Company carry bananas from the Canary Islands as a small adjunct to their trade between New Zealand and England. All their steamers homeward bound call at Tenerife on their way to London, and almost all take some bananas on board. The quantity by each steamer is very variable, being fairly large at the height of the banana season. The fruit is carried for the most part on deck, and arrives in good condition. The New Zealand Shipping Company have mail steamers calling at Tenerife every 4 weeks, and cargo steamers about every 3 weeks, which bring to London crates of bananas, varying in quantity from 1,000 to 10,000 crates, according to the season. They are carried chiefly on deck or in shelter deck spaces on deck. The steamers of the Union Castle Line carry bananas from the Canary Islands to London, and occasionally to Southampton. The steamers call alternately at Las Palmas and Tenerife, a fortnightly service being maintained. The Nelson Line have a weekly service of steamers from the River Plate to London, calling at Las Palmas, where shipments of bananas are obtained according to the season. There are 10 steamers, ranging in gross tonnage from 7,381 to 7,634, or 4,659 to 4,824 registered tonnage. There is also a fortnightly service from the River Plate to Liverpool, culling at Las Palmas for bananas under similar conditions. There are 7 steamers on this route, ranging in gross tonnage from 4,123 to 6,027, in registered tonnage from 2,653 to 3,835. The Elder Dempster Company's steamers, returning from Africa, cull on an average once a week at Tenerife and twice a week at Las Palmas. From Tenerife, they have carried in a year 300,000 crates, or an average of 5,555 crates per steamer. From Las Palmas, 400,000 crates, or an average of 4,300 crates per steamer. Total for 12 months, 700,000 crates to Liverpool. The steamers are not insulated, but the fruit is invariably landed in excellent condition, especially from those steamers having sheltered deck accommodation. Besides these companies, the following also carry bananas from the Canary Islands. For London or Liverpool, or for both ports, Yoward Brothers, R.P. Houston and Company, Otto Thoresen, J.T. Rennie and Son, Bullard, King and Company, Lampert and Holt, Holder Brothers, Harrison Line, G. Thompson and Company, David McIver and Company, Bucknell S.S. Company. For Hamburg, Hamburg Bremen Afrika Linie, Hamburg and South American S.S. Company, Dutch Ost-Afrika Linie, Worman Linie, Cosmos Linie. For Marseilles, Société Générale de Transportes Maritimes, Cyprien Fabre. For Cadiz and Barcelona, Compania Transatlantica, Piniles, Izquierdo and Company. For Genoa, Lloyd Sabod, Ligure Brasiliana, La Veloce. For Trieste, Union Austriaca de Nav. Development in Europe. The total number of bunches exported for the year ended September 30, 1912, from the Canary Islands to all parts was nearly 2 3/4 millions, of which nearly 1.5 millions went to England, while the rest was divided up between Germany, France, Italy, and a fair proportion went to Egypt during the winter months. Germany takes a large proportion. France is taking at present 2,500 bunches of West Indian bananas weekly, via Liverpool and Dunkirk, and this trade only commenced at the end of the year 1911. The rest of the bananas sold in France all come from the Canary Islands. The consumption of bananas on the continent of Europe is increasing fast, although most of the countries protect their native fruits by means of an import duty. For instance, in 1877, only 5,000 bunches of bananas were imported into France. This rose in 1901 to 50,000 bunches, and in 1904 to 250,000 bunches. The bananas sold in the south of France and in Algeria under the name of Dahomey bananas, as a rule, all come from the Canaries. The export trade from England to the continent is being rapidly developed, for the total shipments from England to the continent for the year ended September 30, 1912, were 1,023,641 bunches. 1,000 bunches are sent every week to St. Petersburg, although the import duty into Russia is £11 18 shillings a ton. 1,200 bunches a week go to Sweden, duty £5 10 shillings a ton. 2,000 to Norway, duty £1 2 shillings a ton. 1,000 to Copenhagen, duty 11 shillings a ton. 8,000 to 9,000 to Germany, some being from the Canary Islands, duty nil. 3,000 to 4,000 to Holland, duty 5% on invoice value, plus 5 shillings duty on vans. 2,500,
West Indian bananas to France via Liverpool and Dunkirk. Duty £2 13 shillings 4 pence. A ton plus octroi duties, besides some from the Canary Islands. The increase in the importation of bananas into Hamburg is given in the table on page 165 from Les Bananières by Dr. E. de Wildeman, 1913, to the year 1909. The figures are numbers of dozens of the fresh fruit, and those for 1912 are only approximate. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Hunter. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Transport by sea. Carriage by steamers. It is of the first importance that the least possible time should elapse between the cutting of the fruit and its sale to customers. Messrs. Elders and Fifes have now specially constructed steamers of 5,000 tons capacity, each capable of carrying 60,000 bunches. They are fitted with the latest cool air system, which ensures an even temperature of about 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius, and there is a weekly sailing. It is difficult to realize the amount of attention and care that is necessary to bring the fruit in perfect condition to the retailer. After the vessel is docked, the first step is to lift, by means of crane power, enormous cages filled with bananas, which occupy the space of the hatchway area from the upper to the bottom deck. After these cages are removed, the hatchway is clear, and it is then possible to start discharging the fruit by means of elevators from any one of the 4 to 5 decks, as may be found expedient. The steamers are fitted with loading and unloading machines, working on the principle of endless belts. It takes from 250 to 400 men to unload a steamer, a task which is invariably accomplished in one day. A cargo is the equivalent of around 500 railway truckloads. Owing to the delicate nature of the fruit and the risk of chill, it is a matter of the greatest importance that it should reach its destination on the day following that of its dispatch. At New Orleans and Mobile, the United Fruit Company employ motor-driven machines of the marine leg type to unload bunches of bananas from the holds of their vessels, thus saving much time and labour, as well as the damage to the fruit that was formerly caused by hand unloading. A 35-foot vertical marine leg drops from an extension projecting over the water's edge into the hold of the vessel drawn up to the wharf. Sprocket wheels on the marine leg and the stationary portions of the unloader carry a pair of chains 4 foot apart, between which on crossbars is attached a canvas strip so arranged with slack as to form pockets at 3 foot intervals. Each of the 4 machines at New Orleans has 92 pockets, and they are driven by individual 15-horsepower induction motors. They are able to unload 2,500 bunches of bananas an hour, the bunches weighing from 60 pounds to 120 pounds each. In the hold of the vessel, the conveyors are filled from 3 levels, each level loading into every 3rd pocket of the conveyor, the speed of which is too high to permit succession pockets to be filled from a single position. After reaching the dock end of the conveyor, the pocket chain passes over a flat roller, which gently discharges the fruit upon a moving belt running back to the cars, where it is loaded for shipment by rail. At this point, the Mississippi River has a periodical variation of 14 feet, and the unloaders must accommodate themselves to this variation, as well as reach the hatches of any ordinary vessel. The marine leg is supported from an auxiliary boom hinged to the main boom, so that by making a jackknife bend, practically any hatch level or distance from the wharf can be negotiated. The manipulation of the booms and the hoists and the side travel of the hinge machine along the deck are controlled by friction clutches on the main conveyor motor shaft. Within 3 to 5 minutes after the vessel's hatches are made ready, the machines can be placed in position and the unloading begun. Ships can be unloaded in from 90 minutes to 7 hours, according to the size of their cargo. Refrigeration in sea transport. Mr. H. J. Ward, a director of Messrs. J. and E. Hall Limited, Dartford, has supplied the following information on this subject, which was originally prepared for and read at the Premier Congrès International du Freud in Paris, 1908. When Sir Alfred Jones, chairman of the Elder Dempster Lines, undertook the contract for a line of fruit steamers to Jamaica, he recognized that by the aid of cooled air alone could the contract requirements be met, and entrusted Messrs. J. and E. Hall with the designing and supplying of the complete refrigeration installations for the new vessels. The system adopted was generally on the lines of the successful installations designed and carried out during the previous few years by Messrs. Hall for the transport of apples on a number of vessels employed in the Australian trade, but the much more critical condition of bananas on shipment, and the great quantity of gas and heat given off in the very rapid ripening of this fruit, had to be estimated and allowed for. That the pioneer vessels continued carrying and landing their fruit in first-class condition, and that, except in some trifling details, the fruit-carrying arrangements are exactly as they were when first installed, is conclusive evidence that the assumptions then made were not far wrong. In fact, a description of the latest vessel put in the service applies to the earliest, the only modifications having been in details. For example, the air fans are now coupled to electric motors instead of high-speed steam engines. Figure 13 shows in elevation the general arrangement of Messrs. Elders and Fife's SS Barranca, one of a class of fine steamers designed exclusively for banana carrying and recently added to their fleet. The refrigerating machinery and cooling appliances are in deck houses on the upper deck, thus leaving the spaces below as clear as possible for the cargo. There are 3 decks of fruit forward and aft respectively, and each deck has a clear run of about 130 feet between bulkheads, making 6 fine chambers, each taking about 10,000 large bunches, the total of nearly 60,000 bunches, being about 3 times the number carried by the steamer Port Morant, which initiated the service in 1901. The fruit comes on board within a few hours of cutting, and is stowed without covering of any kind, the lowest bunches being arranged with the stems vertical, with a final layer placed horizontally, this giving the best results both in utilizing space and freedom from damage. Every cargo space is divided into bins by portable horizontal sparring fitting into vertical posts, thus checking the movement of the fruit in rough weather. Sparred gratings are laid on the steel decks to carry the fruit clear of the plating, and to allow the air to circulate below and up through the fruit. The ship's sides and bulkheads and the highest and lowest decks are insulated with granulated cork and wood boardings, forming a complete envelope about 7 inches, say 18 centimeters, thick. Along each side, trunks conveying the cooled air are formed by boardings, in which are a number of openings fitted with adjustable slides and spaced at suitable intervals and levels. Powerful fans of the centrifugal type, arranged in pairs and coupled to electric motors, draw the air from the fruit chambers through the suction trunks on one side, pass it over closely nested brine piping, thereby cooling and drying it, and returning it through the delivery trunks on the opposite side. The cooler pipes are electrically welded into grid form, there being no screwed joints except those on the headers, the brine flow being regulated by valves controlling a number of separate group of grids. The cooling surface is properly proportioned to the work to be done, and the cooler with its fans is completely insulated. Ventilators are provided, enabling the air in the fruit spaces to be changed in as few minutes as may be found desirable from time to time, the fresh air passing through the cooler before reaching the fruit, and the vitiated air being discharged to the atmosphere. The brine is cooled by a large horizontal duplex carbon dioxide machine of J and E Hall's standard design, with compound surface condensing steam engine, the CO2 condenser coils of copper being contained in the base, and the evaporator coils in a separate D-shaped casing, the 2 halves of the machine combining 2 complete units capable of independent working, the steam connections enabling either cylinder to be worked as a simple engine with the halves of the crankshaft disconnected. The brine pumps are of the vertical duplex type, 2 in number, either one capable of performing the full duty in emergency. The machines and fans are run during the last day or so of the outward voyage to cool down the spaces in readiness to receive the fruit. Stowage is rapid, owing to the use of power-driven conveyors. and discharge even more rapid, some of the fruit in the square of the hatches being stowed in special cribs, which are lifted out by the ship's derricks immediately the hatches are off, leaving space for the discharged elevators, which are promptly lowered into position. During the first 2 days of the homeward voyage, the plant is run continuously to extract the sun heat from the fruit and to retard ripening. The condition of the fruit is kept under close observation, temperatures being taken at regular intervals day and night, the captain, assisted by the ship's officers, all carefully trained men, personally attending to these duties. After a few days at sea, the temperatures are generally well in hand, and care has then to be taken to avoid the risk of chilling, the machine being slowed down, and probably one of the compressors disconnected, just sufficient power being developed to maintain the temperature at about 55 degrees Fahrenheit. The condition of the fruit on discharge will depend to some extent upon the market conditions, and if it is to go into consumption immediately, the temperature may be allowed to rise during the last days of the voyage. Separate storage for bananas. It has been found by practical experience that bananas and oranges cannot advantageously be sent in the same hold. The Director of Agriculture, Jamaica, in his annual report for 1909-10, refers to some experiments made in this connection as follows. Experiments on the gases given off by bananas and oranges, respectively, were carried out at the laboratory. It was shown that oranges gave off a good deal of carbonic acid gas when stored in a closed place, as in a ship's hold, but, on the other hand, carbonic acid was proved to be a wonderful preservative of bananas. It was shown, however, by direct trial, that the emanations from oranges stored in a chamber were found to have the effect of bringing about a premature ripening of bananas, if these gases were passed through a chamber laden with this fruit. The practical lesson indicated by these experiments is that separate storage is desirable for citrus fruits and bananas, when they are being transported for long distances by sea. Methods of carrying bananas without cool storage. In the journal d'Agriculture Tropicale No. 74, reference was made to an account, in the British and South African Export Gazette, of a method of transporting bananas without the employment of refrigerating chambers. The investigations mentioned were undertaken in order to find a cheap way of carrying bananas from South Africa, in view of the expensive nature of cold storage during so long a voyage as that to England. Trials were made by the firm of Messrs. Coburn, Hemmelrick and Co. of London, and consisted in carrying the banana in pulverized peat. The account stated that, after several unsuccessful attempts, satisfactory results were obtained. Experiments had demonstrated the necessity for picking the fruits as soon as they had lost their green appearance, and of packing them in a special kind of peat, which had been completely freed of all earthy matter. The preserving action of the peat was stated to consist in its possession of absorbent properties, by which it protects the fruit from external moisture and from the decay that results from the presence of this. The issue of the same paper for October 1910 makes reference to the above account, and goes on to describe experiments of a similar nature that have been undertaken recently with bananas from the Cameroons and from Togo. A first consignment in peat, unfortunately, however, containing only 5 banana fruits among several kilograms of fresh cola, was sent in December 1909 from the Cameroons to Hamburg. On arrival, the fruits were found to be in good condition, and remained in this state for several days. Equally satisfactory results have been obtained by the administrator of the plantations of Burundi in the Cameroons, who has succeeded in exporting banana which arrived in good condition for the Hamburg market. It is estimated by one authority that it will be possible to export bananas in peat on a commercial scale, from the Cameroons and Togo to Hamburg, at a net profit of between ½ and 1 D per fruit. The same article finally points out that, according to the Natal Agricultural Journal for March 1910 in Natal, where methodical experiments in connection with the export of bananas have been conducted for several years, it is considered that well-dried maize husks are superior to peat as a medium for transporting bananas to Europe. Consignments of the fruit, large enough to be of commercial importance, made during last season, confirm the results of the experiments. It seems that the insulating and absorbing qualities of maize husks, together with efficient ventilation of the fruits during the voyage, assure better conditions of transport than those which arise from the employment of cool storage. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Hunter. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Transport on land. Carriage by railway. The fruit steamers unload now at Garston on the Mersey instead of on the Manchester Ship Canal. To make full provision for the new service, the London and North Western Railway have expended considerable sums in the building and fitting up of a commodious banana warehouse, including a lofty shed for the reception of Jamaican oranges in season, and a suite of offices to accommodate the whole of the firm's staff. The bananas for the local markets are at once loaded onto wagons and dispatched by road to their destination, while those for distant markets are packed into railway vans forming special trains. Liverpool supplies all the districts north of Birmingham, and Bristol those south of Birmingham. 500 insulated vans for the carriage of bananas have been built and fitted with the latest appliances, including steam heating and vacuum brake pipes, and are used for the transport of the fruit from the steamer's side by rail to certain principal centres. To meet the requirements of the fruit steamers, the railway company have carried out many improvements, not only at the docks, wharves and railway sidings, but even in the sea channel. The consignment in the special trucks remains intact until it arrives at its destination. Method of distribution. In order to meet the difficulties of the smaller deliveries, and to put the towns of relatively small population on the most favourable conditions as regards supplies, a system of local centres has been adopted which is gradually being extended. The fruit is sent to these centres in large consignments, and arrives on the morning following its discharge from the steamer. A number of light vans are ready to distribute it, diverging along the main roads to a distance of 15 miles, enabling the smaller towns and the larger villages to obtain their supplies on the best possible terms. Several of the more enterprising railway companies, as well as the London and North Western Company, realizing the importance of the trade, have built specially fitted trains for the conveyance of bananas, the principal features being steam heating during the winter months and efficient ventilation for hot weather. Bananas need careful handling at all times. When knocked about while in a green condition, the skin, when ripe, will show black marks, but these in no way affect the fruit. Ripe fruit, on the other hand, that has suffered rough treatment, will go pulpy and turn black. The fruit will only travel properly in the unripe condition, and the retailer has to take care that only such portion of his supply shall ripen each day as he can get rid of. Messrs. Elders and Fifes publish, for the benefit of the retail merchant, full and detailed directions for the construction of small rooms for the reception of the fruit, and for the proper ripening of it, enabling him to handle it successfully and to ripen it as required for sale from day to day. In Louisville, Kentucky, electric radiators are employed to ripen the fruit for local consumption. Formerly, gas was employed to heat the air in the ripening compartments, but after a disastrous explosion, it was decided to use electric radiators. The ripening rooms comprise 2 compartments measuring 8 foot by 10 foot, with 6 foot 6 inch ceilings, which are separated from the rest of the cellar by double partitions with intermediate air spaces. The bananas are placed on hooks suspended from the ceiling. A resistance type of air heater, consuming from 1200 to 900 watts at its 3 temperature steps, is placed on a zinc mat on the floor and keeps the room temperature at the desired range of from 60 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The ripening process, which requires 48 hours, is assisted by maintaining a temperature of from 75 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit for that period, and for storing the fruit after it has ripened, the temperature should be 60 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. The 3-step switch on the radiator enables the regulation to be made conveniently. During ripening, the bananas give off a good deal of steam and moisture, and the chemical processes that occur in ripening also produce an appreciable quantity of heat. The heater is operated on the middle step continuously, except during the very warm summer months, when the ripening process does not require artificial heat. During an average month, the heater consumes 495 kilowatt-hours at a cost of nearly $24.75, nearly £5. End of chapter 22.
Section 23 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vickii Lewis Hassan. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. General Review of the Cultivation of Species of Musa, Banana and Plantain throughout the tropics, India and Ceylon. Having considered the natural history, the cultivation, the uses, and the commercial aspects of the banana from experience in a British colony where the fruit is the principal export, and where cultivation and methods of transportation have reached a high state of perfection, it remains to consider briefly the importance in tropical countries generally of bananas and plantains, both for home use and for export. The Q Bulletin for August 1894, a mine of information on species and varieties of Musa, Dr. De Wilman's Plants Tropicalis, Watt's Dictionary of Economic Products of India, and other works have been consulted. A. de Condol, in The Origin of Cultivated Plants, says, "The antiquity and wild character of the banana in Asia are incontestable facts. There are several Sanskrit names. The Greeks, Latins, and Arabs have mentioned it as a remarkable Indian fruit tree. Pliny speaks of it distinctly. He says that the Greeks of the expedition of Alexander saw it in India, and he quotes the name Pala, which still persists in Malabar. Sages reposed beneath its shade and ate of its fruit. Hence, the botanical name Musa sapientum. Musa is from the Arabic mus, or muwaz, which we find as early as the 13th century in Ebba Bather. The specific name, paradisiaca, comes from the ridiculous hypothesis which made the banana figure in the story of Eve and of Paradise. There is an immense number of varieties of the banana in the south of Asia, both on the islands and on the continent. The cultivation of these varieties dates in India, in China, and in the archipelago from an epoch impossible to realize. It even spread formerly into the islands of the Pacific and to the west coast of Africa. Lastly, the varieties bore distinct names in the most separate Asiatic languages, such as Chinese, Sanskrit, and Malay. All this indicates great antiquity of culture, consequently, a primitive existence in Asia, and a diffusion contemporary with or even anterior to that of human races. There is little doubt that the banana and plantain are natives of India and southern Asia. The cultivation is general all over India, except the extreme northwest, from the sea level up to 5,000 or 6,000 feet. In Bengal, cultivation is carried on chiefly along the banks of rivers. The plantain is a farm crop, the banana requiring to be cultivated in gardens with good care and attention. The plantains are planted in fields of rice, cocoas, colocasia, antiquorum, or eggplant, Solanum melangina, from 12 to 15 feet apart. No watering is necessary, as planting is done in the rainy season, June and July. Only 2 shoots are allowed to grow from each plant. When the rice is harvested, a crop of beans can be grown, but no third crop is allowed when plantains are grown in fields of cocos or eggplant. When these are off the ground, the field is plowed 2 or 3 times. With care and cultivation, a plantain field may be kept up for more than 10 years, but no catch crops are allowed after the first year. Of bananas, the best is known commonly as the table plantain and is grown entirely for the use of Europeans and the better class of well-to-do natives. The fruit is of inferior quality, only in the rainy season. The champa is the next in quality, but not fit to be eaten till it can be removed from the bunch without effort. Stem and mid-rib of the leaf red, fruit pale straw-colored, about 6 inches long. Then comes the Vickii, a long pale yellow fruit with light pink, soft pulp. This is probably the variety Daca, distinguished by the pale green leaves and stem-white pruinose below, the leaf stalk having a broad red border. In the neighborhood of Calcutta from Inger, Gardening for India mentions the principal varieties cultivated there as follows. Champa, decidedly the finest of all, rivaling in lusciousness and delicacy the most delicious pear, not fit to eat until it can be removed easily from the bunch. Chêne champa, similar, but fruit not much larger than a man's thumb, bunches large and densely compact. Martaban, a delicious fruit resembling the champa, and by some considered equal to it. The plant has no red midrib, but the rim near the base has a slight border of reddish-brown. Daca or Daca martaban has a flavor surprisingly rich and luscious. The plant is recognized by the large quantity of lime-like powder coating the stem and underside of the leaves. The fruit is 4 inches long with a very thick rind. Kuchkela, fruit of large size, used only in its unripe state for curries. When boiled, it has somewhat the flavor of the parsnip and is a nice vegetable with roast meat. Ramkela, in good condition, a remarkably fine fruit, much resembling in flavor and buttery consistency the Daca. The stem, stalks, midrib, and flowers of a dark red color. Fruit about 7 inches long and rather thin. In Calcutta, the fruit of the Chinese banana, M. cavendishii, is difficult to obtain in perfection, as it is uneatable till quite ripe, and on its becoming ripe commences almost immediately to decay. In Bombay, the banana and plantain are cultivated chiefly as garden crops. Young shoots are planted at any time of the year and are manured once in 10 or 12 days. The plants are generally removed after they have borne fruit once and fresh shoots substituted. The system of allowing only one shoot from a bulb to bear fruit is general. This shoot is styled the daughter, and when it has borne fruit, the plantation is generally destroyed, but occasionally a granddaughter is allowed to grow. After the plantation is abandoned, the ground is generally used for ground nuts, peppers, chilies, and other similar crops. The best of the cultivated varieties are Baha Puri, a long, pointed, 3-cornered fruit with thick skin, yellow, and fine-flavored. Sun kale, considered the best of very superior flavor. Rye kale, a large fruit with thick red skin and of delicious flavor. And coulis, similar to the last, but yellow. In the northwest provinces and the Punjab, the climate is not so favorable and the fruit not so good. In Assam and Burma, both bananas and plantains are commonly cultivated and are an important factor in the food supply of the people. In Madras, Short describes the cultivation as being carried on chiefly in wetlands, but also in village gardens. The land is first plowed, and the plants are put into holes dug 1 foot every way at 10 or 12 feet apart. For irrigation, the whole surface is covered with water for a day, but great care is then taken to drain off all superfluous water. The land is hoed once a month until the bunch shoots, when it ceases until the fruit is cut. 3 months after planting, a manure of wild indigo and dung is hoed in, and this is occasionally repeated. The stools last for 3 years, or even 4 years in good soil. As a rule, 7 or 8 bunches are harvested from each stool, worth 2 rupees, together with small additions from sale of the leaves and stems. 1 rupee per stool will, as a rule, be sufficient to allow for all expenses, including assessment. As there are from 300 to 400 stools per acre, a net profit is realized in about 4 years of from 300 to 400 rupees. In garden lands, the plants are put in at from 6 to 8 feet apart, plenty of sheep manure applied, and then thoroughly plowed. Irrigation is given twice a week, and the soil is hoed once a month during the whole 3 years. Short describes 13 different cultivated forms. The kind, popularly known as the Guinea, is considered the best banana and is described as round, small size, with a very thin rind, luscious, sweet, and of a most delicate flavor. A good bunch may contain over 1,000 fruits. It has been said that no one knows what a banana is until he eats a Madras Guinea. The best plantain is a large one, called Monthan. The Central Agriculture Journal of India, 5/252, 1910, and northern parts of Travancore have 2 wet seasons and are therefore suitable for the cultivation of the banana and plantain. It is the plantain which is commonly grown. A well-drained, deep, rich, red soil is most suitable, but a good crop is also produced in black soil. About a year before planting, the soil is plowed frequently, and the ground is enclosed with mud walls or fences to protect the crop from cattle. Planting generally takes place between December and February. When the soil is well prepared, pits 3 feet deep and 3 feet round are dug 8 feet apart. To manure the pits, dried leaves are burnt within them, and the ashes are well mixed with loose soil to fill up 3/4 of their depth. This also protects the plants from white ants. The shoots are then planted in the pits and manured with fresh cow dung. The pits are then filled with earth up to the level of the ground and covered over with dry leaves to protect them from the sun. The shoots are not watered, but occasional showers help them to strike root and grow. When they make a fair start, they are manured with cow dung. Fresh is preferable, and green leaves. Most of the plantations, when established, continue to produce fruit for 10 or more years, provided the soil is regularly plowed, weeded, and manured. The skin is peeled from the plantain, and the pulp is cut into slices and dried in the sun. For infant food, the slices are pounded into flour. For adult food, the slices are fried in oil or ghee with salt. The fried article is preserved for months in new earthen pots in a cool place. Fiber is extracted from the trunk. Secondary crops are cultivated, for instance, yams, 3 sets being planted between 2 plantains. This kind of cultivation does not exhaust the soil, as in the case of cassava, and the cultivator can also grow grain or peas without additional manuring. In Ceylon, Moon gives a list of 47 different kinds of bananas, of which a few are said to be truly wild. The cultivation is almost entirely in the hands of natives, who grow them around their dwellings for shade as well as for fruit. The area under cultivation is said to be not less than 24,000 acres. The best variety is one called Suwandale or Suwanduli. Dye and tan. The ashes of the plant and of the skin of the fruit are used in India in dyeing. The sap contains tannin and is a fairly permanent, almost black stain on cloth. Fiber. The fiber is in common use by the natives for cordage, mats, and to some extent for paper. The dried leaf stalk is used for tying fences, etc., as a rough kind of twine. Besides the fruit, several other parts are used as food. The flower clusters of many kinds are cooked and eaten, generally in curries. The flower stalk, before expansion from the center of the trunk, is eaten and is sold in Calcutta to the amount of 1/2 ton daily. It is prepared for food by boiling. It is also given to cattle together with the bulbs to increase the quantity of milk. Drying bananas in India. A special method of drying bananas is reported from India, Agriculture Journal of India, 6, 289, 1911, which is well worth the attention of those who are interested in the question of the best provision to be made against periodical times of scarcity of food. The dried fruits could also be exported, and all small bunches could be utilized in this way. A special kind of banana called Rajulai is employed for drying, the fruit of which is about 6 inches long. The suckers are planted in October, 6 feet apart. Water is given twice a week. When the suckers have begun to grow, they are manured with castor cake, and a second dose is given a month later at the rate of 3 pounds per plant. During the following October, the fruit is harvested, just when it is full but still green. The hands are put in a store formed of cylinders of a bamboo mat 10 feet by 10 feet, placed vertically. The store is generally in the center of the house, and thus the entrance of air is prevented as far as possible. On the floor of this improvised storehouse, rice straw is placed, and on it the hands are spread layer by layer. The topmost layer is covered with banana leaves. One store takes about 12,000 to 15,000 fruits. They are put in the store in the morning and are taken out after 3 days when the fruit is yellow. The ripe hands are carried in baskets to the prepared ground on the plain outside the village. The ground has been made hard by beating it with a wooden plank and then plastering it with cow dung and water. A mat, 6 feet by 8 feet, is spread on the ground. Then the skins are removed and the fruit is spread on the mat. Some dry the fruit on a platform 10 feet high. After lying all day in the sun, the fruits are gathered in a heap in the evening before the cold begins and are left all night covered with dry banana leaves and a mat. This is repeated for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 4th day, the fruits are ready for the market and are wrapped in bundles of a dozen, each in banana leaves. The yearly yield at Agashi is estimated at 160 tons, valued at rupees 27,000. The United States Consul at Calcutta reported in 1908 that many banana growers in India were giving attention to the question of an export to Great Britain. He writes, "It is claimed that vessels properly fitted up can reach the Liverpool market from Calcutta in 25 days, and that several kinds of fruits, especially the plantain, can be laid down in Liverpool to compete with the West Indian banana, which now monopolizes the English market. The native East Indian banana is smaller by half than the fruit grown in Jamaica, Costa Rica, and along the coastlines of Central America, but the former is as rich in flavor. In fact, it possesses a bouquet all its own, and would, it is believed, become popular at once with European consumers. The East Indian banana, both yellow and red, grows abundantly throughout the southern provinces, and the supply can be made practically unlimited. All the Indian needs to learn is how to cut the bunches at the right time, to handle the fruit without bruising, and so that it can be landed in 25 days on the English market before it begins to get yellow. The only thing lacking, it is claimed, is the necessary transportation, and this will be forthcoming if encouraged. The fruit is in India and needs a market, and if enough money is raised to back the enterprise, it is believed that India can get her share of the banana trade of Europe and hold it. End of section 23.
Chapter 24 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. General Review of Cultivation, continued. Malay Archipelago. Rumpf, or Rumphius, 1627 to 1702, Governor of Amboina and author of the Herbarium Amboinense, 6 volumes, folio, Amsterdam, 1741 to 1755, drew up very careful detailed descriptions of the kinds known to him. Some of these are as follows. Pisang being the Malay word for banana or plantain. Pisang tando, horn-like. The whole bunch has generally only 2 or 3 hands. If the cluster is reduced to a single fruit, the latter becomes exceptionally large. Pisang jernang, needle banana. The fruit is short, 3-angled, and terminating in a long snout, which is crowned with a thread-like appendage, the style, hence the name. The skin adheres to the reddish pulp, which glitters like silver when transversely broken. The bunch is 7 feet long with 17 hands. Pisang medji, the dessert banana, M. mensaria rumpf, is the best of all bananas. The fruit is 4 to 6 inches long. The pulp is soft, sweet, and scented as if with rosewater. Pisang raja, M. regia rumpf, is similar to the preceding, but smaller, hardly the length of a finger, and an inch thick. Smooth, with a thinner skin, and sweeter and more delicious. Pisang tongkat langit, M. troglodytarum L, has the bunch growing straight upwards. The fruits are small and plump, of a red colour with black stripes. The pulp is golden yellow. The seeds are few, embedded lengthwise, brown and flat. The cone of male flowers is green, sometimes a foot long. Pisang alfuru. The flower stalk is peculiar in bearing leaves, 2 of which are at the base and similar to those of the stem, but shorter and rounder. Then follow other leaves which are small and narrow, and from each of them rises a thick green stalk on which grow a few fruits, of which, however, only a few come to perfection. Burbage, in Gardens of the Sun, writes as follows. Last on my list, but by no means least, among the tropical fruits of eastern gardens, comes the pisang, or banana, which here is represented by many varieties, which differ in size of fruit, flavour, and other particulars. One of the most common varieties met with in the bazaars is pisang Mars, or golden banana, the individual fruits of which are small, but of a bright golden colour, and of excellent flavour. One of the most esteemed of all is Pisang Raja, or King of Bananas, a larger fruit, also of a deep golden colour, the flavour being very luscious. Pisang Hijan, the green banana, is slender and angular, but the straw-coloured pulp is of a most exquisite flavour, and it is quite a favourite in Singapore, where the Raja variety is comparatively scarce. Pisang Kling is a pale yellow kind, bearing large, smooth fruits, and for eating with cheese this is one of the best, being less sweet than those just named. A large horned variety of banana, generally used in a cooked state, is common in Borneo, called by the natives Pisang Tandok, the individual fruits being 1 foot long and 2 inches in diameter. The outer skin is green, changing to yellow when fully ripe, and this fruit is liked by those who do not relish the sweeter kinds. A variety called King of Thousands has very numerous fruits on the bunch. A bunch grown in a garden at Singapore, figured in Gardener's Chronicle, December 23, 1911, was about 7 feet long. The number of fruits must have been well over 2,000, and they were closely packed on the stalk. Even when the photograph was taken, the fruiting stalk was continuing to develop and was forming new fruits. On the experiment station grounds at Kuala Lumpur, there is a considerable tract of land planted with more than 60 different varieties of bananas. Experiments have been undertaken to determine the value as a food product of banana flour and the yield per acre. Jung Hun describes the wax banana of Java, the leaves of which are covered on the underside with a minute white powder. The Javanese scrape this meal together, melt it over a fire, and produce a valuable wax. The wax thus obtained becomes very clear, hard, and whitish, and forms an important article of trade in Middle Java. Bleaching renders it very white. One banana tree, with 7 leaves, yields 2 ounces of wax. As there are thousands and thousands of plants wild over large areas, the preparation of the wax is a remunerative enterprise. In Borneo, the banana is cultivated everywhere, up to an altitude of 3,000 feet. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the banana, its cultivation, distribution, and commercial uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nathan Shatzer. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. Chapter 25, General Review of Cultivation, Continued. Philippine Islands. Blanco mentions that there are 57 kinds of bananas and plantains known in the Philippine Islands. The most esteemed is Sabawisco, with a fruit 3 inches long by 1 inch thick. Another, the Lakatan, has the fruits crowned with the persistent preempt. A third, the Bungulan, is large with a sweet pulp. Fruit. Cooked, fried, or raw, the fruit of the banana forms a more important part in the diet of the people than any other fruit. None other figures more prominently in the market at all seasons. It is rather singular that the poorly flavored and the least desirable varieties are cultivated in preference to the better kinds, though some contend that the reason is that the poorer sorts are hardier. More judicious selection of the varieties grown, together with better cultivation, would greatly increase both the quality and the quantity of the fruit produced. The local markets are well supplied with bananas, but there is ample room for expansion both for the production of fresh fruit for the home market and export, and for the growing of bananas for the manufacture of banana flour, wine, and evaporated fruits. Varieties. Wester and Barrett note the following varieties as more or less common and important in the order of their enumeration: Lakatan, Latudan, Sabah, Gloria, Bungulan, Butuan, Matabio, Lakatan Morado, Deliring, Senora, Nilangon, Tandok, Chinese dwarf. They have also noted specimens of an interesting form called Dominis vobiscum, and consider it doubtful whether it is a constant variety or merely an anonymous form of Sabah. The flower buds of the banana are extensively used as a vegetable in all parts of the Philippines. At the Limao Experiment Station, experimental work has been carried on for some years with the following named varieties of bananas to test methods of culture and cost of production: Matabio, Lakatan, Gloria, Chinese dwarf, and Sabah. 6 plats of 90 plants each, 3 of them with 30 additional plants of Chinese dwarf, were planted as a new plantation on May 31st, 1910. The Matabia, from 6 to 8 inches long, 2 inches in diameter, brownish yellow when ripe, has an acid flavor, only used cooked, and may be used as a substitute for apples in pies and puddings. The Lakatan is from 4 to 5 inches long, 1.5 inches in diameter, greenish yellow, sweet in flavor, and is said to be the best variety of banana in the Philippines. The Gloria is 4 or 5 inches long, about 1.5 inches in diameter, dark yellow, sweet in flavor. The Latundan is the most common variety grown in the island of Luzon. It is from 3 to 5 inches long, about 1.5 inches in diameter, bright yellow, acid flavor. The Sabah is from 3 to 4 inches long, about 2 inches in diameter, brownish yellow, no distinct flavor, and is used for cooking only. Collection of bananas. The Bureau of Agriculture, after having made a preliminary survey and census of the Philippine bananas and plantains, are about to establish as complete a collection as possible of these fruits, which shall be excelled by none in the world. With the earnest cooperation of Philippine planters, and with ordinary success in the line of exchanges with other countries, it is hoped to have 100 varieties growing in this collection within 2 years. Manila Hemp. The species of Musa that is most largely cultivated is Musa textilis, the source of Manila hemp. It is distributed throughout most of the islands and is most successful in those with a heavy and evenly distributed rainfall between 6 degrees and 15 degrees north and 121 degrees and 126 degrees east. It may be cultivated up to about 4,000 feet above sea level. It is cultivated in a rude sort of way, solely as a source of fiber. The plants are put out at a distance of from 10 to 12 feet from one another, and receive little attention except on occasional weeding. Most plantations are provided with trees for the purpose of shading the young plants and protecting them from the violence of the wind. The plant may be propagated by means of seed, but it is usually grown from suckers or bulbs. The plant, when mature, consists of a stool of 12 to 30 stalks. These stalks are in all stages of development, but usually 2 to 4 only can be harvested at the same time. The fiber has attained its highest tensile strength at the period when the flower bud has just made its appearance at the summit of the plant, which is at the age of 2 to 3 years. The trunks are usually then 12 to 14 feet in height and 10 to 12 inches in diameter at the base, and are 2 or 3 years from the time of planting the sucker, or half a year longer from seed. When the flowers mature and the seed begins to ripen, the fiber is dark in color and inferior in quality. The trunk is cut up into small strips, which, while fresh, are drawn between a knife-edged instrument and a hard wooden block to which it is fixed. By repeated scraping in this way, the soft cellular matter is removed, and the fiber has only to be hung up to dry in the open air when it is ready for use. Each trunk yields on an average of little under 1 pound of fiber, and 2 natives cutting down plants and separating the fiber will not prepare more than 25 pounds per day. The yield varies according to the locality in which the plant is grown. In districts which have a heavy and continuous rainfall, the yield amounts to 687 to 967 pounds per acre, but in provinces in which the climate is less humid, it may not exceed half this quantity. A number of machines have been introduced for the purpose of extracting the fiber economically, but none has come into general use. The greater part of the hemp is prepared on the hillsides on very rough ground where it is actually growing, for it has been found most profitable to extract the fiber in the plantations, and so avoid the cost of carriage of the heavy trunks. One of the principal requirements of a decorticating machine, therefore, is lightness and portability, combined with greater efficiency, for the waste caused by the present crude method is estimated at from 20 to 30%. The exports of Manila hemp have increased very rapidly. In 1910, the value of the export was 3,432,358 pounds, and in 1911, 3,025,036 pounds. This is the largest export, being nearly twice as great as the value of copra, and more than twice that of sugar, which come next in value. The production has been gradually increasing up to the year 1910. The yield for that year was abnormal, and was bound to fall off. The area under cultivation amounted to 1,173,586 acres, and the average yield per acre was 316 pounds. A yield of 880 to 1,000 pounds per acre is considered good, but sometimes as much as 5,500 pounds or more has been obtained. A large number of fields situated in different districts were practically exhausted and had to be replanted with other crops. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. General Review of Cultivation. Continued. Australia. Queensland. The cultivation of bananas in Australia for commercial purposes is limited to Queensland, and the area devoted to it there is relatively small, viz. 5,198 acres in 1910, which yielded 1,121,075 bunches, averaging 217 bunches per acre. There is, however, an immense area suitable for this culture, much of which is at present in a state of nature. Only the more accessible lands have been planted, and of these only the richest. From the earliest times in the colony the banana has been grown, first in the neighbourhood of Brisbane, then gradually in the settlements as they spread northwards, until it is now found where the wild bananas are indigenous, in all the scrubs of the northern coast, and especially in the rich scrub lands surrounding Cairns, Innisfail, and the Tully River, where soil, climate, and rainfall are all conducive to the production of fine fruit. It is stated that in the coastlands of southern Queensland no deterioration in the quantity, quality, and size of the fruit has been noticed, but the reverse, although bananas have been grown on the same land for many years. No more convincing proof is needed of the adaptability of this district for the successful cultivation of bananas. Until quite lately, the cultivation in northern Queensland has not been altogether on right lines, and owners of the land there are beginning to find out that the old methods are not the best. It has been the custom to rent out the standing scrubs with their wonderfully rich, fertile soil to Chinese gardeners, who cleared the land, planted it with bananas, took all they could out of the soil, and then gave it back and rented fresh land. The land was certainly cleared for the owners, but required manuring at considerable expense to fit it again for bananas. The white growers of southern Queensland have shown splendid results under conditions not altogether so favourable as those in the north, and there is no good reason why banana cultivation should not be now run on proper lines in the north as well as in the south. The native species of Musa, for descriptions of which see chapter 34, grow in the rich scrub land already mentioned, and in all the scrubs of the northern coast. The fruit of these wild bananas contains scarcely any edible flesh. The leathery skin encloses a large number of black seeds. The kinds cultivated are chiefly the Chinese banana, M. cavendishii, and, to a less extent, the sugar banana and the lady's finger. The Gros Michel, or Jamaican banana, was first introduced from Jamaica in August 1910. The Jamaican banana is also called the Fiji banana, as the fruit is exported from Fiji to the southern states of the Commonwealth in considerable quantities, and is in greater favour there than the Chinese banana, as it travels so much better, and for this reason it has been introduced into Queensland. According to the Financer, the important and profitable industry of banana growing has received a considerable stimulus in Queensland by the importation of the Gros Michel variety from Jamaica. Its fine flavour, large size, and vigorous growth commend it to the judgment both of the consumer and grower, while the good prices obtained render it an eminently satisfactory crop to the producer. The fruit is of splendid appearance, ripening to a good yellow colour, and is very popular in the Australian markets, selling at from 1 shilling to 1 shilling 6 pence per dozen retail.
Growers of bananas aver that this industry gives much larger returns than any of the older industries when the best volcanic land is treated. The first cost of getting the land cleared, cultivated, and ready for planting out is very heavy, ranging up to £20 per acre, but in some cases sugarcane land is being dealt with at but little cost. The trees come into bearing in about 18 months, and then bear continuously. Bananas do best, according to the Queensland Agricultural Journey, on rich scrub soil, and it is no detriment to their growth if it is more or less covered with stones, so long as there is sufficient soil to set the young plants. Bananas are frequently the first crop planted in newly burnt-off scrubland, as they do not require any special preparation of such land, and the large amount of ash and partially burnt and decomposed vegetable mold provide an ample supply of food for their use. They can, moreover, be grown successfully on land that has been under cultivation for many years, provided that the soil is rich enough naturally, or its fertility is maintained by judicious green and other manuring. In newly burnt-off scrubland, all that is necessary is to dig holes 15 to 18 inches in diameter and about 2 feet deep. Plant the suckers and partly fill in the hole with good topsoil. Small growing kinds, such as the Chinese, are planted at from 12 to 15 feet apart each way, but large-grown bananas, such as the sugar and lady's finger, as well as the plantains, require from 20 to 25 feet apart each way. The best means of maintaining the fertility of banana lands has been the subject of careful scientific investigation, for an account of which see Chapter 12. The Cali Syndicate of Berlin has published at the agricultural offices of the Potash Syndicate in Sydney, New South Wales, a pamphlet on the manuring of bananas by Mr. J. M. Hattrick, who quotes the results of experiments in Queensland and Fiji, which, he maintains, established that banana plantations need not be abandoned, but by suitable cultivation and manuring may be maintained indefinitely in highly profitable production. The bulk of the Chinese bananas produced in the north is exported to the southern states of the Commonwealth. The industry supports a large number of persons other than the actual producers of the fruit, and forms one of the principal exports from the north. As many as 20,000 or more large bunches frequently leave by single steamer for the south, and the bringing of this quantity to the port of shipment gives employment to a number of men on tram lines and small coastal steamers. The inspectors under the Diseases in Plants Act are kept very busy, as they have to examine every bunch carefully before shipment to prevent, as far as possible, the condemnation and destruction of possibly a whole shipment on arrival at Sydney or Melbourne, on the assumption that if a few bunches are found affected by fruit fly or any other disease, the whole shipment must be diseased. Many of the bananas are shipped in crates from North Queensland, especially from Innisfail, Geraldton, and from places where the fruit is first loaded on to small river steamers and junks to be transshipped at cairns. If bunches are sent uncrated from these centers, they are liable to receive much damage from overhandling. The crates are made of roughly split, silky oak timber, and the bunches are secured from knocking about by being packed in dry banana leaves. Crate-packed bananas always arrive in better order than loose bunches, as they escape the enormous pressure of the mass of fruit, and, furthermore, receive no more handling until they reach the consignee at the port to which they are forwarded. Queensland Agricultural Journal. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Banana, Its Cultivation, Distribution, and Commercial Uses by William Fawcett. General Review of Cultivation. Continued. Polynesia. Fiji. A great many different kinds of Musa were found established in different parts of tropical Polynesia, when Europeans first became familiar with them. In Tahiti alone, Banks and Solander saw 28. Bananas and plantains are known in Fiji by the collective name of Woody. There are about 18 different kinds, all of which bear distinctive names. With the exception of one, Soaga, none are found wild, and even this wild one is occasionally met with in plantations. It grows spontaneously in the depth of the forests, often in ravines, and is distinguished from all congeners by its bunch, instead of hanging down, being perfectly upright and presenting a dense collection of orange-colored fruits. Musa fehi. An important addition to their stock of bananas, the Fijians received in Woody ni papalagi, i.e., foreign banana. The dwarf Chinese banana, M. cavendishii, has proved of such immense importance to Fiji and other islands in Polynesia that the history of its introduction there is worth recording. Mr. Charles Telfair was the first to obtain plants of this species in 1826 from its native country, southern China, for his collection of Musae in Mauritius. He considered it to be the most valuable of all the kinds in his extensive collection. As it fruited profusely and only grew 3 feet high, he thought that it would be a great acquisition to the stoves of this country, and accordingly sent 2 plants of it to his friend Mr. Barclay of Bury Hill in 1829. On Mr. Barclay's death, one of these 2 plants was purchased by the Duke of Devonshire, and was grown and propagated at Chatsworth, where it flowered under Paxton's care in November 1836. Mr. A. B. Lambert, in the same month, exhibited at a meeting of the Linnaean Society a copy of an old Chinese drawing which, he believed, referred to the same species, and named it Musa cavendishii. Paxton, in the Magazine of Botany for 1837, gives a colored plate and a description of the Chatsworth plant, and adopted Lambert's name. John Williams, the martyr of Eromanga, brought suckers of this plant from Chatsworth to Samoa, whence again, in 1848, the Reverend George Pritchard carried it to the Friendly Islands, as well as to Fiji. Its introduction, according to Seaman, has put an effectual stop to those famines which previously to this event were occasionally experienced in some of these islands. Never attaining any greater height than 6 feet, and being of robust growth, this banana is but little affected by the violent winds which damage the taller kinds, and this advantage, coupled with its abundant yield and the fine flavour of its fruit, have induced the natives to propagate it to such an extent that, notwithstanding its comparatively recent introduction, the Woody ni papalagi numbers amongst the most common bananas of the country. The fruit of the different musas is variously prepared by the native cooks. Split in half and filled with grated cocoanut and sugar cane, bananas make a favorite pudding, which, on account of its goodness and rich sauce of cocoanut milk, has found its way even into the kitchen of the white settlers. The fresh musa leaves are used as substitutes for plates and dishes in serving food, or for making temporary clothing. The dry leaves instead of paper for cigarettes. In place of the finger glasses handed round at our tables after dinner, Fijians of rank are supplied with portions of the leaf stalk of the plantain, not a superfluous luxury in a country where forks are dispensed with except at cannibal feasts. In 1891, 2 Wardian cases of suckers of the Gros Michel, or Martinique banana, were sent from Jamaica to Kew for transmission to Fiji, and these were soon established there. The cultivation of bananas, according to the Handbook to Fiji, is being carried on to a considerable extent in the colony, and promises to assume large proportions in the future. Bananas are exported to the Commonwealth of Australia and New Zealand. There are 2 kinds grown for export, the Gros Michel, or Jamaican banana, and the dwarf Chinese banana. Most of the estates are situated near the seacoast or on the banks of rivers. Transport from plantation to steamer is by water. Fiji possesses enormous areas of land suitable for growing bananas, and its splendid geographical position and the fact that it is a port of call for steamers bound to Canada make it unlikely that the supply will exceed the demand if all the markets within reach are tapped. The distance from Fiji to Vancouver, as also that to San Francisco, is not greater than that from the West Indies to England, where an immense trade is being successfully carried on in fruit, and, provided the fruit were available, there is every reason to believe that the shipping facilities would keep pace with any reasonable increase in the amount of fruit grown. The cost of bringing a banana estate into bearing depends on a variety of circumstances. Land which is usually taken up for banana planting is not heavy forest land, but covered with scrub. It is not necessary to stump or plough for the first year or two, the stumps being left to rot in the ground and the banana planted in between. The first crop is obtained in 12 months from the time of planting with the Chinese banana, and in 18 months with the Gros Michel, and the yield in bunches from good land should be about equal to 2/3 of the number of roots planted. The ratooning crops continue for some years, according to the quality of the land. The average price obtained FOB steamer in Fiji may be said to be 1 shilling 6 per bunch of 8 hands. The smaller bunches are broken up and packed in cases, which are usually worth from 4 shillings to 6 shillings per case. It is generally conceded that 1 labourer, coloured, to 6 acres is sufficient for clearing, planting, weeding, and harvesting, and the cost per head of such labour is £26 per annum, which includes recruiting, fees, wages, and food. A rough estimate of the cost of opening and bringing into bearing 50 acres of bananas is as follows. 50 acres of land, say 10 shillings per acre rent, £25. 9 men for 15 months, £26 per annum, £292. Plants, £292 and 10 shillings. Plants, say £40. Tools, spades, hoes, knives, punts, and labour house, £100, and it comes to a total of £457 and 10 shillings. The first crop should give 200 bunches per acre, equal to 10,000 bunches at say 1 shilling 6 comes to £750. This is a very low estimate of returns, and it is safe to say that in many instances considerably greater profits are made. In the case of good land, cleared, ploughed, and kept in first-class condition, the cost of upkeep could be reduced and the output increased. The cultivation is one that should be carried on in conjunction with permanent crops, such as cocoa, coffee, spice, rubber, citrus fruits, etc., any of which can be planted in the same lines alternately with bananas, and in a few years, when the banana crop is exhausted, the ground will be occupied with a permanent crop, the cost of establishing which would be trifling owing to the profit on the bananas, which not only do not injure other crops growing with them, but are of assistance in affording shade and keeping the soil in good condition. In 1910, the estimated cultivated area under bananas and pineapples was 4,742 acres. This does not include native plantations from which the bulk of the fruit is derived. All fruit exported from the colony is subject to inspection by the Inspector of Fruit, and any fruit unfit for exportation is discarded by that officer, who also sees that all fruit is properly handled in shipment and carefully stowed. The values of green fruit, chiefly bananas, and quantities of bananas exported for the years 1906 to 11 were as follows. The value of green fruit in pounds in 1906 was 97,678. Bananas in bunches in 1906, 604,617. Cases in 1906, 191,640. Value of green fruit in pounds in 1907, 79,891. Bananas in bunches in 1907, 462,139. Cases in 1907, 192,591. Value of green fruit in pounds in 1908 is 62,217. Bananas in bunches in 1908, 356,180. Cases in 1908, 145,110. Value of green fruit in pounds in 1909 is 98,491. Bananas in bunches in 1909 is 585,713. Cases in 1909 is 188,577. Value of green fruit in pounds in 1910 is 47,302. Bananas in bunches in 1910 is 271,024. Cases in 1910 is 81,225. Value of green fruit in pounds in 1911 is 151,668. Bananas in bunches in 1911 is 897,345. Cases in 1911 is 219,551. The increase for 1909 was due, to some extent, to the opening of a new market in Melbourne, Australia, to the banana planters of the colony, by means of a subsidized steam service to carry the fruit in insulated, cooled air compartments. Unfortunately, a hurricane occurred, accounting for the decrease in 1910. The increase in 1911 shows that the hurricane had no ill effects, and that there was no serious blow during that year. Green fruit to the value of 33,145 pounds was shipped to the Melbourne market by means of the greater facilities in transport during the year. The revenue derived from the imposition of the banana subsidy and inspection tax levied under Ordinance 12 of 1911 amounted to 1,397 pounds, 12 shillings and 11 pence, against which the cost of inspection and subsidies on account of the banana trade amounted to 6,133 pounds, 10 shillings and 10 pence. Previous to 1911, the cultivation of bananas for export was confined principally to the Rua Valley and to the Sigatoka district, from which the produce can be easily transported to meet ocean steamers sailing from Suva and from Momi, a port of call adjacent to the Sigatoka River. During 1911, a steamer of the Union Steamship Company made periodical visits to Savu Savu Bay district on the southern side of the island of Vanua Levu. This extension of the company's itinerary contributed to the increased export of bananas. Society Islands. Nearly 20 kinds of plantains grow wild in the mountains. The native name is Fay, and they are probably forms of M. Fehi. Bennett writes, "The Fay, or mountain plantain, beaten into a pulp and diluted with coconut milk or water till brought to the consistency of arrowroot, as ordinarily prepared in England, was formerly much used in the Society Islands. Large quantities were usually prepared for every festival. A kind of cistern was made, with a framework of wood and a lining of weeds, which, when filled, was a sufficient load for 6 men to carry. 7 or 8 of these were sometimes filled, and carried on men's shoulders to one feast." Moseley, in Notes of a Naturalist, writes of his experience of this plant at an altitude of 1,600 feet in the mountains of Tahiti. "The plant is closely similar in appearance to an ordinary banana, but the large bunches of fruit, instead of hanging down, stand up erect from the summit of the stem. They are bright yellow when ripe. A fire is lighted, and a bunch of these wild bananas is thrown into it. The outer skin of the fruit becomes blackened and charred, but when it is peeled off, a yellow, flowery interior is reached, which is most excellent eating, and like a mealy potato. This is one of the very few plants which, growing spontaneously and in abundance, afford a really good and sufficient source of food to man. Hardly any improvement could be wished for in the fruit by cultivation. It could not be most advantageous that the plant should be introduced into many other tropical countries. New Caledonia. A curious kind of musa grows wild in New Caledonia. It produces no fruit, but it has a long, thick, underground stem or bulb, which is boiled or roasted like a yam. The native name is Puyet. The botanical name first given to it was M. oloracea, but it has been considered later to be a variety of M. paradisiaca. Papa. Bananas are cultivated by the natives together with vegetables and coconuts. The Jamaican banana has been sent from Jamaica through Kew to Papa, and is now well established there. F. M. Bailey states that the bulb of a wild banana is boiled when young, or roasted when older by the natives. Hawaii. The Jamaican banana was first introduced into Hawaii early in 1903 by Mr. Philip Peck of Hilo, and again by the Board of Agriculture and Forestry at the close of the same year. It has been known as the Bluefields banana, from having been introduced first from that port in Central America. The Bora Bora banana, Musa fehi, was probably brought to Hawaii from Bora Bora, an island of the same group, and originally from Tahiti. Fruit of fair quality when cooked. The huamoa, hen's egg. The plant is of medium height, the leaf stalks long and slender. There are only 2 or 3 fruits per bunch. The fruit is nearly as broad as it is long, and is of very superior flavor. Maya hua alua, sometimes called mahoe. The peculiarity of this variety is that it produces 2 bunches of fruit from the same stem. Maya hapai. This is one of the most curious forms in the islands, probably subang or eel plantain of Java. It ripens its fruit within the stem. A variety known to the natives as the Brazilian banana has been used for many years as shade for cocoa. Its fruit is superior in aroma to the Bluefields, but it easily drops from the bunch on ripening. As it requires much more care in transport, it is not exported to any extent. There is a large export of bananas to the United States. Solomon Islands. The natives of these islands weave the fiber of a species of musa by means of a native loom of a very primitive construction, and turn out cloth of a close texture and of a very durable character. Japan. A species of musa, M. bosju, the Japanese plantain, is cultivated in southern Japan for its fiber. It is said to be a native of the Ryukyu archipelago, 25 degrees to 30 degrees north latitude. The fiber is exceedingly durable, and is used for making screens and for binding books. It is not exported in the raw state. End of chapter 27.